Chapter 1 of Homicide Hussy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by Doc D. L. Martin. Homicide Hussy by Atha McGuire. Johanna. There is no one who is completely sane, nor is there often a state of complete insanity. It might be better if it were so, then there would be no wanting. Johanna glanced at the other woman patients seated along the walls. At times they seemed to absorb emotion or feeling from one another. Sympathy or gaiety or restlessness could spread through them as a bit of food coloring stains a bowl of cake batter. But although many emotions might come and go, the wanting was always there. Most of the women wanted to go home. A few wanted to be someone else. It was the reason they were in the asylum. There were those who wanted to see sons or sisters or anyone who might tell them what had happened to the members of their families, or to receive a letter. A good many of them only wanted candy bars or cokes or cigarettes. There were some who wanted men. They all wanted something. It was more than wanting. It was a hungry longing. Sometimes it swept through Johanna until it seemed every atom of her body was aware of it. It ain't no use. It ain't no use. Johanna's throat tightened as she listened to the mad woman. She wished she would be still. It ain't no use. The woman walked the length of the day hall. She turned and came back. Why didn't she sit down and be quiet? It ain't no use. It ain't no use. Fumbling at her head, she kept pulling at her hair. Usually her fingers came away empty. There was nothing left on her scalp but fine fuzz, but she kept picking at the fuzz. I wish she'd stop that. Johanna turned to the patient sitting next to her. Why don't they put her hands in some sort of restraint? The expression of the other patient didn't change, though she raised her eyes upward. It's the judgment of God. The devil is in her. The girl at Johanna's left giggled. Yeah, and it might drive her nuts, and they oughtn't to do that here in an insane asylum. She had straight black hair cut in a Dutch bob, but it was too long, and the bangs that had been spit curls had drooped until her brown eyes peered from behind them like a poodle's. Johanna put her elbow on the wooden arm of the chair, curved her fingers to shadow her face, and closed her eyes. What am I doing here? She thought. I'm not like these others. There was a strong smell of formaldehyde. It was coming from the woman sprawled in the third chair from her. They're all insane, but there's nothing wrong with my mind. Johanna listened to the murmur of the women talking quietly to each other, some talking for no reason and to no one. Over it all came the blare of the radio through the loudspeaker. It was a local station playing records. Occasionally a voice would break in, telling one of the doctors or supervisors he was wanted on one of the wards. Octavia Hill was singing softly with the radio. Part of the time she sang a different piece than the one the station was playing. Everyone on the ward knew Octavia was becoming disturbed. Even with her eyes closed, Johanna was acutely aware of everything in the room. There were women in almost all of the oak chairs placed arm to arm around the walls. A white uniformed attendant sat reading at the rear of the day hall. She wouldn't stop reading unless something happened. There was another white uniform at a desk in the corridor by the archway into the room. The afternoon charge, a registered nurse topped with a starchy cap, could watch both the day hall and the rooms that opened into the wide corridor that led to the dining room, lavatory, linen room, and drug room. Besides the rooms that lined the hall, There were 2 20-bed dormitories, one at the other end of the ward and one across from the day hall. The afternoon charge was writing in a record book. She wouldn't look up unless she heard a door open or an unusual sound. When Johanna had first come here, she had thought most of the sounds unusual. Now she knew better. It had been a relief when Frida had been moved to a different ward. She had wailed in a half-howl, half-groan throughout the day and most of the night. They were all tired of listening to it. She was one of the 2 who had been brought from the mental deficient's home. The other one didn't make any noise except to clap her hands together if you walked past her or sat down by her. Johanna had kept thinking of a dog wagging its tail. They had transferred, both of them. The walls were a clean cream color and the wood was a soft tan. An effort had been made to make the room cheerful. The monk's cloth drapes at the windows were appliqued with bright flowers and green leaves. Someone had said they had been made in occupational therapy. The big windows along 2 of the walls were composed of little panes framed with steel. Johanna knew one of the frames behind her was empty. It had been broken yesterday. She had watched with alarm as a woman smashed it with her shoe. The attendant had stuck her magazine under her arm and left to return with a hammer and cloth and had broken out the rest of it so no one could cut herself on the jagged edge. She had carefully swept up the broken pieces and taken them away. She had been sure none of them had a piece of the glass with which to cut her throat. When you looked at the window, you couldn't tell the glass was out. What you got? Johanna opened her eyes. Spitzy, the girl on her left, was peeping at the package in her lap. The brown paper in which it had come was wrapped loosely around it. A box of candy, Johanna spoke defensively. It came in the afternoon mail. Spitzy continued to peer at her from under her wilted bangs. Johanna told her, "I'll give you a piece when I open it. I'm waiting for Lula." Her hands hung onto the box firmly. It was the first candy anyone had given her since the accident. "You're supposed to open it and eat some and then give it back to the charge to keep for you," Spitzy said. "It was already opened. They know what's in it. No razor blades, no matches, no penknives, none of the little things loving relatives like to send. Just a pretty, glossy pink box of chocolates. They had lost the card, but it didn't matter. F.I. Dow, attorney at law, was written on the corner of the wrapping paper. I mean, after you look at it, you're supposed to eat some and then give it back to the charge to keep for you. I'm going to keep it for a little while. Maybe you'll get in trouble." Johanna looked at her blankly. She couldn't think of anything to say. "Nuts," she said lamely. "I wonder if it would be possible for me to get in trouble," she thought. "That would be funny. That would be a scream. I'm not in any trouble now. Oh no, everything's fine. Everything's wonderful. This is the way I like it. Goody goody, I'll spend the rest of my life in this lunatic asylum or—" "That's what I say." Spitzy looked around the room. "All of them are nuts. Or I'll be locked in a cute gas chamber and be put to death. That will be lovely. I've always wanted to be a corpse. They're so nice and cool. Why, there's nothing I want more, unless it's to stay here. Wouldn't that be nice? Either way will be just ducky. Quack, quack. Oh God, perhaps I'm going insane." Johanna dropped her head, shadowing her gray eyes with her fingers. For a moment, her body felt lifeless and already dead. She shifted the dull weight of her legs and crossed her knees. Her throat hurt. The attorney had told her bluntly that she hadn't a chance of being given a sentence of life imprisonment. He was the best criminal lawyer in the state, and he knew what he was talking about. It had something to do with her face. He had said he was sorry. He said I must plead guilty by reason of insanity, but I'm not guilty. I begged him to believe me, but he didn't. You hadn't been feeling well, your mind was muddled, and you killed her. But I didn't even know her. I only saw her one time. They called her Peaches. I had no reason to kill her. I told all of them that. Why wouldn't anyone believe me? Guilty by reason of insanity. But there's nothing wrong with my mind. My nose isn't straight, and my face is a bit disfigured, but there's nothing wrong with my mind. I'm quite sane, thank you. I must remember that. I mustn't get to thinking, as I did before, that it's all a bad dream, a delusion. I must remember it did happen. Someone called Peaches was killed. They said I did it, and I am here on the receiving ward of the state hospital for observation. I have been here 25 days. I have 5 more days. I haven't gone to staff yet. They call it going to staff. The attorney told me how to act. When they ask me if I believe in mental telepathy or spiritualism or anything like that, I must say yes. When they ask me if I hear voices, I must say no. He said I was too sane to admit hearing voices, but I must act as if I'm listening to them. He said they would be watching me, and they are watching me. I'm afraid they think I'm sane. How can they know when I'm not sure myself? There is something that makes me think I'm not entirely sane. They call it paranoia. I think someone is trying to kill me. Why don't you eat a piece of it? Spitzy suggested. I will, Johanna answered. It had started before they brought her here. There had been a box of coffin-shaped gray pills lying on the hard cot in the cell with a printed note. This is easier than the gas chamber. She had known someone had been bribed to bring them in and leave them there, and she had ground them into the floor in anger. The under-sheriff had been an excellent driver. He had managed to swerve the car away from the lurching limousine that had seemed to dive at them. They had brought her safely to the state hospital, but she should have been dead. Even here, she had gone into the lavatory. The light had gone out and someone had pushed her. Her head had missed the edge of the concrete tub and hit a laundry bundle before it struck the cement floor. They had found her unconscious on the cement floor. She should have been dead. She had told the attendant that someone was trying to kill her. The attendant had smiled and patted her arm and talked to the charge in an undertone. Then the charge had written something in the daybook. Why don't you? Spitzy insisted. Eat a piece now. There was someone who hated her. She could feel it. Perhaps that was proof that she was mentally unbalanced, because she thought she could feel the hate. It was worse in the evenings and at night, but there was no reason for anyone to hate her. Since the accident, people didn't seem to like her as much as they had before, but they didn't hate her. The aunt she lived with after her mother and father were killed in the accident had told her she was stupid and clumsy. She had been 15, and she wondered why her aunt never mentioned her face. But even though she'd been annoyed by her, her aunt hadn't hated her. There was no reason for anyone to hate her, even though no one liked her much. Johanna looked at the box of candy in her lap. He hadn't sent it because he liked her, but because he knew she might have to live in an asylum the rest of her life. There were tears in her eyes, and she had to keep blinking to see the pink box. I don't want any of it. Spitzy was watching her intently. Really, I don't. Johanna brushed at her eyes. Do you know what the attendants say to the nuts before they put them to bed? They say, Spitzy giggled, you want a peanut? Spitzy was trying to cheer her up. Johanna opened the box of candy. Would you care for a piece of candy? Why, thank you. I believe I would. Spitzy reached into the box. You shouldn't pass it around. It wouldn't last. Some of them would take 2 pieces, maybe 3. Take 2 pieces, Spitzy. Miss Tetenham, Miss Tetenham. Johanna looked up as the woman who had come into the room turned and went out again. At intervals throughout the day they called Miss Tetenham. There were a few bed patients on the ward, and she emptied the bedpans. Today someone had put Miss Tetenham's hair in pigtails. She had on a short dress and looked cute. When you were at one end of the hall and she was at the other, the distance made her look exactly like a chubby little girl. She was sweet and shy and talked about doggies and kittens. She was 3. Not really. Her body was all of 40, but her mind was 3. Everyone liked Miss Tetenham. She didn't mind emptying the bedpans. The vegetarian and 2 other women, both alcoholics, had come into the day hall. The workers had finished their chores. Johanna watched anxiously. Lula should be coming in. I'm going to save 1 piece of candy for the white Moor. Spitzy said the name respectfully. No, she looked at the pink box. I don't want any more. It won't last. The bird of time has but a little way to flutter, and the bird is on the wing, the vegetarian said in passing. Then she went on until she found an empty chair. Johanna looked after the pallid-faced woman in surprise. The vegetarian usually talked so sensibly. Lula was coming into the day hall with an armload of magazines. She smiled as she crossed the room. It was a pleasant face, in spite of the scars and the dark pitted mark across one cheek. The mark had come from a burn. She said that when she was a girl, she had fallen in a convulsion against a hot stove, and there had been no one there to lift her off. It had burned deep. A good many of the epileptics were scarred. When one of them had a convulsion here, not only the attendants, but the other patients too were quick to help her. Someone would put something in her mouth to keep her from biting or swallowing her tongue. Others would hold her arms and feet to keep her from bruising her heels and hands, beating them against the floor. Most of them were allowed to carry tongue blades to be put in their mouths. They were always afraid because they never knew when it would happen. When they regained consciousness, they were weak and confused, or relieved. They hated it. Some of them cried. You want some of these? Lula searched through the magazines and pulled out several. Here's some late issues. There were actually 2 of this month's. I gave them to the White Moor. She handed some to Johanna. Hang on to them. The ones left on the table will be cabbage by evening. She called over her shoulder as she left. Be back in a minute. Johanna watched her place the magazines on the table. Others had seen her and were getting up and walking to them. Some of them got the magazines to read. A few wanted them to keep. They would stuff them in the front of their dresses or under their skirts. They couldn't put them under their belts. No one had a belt. Someone might hang herself with a belt. The ones who got the magazines to keep had others' things stuffed in their dresses. At bedtime, the ones who kept things would be stripped of their extra slips and pants or extra stockings twisted around their thighs, and of the bits of red cloth tied in their hair or in a buttonhole. And the next morning, the ones who didn't have stockings or pants would have them again, and it would start all over. Lula and the ones who wanted the magazines to read had circled the table, holding their elbows out stiffly, pushing at the ones who tried to get to the magazines but didn't want to keep or read them. They didn't mind the ones who only liked to keep things. They knew where they were and could always get them. A gray-haired woman tried to get to the magazines by throwing out her arms as if she were swimming. One of the women shoved her back. She got down on her hands and knees and crawled through their legs, but they wouldn't let her stand up, so she sat under the table and waited. Many of the women sitting around the room hadn't got up. They didn't even look up. The attendant glanced once at the table, but on seeing everything to be normal, she continued her reading. The woman who smelled of formaldehyde suddenly slid from her chair. Someone helped her drag herself back into her seat. Lula had left the table. The few remaining magazines were being claimed by the others who had been pushed back until now. They started by pulling them apart. They're worse today, Johanna thought. Everyone is talking more loudly. It's as if something were going to happen. Move it, Lula told the woman on Johanna's right. Go put it somewhere else. The woman stared at her. There's a devil in you. You're right, and if you don't get going, he's going to jump out and climb all over you. You want to talk of sin, the woman said. She stood up and Lula scooted into her seat. No, we don't, honey. You won't miss a thing. Lula watched the woman cross the room to another chair, then turned to Johanna. I wouldn't sit by her if I were you. If she thinks you've insulted her, she's apt to haul off and slap you. She hears things, and if she hears a nasty crack made and you're sitting by her, she'll think you said it. You're not very big, honey. It worries me. You'll have to watch. Still, I wonder. Lula looked intently at Johanna, at the large gray eyes under long curling lashes. You're sort of like a kitten, small and defenseless, but you could have claws. Johanna cast a quick glance of affection at the scarred woman. When she had first found herself locked in with the insane women, her heart had beaten wildly, and she had stood with her back against the wall, her body tense with terror, waiting, and then Lula had calmly slipped her arm through her own and had taken her around to meet the girls. She had introduced them, speaking seriously, joking with some, explaining others, quieting her fears until the horror had become still. Lula said, They brought the woman who was sitting by you here after she killed her mother, choked her, said there was a devil in her. Why, she's dangerous. Oh, no, she'll tell you first, and you'd know from the way she was acting. I mean, you expect it. It's like the white Moor says. It's the sane or almost sane ones who are dangerous. You don't expect them to do anything crazy, and they catch you off guard. A sane man holding someone up with a gun is much more dangerous, for instance, than, well, Nikolai. Johanna looked at a woman who was sitting on the other side of the room, working on a square of linen. Cutwork. It was beautiful. Nikolai had come back from Hydro yesterday. Her skin was white, from being in the tubs and cold packs. Johanna wondered if they ever brought them back too soon. You expect people who are mentally unbalanced to do anything. You watch for it. Lula patted her knee. Getting a little more used to it, honey? I'll never get used to it. Look at her. Johanna indicated the woman plucking at her head. Mrs. Ain't No Use has analgesia. Doesn't feel a thing. She wouldn't do it if she did, in spite of the compulsion she has to pull her hair. Some of the men who work out on the grounds let their feet freeze because they're insensitive to pain. They have to watch them in winter. Don't worry about her. Can't you see? She has to pull her hair. There wasn't anything about the place Lula didn't seem to know. How long have you been here, Lula? 32 years. 32 years? There was some gray in her hair, but she didn't look old. I was 18 when I came. 32 years. Horror seeped into Johanna, sickening her. She would go on until it would be 50 years. She would die here, the rest of her life. I don't want to stay here 32 years. I don't want to stay here at all. I won't. But, oh God, I don't want to die. There was a white uniform standing by them. It was a hospital-trained psychiatric aide, a white cap with 2 short blue stripes. "Look at Octavia," the aide said. Octavia Hill was waltzing. She was a large, colored woman with skin the color of oiled coal. In spite of her weight, she was dancing gracefully, lightly. She should have looked ridiculous, but somehow she didn't. They watched her for a moment. "They say she's a circus when she gets going," the aide said. Her eyes circled the room. "I think several of the girls are going to start acting up." "They're restless," Lula agreed. "The white Moor says it's going to storm." The aide searched the row of women by the wall, then beckoned to one. "Mrs. Brown, come along. You too, Spitzy." Mrs. Brown was slender and auburn-haired. She was pretty and quite neat. Johanna had talked to her several times, and she had sounded intelligent and sensible. Johanna had kept wondering what could possibly be wrong with her. There were so many of the women who appeared to have nothing wrong with them, but Lula said there always was. Spitzy followed the others. "Must be a man coming," Lula said. "They're locking up the nymphs." Johanna felt a rush of blood to her face. She turned away from Lula and stared out the window with wide gray eyes. End of chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of Homicide Hussy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mireille Davis. Homicide Hussy by Atha McGuire. Chapter 2. I'm not a nymph. I know I'm not. Why did that particular evening come back to her? Because she wanted to forget it. Because she was ashamed. She remembered standing by the window looking out at the mountains in the moonlight. She could see a small farm in the valley below. The trees, black silhouettes against the barn. The windows in the sprawling cabin were dark. Everyone was in bed. Everyone in the whole world was in bed. Tip Thornton was in his room at the end of the hall. She had kept thinking about him, his wide shoulders, his slender hips. There were bronze hairs on the back of his hands. The hair on his chest would be bronze. It would feel soft against her body. His hands would feel hard, his long legs smooth and firm against hers. As she walked toward the door, she tightened the cord of the robe that covered her naked body. She would walk softly down the hall and knock. They say all cats look gray at night. She had stopped with her hand on the knob, staring across the room, seeing his face. The expression on it was one of shock. It might be disgust or dislike. She could feel heated blood pulsing at her temples. She didn't remember returning to her room, but she remembered mechanically folding back the satin spread and taking off her robe, then throwing herself across the bed and crying. Her aunt had told her, sometimes homely women become promiscuous, think they can get or hold a man by going to bed with him. An attractive woman needs nothing but a sweet way or flattery, or not even that. She clenched her hands and wondered why her aunt had bothered to warn her. No one wanted her. No one ever would. There had been a dull ache in her loins, and she had twisted and turned with only the breeze from the open window caressing her body on the bed. But I'm not a nymph. I know I'm not. Joanna studied the toe of her shoe. They're not locking me up. She turned to Lula. Spitzy wouldn't hurt anyone, would she? Lula rolled the magazine in her lap into a cylinder. I was on a ward one time that must have had 20 of them, and I remember one day 2 male attendants brought in a stretcher patient. The charge let them in and told the boys to set the woman down. She'd take care of her and to get the hell out. The boys didn't know the score, and the charge had big blue eyes. They stalled around, wanting to talk. In 1 minute, one of them was hanging on the door, trying to get it open and screaming, "Let me out of here!" The other was yelling, "My God, they're tearing my clothes off!" We all pitched in. It took all of us to help the attendants get things in order. There wasn't a stitch left on one of them. The other had part of his clothes but was unconscious. The one that was naked was holding himself and retching. 2 of the women had to be given hypos, and one was taken to hydro. But Spitzy wouldn't hurt us. I didn't like that ward. Lula shook her head, always dragging one of them out from behind a door or from under a bed and making her put her pants back on. If the doctor ordered them put in restraint, well, you've seen them on this ward. The wide belts around their waists were part of the strong leather cuffs. The hasps on the cuffs were locked, but the loop that went over the hasp could be worked until it stretched enough to pull part of the belt through. It was a trick. If the patient in restraint didn't know how to slip her hands through, one of the others would show her. Cooperative. And straitjackets. "You naughty, naughty girl," the charge would look from the pieces of torn canvas to the tiny woman who had been strapped in the bed in the straitjacket. It might take 2 attendants to put another jacket on her. It was a game. If it were a new one, it might take her hours to get her chin under the front of the neck and use her teeth to cut it. Biting and ripping the heavy canvas to the bottom was slow work. If she didn't have the jacket, if they left her in the locked room without anything, not even a sheet, she would have the mattress in shreds. It would be all over the room. She might stuff pieces of it in her nose and ears. It was better to put a new straitjacket on the naughty girl. It saved mattresses. Lula said, "They must have come in the front way." They could hear the afternoon charge talking in the hall. She came back to the desk with 2 men. One of them picked up the daybook and started reading it. "It's Dr. Burns," Lula said. "I wonder if the other one is a new doctor or just a visitor." Dr. Burns was a tall, stooped man without much hair. His suit fitted him comfortably, and his shoes were scuffed. He looked like a country doctor. There were other doctors who came on the ward. Most of them were psychiatrists. But Dr. Burns treated the women's bodies, their hearts, lungs, kidneys, odds and ends. When he was reminded of their minds, he always looked startled. He was a favorite among the patients. He examined them all solemnly and gave pills to the hypochondriacs and recommended tepid baths to the violent ones, and everyone liked him. While Dr. Burns was reading, he took his pen from his vest pocket and unscrewed the end and fixed it ready to initial the record book. The charge was talking to the other man, who kept staring over her shoulder and into the day hall. Johanna half listened to Lula, who was telling her that she remembered when Dr. Burns had first come to the hospital. There had been a patient who told him she had a lizard in her stomach. She told him it kept her awake. He had shaken his head. "It wiggles all the time," he had said thoughtfully. "It'd be all right if it weren't for that blame lizard." "There's only one thing to do. We'll operate." Lula said they'd given the woman pre-op care, shaved her and painted her and all the rest of it. And early the next morning, he'd operated. When the woman was brought back from the operating room, there'd been a fine hairline cut under the bandages on her abdomen. She'd gained consciousness in record time. Lula said Dr. Burns, who was waiting by her bed, asked, "How are we feeling?" The woman groaned. Dr. Burns held up a jar with a small lizard in it. "It was a fair-sized one, I would say." She stopped groaning and looked at him. "It was too late, Dr. Burns." "Too late?" "Yes, it had laid eggs," she moaned, "and now they've hatched. I can feel them wiggle, dozens of them." After that, Lula said, Dr. Burns seemed to forget about their minds. He had gone to a great deal of trouble to get the little lizard. He let them keep it on the ward in a shoebox as a pet. But one day, it got out, and one of the women killed it because she thought it was going to attack her. They had all felt bad about it because they liked Dr. Burns. Lula smiled at Johanna, and Johanna returned the smile, knowing what Lula meant. A red-haired girl, who looked to be still in her teens, had left her seat at the rear of the hall and slipped into the chair Spitzy had vacated. There was a suggestion of a smile on her face, and her eyes were bright. She was watching the man who had come in with Dr. Burns. He was a slightly built man with a worried expression on his thin, sensitive face. His eyes were dark brown and wide open. He kept nervously running his hand through his brown hair that appeared almost black in contrast with his white skin. The attendant, sitting in the rear, put her magazine under her arm and stood up when the charge and the two men came into the day hall. "Perhaps I mentioned," Dr. Burns was saying to the dark-haired man, "that the receiving ward is usually representative of every type in the hospital. From here, they go to a permanent ward. Sometimes they're brought here while being transferred from one ward to another. A few, such as the White Moor," he motioned vaguely, "stay here." He stopped and nodded at Lula, his smile friendly. "The family doctor." "Hello, Lula." The others with him stopped, too. "Who is that one?" asked the dark-haired man. "He's looking at me," Joanna thought, uncomfortable. She dropped her head to her hand. "Lula?" Dr. Burns slouched at ease. "Epileptic. Doesn't have the usual personality, however. One of our best workers. We couldn't run this hospital without the patient help. Not as efficiently." He smiled warmly at Lula. "When Mrs. Connors was made morning charge of this ward, she insisted that Lula be transferred here. That's the way it is. The nurses and attendants have their favorites and depend on them. Some of the workers prefer certain wards, and we try to give them what privileges we can. Heaven knows they earn them." Dr. Burns turned to the attendant, who had walked from the rear of the hall, and introduced the dark-haired man as Mr. Jones. It seemed he was doing an article on mental institutions. Joanna curved her fingers to shadow her face, aware of the dark eyes coming back to her. "The one sitting next to the one you call Lula, Doctor, is she one of the workers?" Joanna felt Lula twist in her chair. Lula was probably thinking, "Why do people always talk in front of us as though we were deaf and dumb or idiots?" Joanna lowered her head a little farther. "Why does he keep looking at me? I'm getting suspicious of everyone. I mustn't imagine things. He has to ask questions if he's going to write an article. But why is he singling me out? It's called paranoia when you think everyone is conspiring against you. You may recall reading of the case in the papers. Dr. Burns was definitely looking at her. Nasty business. Killed some young woman. She entered a plea of insanity. I didn't do it. Joanna raised her head and looked hopefully at the faces, her wide gray eyes beseeching. I didn't kill her. F.I. Dow, my attorney, couldn't make me say I did. I kept telling him I didn't do it. Over and over I told them all I didn't do it. I told them and told them and told them. I didn't kill her. Why won't anyone believe me? So help me God, I didn't kill her. The expressions on the faces of the group standing in front of her were the same as all the others. They were looking at a murderer. The eyes of the dark-haired man were resting quietly on her. Peculiarly, she thought. Did she? Asked the man named Jones. His eyes slid away from her. I mean, is she sane? I couldn't say, Dr. Burns answered slowly. There'll have to be a staff meeting before any information can be given out. If she's judged insane, what then? She'll be placed on the detention ward. Joanna felt Lula's sudden movement. The scarred face was set, but when Lula saw Joanna looking at her, she smiled. The smile was false. There had been whispering among the women, tales of certain wards. The detention ward would be the worst of them. And that ward, Butch is something. The red-haired girl had surreptitiously joined the group. She grabbed the dark-haired man's arm. He pulled back abruptly, his face white. Patients around the room snickered. Oh, go sit down. The attendant gave her a little shove towards the seats lining the wall. Mr. Jones was trying to drag his handkerchief from his pocket. He pulled it loose and wiped his face. Then he glanced over at Johanna. Dr. Burns spoke apologetically. The girls get bored. You know how it is. He finished lamely, like a mother whose children were behaving badly before company, but who waited to explain that they were really good children. The red-haired girl sat back by Joanna, a wisp of a smile stirring her freckles. She whispered, Did you see him jump? Joanna nodded. The patients knew things. They could sense fear. They had frightened her until Lula had scolded, Leave her alone, she's one of us. She had added, Honey, don't get provoked at them. They don't have much fun. They sometimes scare the new girls taking training half out of their wits, even though the girls have been warned. It had been such a relief to know that some of them liked to laugh, and she hadn't minded Lula saying she was one of them. The dark-haired man was smiling, as if trying to appear unconcerned. He nodded his head at Mrs. Ain't No Use. What's the matter with her? She's nuts, Butch. His eyes flew to the red-haired girl. Dr. Burns took his arm and started walking toward the door. The doctor told him, We'll stop and see the white moor. The afternoon charge shook her head disapprovingly at the red-haired girl and followed them. It ain't no use. It ain't no use. The woman picked at the fuzz on her head. Joanna covered the tears in her eyes with her hand. Oh, God, will I have to be here the rest of my life? St. Louis woman with her diamond rings. Octavia Hill sang, soft-shoeing it. St. Louis woman. Her feet went slip, slip, slap, slip, slip, slap. The woman who reeked of formaldehyde slid from her chair again. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Homicide Hussy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mireille Davis. Homicide Hussy by Atha McGuire, Chapter 3. She tried to scream, but no sound came. They were holding her. Octavia Hill, the vegetarian, Nicole, and all the others. You're insane, you've got to stay with us. We won't let you go, we won't let you go for the rest of your life. Their weight was clinging to her. She struggled, trying to tear herself away. They screamed, "It ain't no use, it ain't no use, it ain't no use." Then a face was swimming in front of her, large features on a big head, grotesque, with the collar of a judge's black robe around its neck. "Let her go," the face said. "She can't go far. I have the box." Someone came toward her with a large box. Then it was over her head, and hands were stuffing towels around her neck. "Make it tight, so she'll have to breathe the gas." The towels around her neck were choking her. In the distance, she heard an owl. "Hoo," it said, "hoo." She tried to scream, tried to move her arms and legs. The owl screeched, "Hoo, who is the white Moor? Hoo, hoo, hoo." Desperately, she tried to open her eyes, strained against the weight to prove something, to prove, "I'm not dead." She stared at the bare wall. It was the room in which they had locked her. Its familiarity helped to ease the violent thumping of her heart. "My name is Joanna Holmes. I'm alive. It was a nightmare. A sleep nightmare. This now is a wake nightmare. And it's Thursday. 4 more days. There's something. I must remember to think about it later." "Morning, Glory." She turned from the wall. An attendant was looking at her from the door. "Rise and shine." Joanna pushed back the covers and sat up in the bed. She was alive. She knew she wanted to stay alive. And what was it Lula had said about a kitten? About claws? By late afternoon, the murmuring on the ward had changed into a brooding silence infiltrated with grumbling static. The women in the day hall waited impatiently for the white uniforms to get through. They wanted Mrs. Callahan to come. Joanna sat with her head on her hand, her eyes on the opening into the corridor. The blonde nurse who worked relief was standing by the desk, overseeing the patients in the day hall. She watched the room indifferently, as though disdainful of its occupants. When Joanna saw the nurse's eyes on her, she turned her head. I'm glad she isn't on the ward regularly, because it was Thursday and electric shock day. Mrs. Callahan, the afternoon charge, and the others were busy. Lula and one of the alcoholics had gone with an attendant to take clothes to the marking room. It didn't seem right without Lula on the ward. Everyone in white uniform had been working from the time attendants from the other wards had started arriving with women and leaving them for their treatments. The patients for shock treatment stayed in the big dormitory at the other end of the ward until it was time to go into the little room across from it. There were a doctor, supervisor, technician, nurses, attendants, and aides crowded into the little room. There was a sterile tray containing a hypodermic of adrenaline. Someone had told Joanna that during the treatment, the heart stopped for a moment. The tray was in case it didn't start again. And hand, there was a black box with the switch on it. The patient lay on a high-arched bed with her head and feet lowered, an attendant holding her shoulders and arms, another holding her legs and feet. A white uniform stood at the head of the bed, holding a tongue blade in the patient's mouth, holding her jaw so it wouldn't slip out, with eyes on a watch ready to time the stages of her convulsion. The salve on her temples felt cold, the metal electrodes colder. If she watched from the corner of her eye, she could see the doctor signal the technician to push the switch on the black box. It was always the last thing she remembered. Lula said the mild current threw you into a violent convulsion that forced blood to the brain, so that after a series of treatments, you might be sane for months, until you lapsed back into your previous state. It took several attendants to carry them, heads lolling, into the dormitory and lay them on their beds. If they were restless, they cuffed them to a side rod so they couldn't toss themselves to the floor. Temperature, pulse, and respiration were taken every 15 minutes. It all took time. The women in the day hall were watching the opening into the corridor. Some of the eyes were glassy from staring at the blonde nurse who rested her rump against the desk. Even her white cap seemed to sit arrogantly on her head. The vegetarian had tried to leave the room and had been motioned back. The nurse's pale blue eyes held no more expression than her cold voice. "No one will leave this room or leave her seat." The sound of the ward had suddenly changed. They were all tensely aware that Miss Tiedenham was on the block. It didn't matter that Octavia Hill and the freckled-faced girl were pushing the heavy blocks up and down on the gleaming polished floor of the corridor. The round, cylinder-shaped weights, covered with thick cloth and with lawnmower-type handles, would help work off some of their surplus energy. But Miss Tiedenham was only a baby. The whispering of the women in the day hall held a veiled undercurrent. It was even in the monotonous voice of Mrs. Ain't No Use. The blonde nurse walked to her occasionally and slapped her hand away from her head and told her to shut up. Joanna watched the doorway. When Miss Tiedenham came to the end of the corridor, she always had trouble turning the block around to start back. The last time, the nurse had jerked roughly at Miss Tiedenham, who had been trying to get her breath, gulping, her chubby face splotched with tears. When she came in sight, the women in the day hall waited anxiously. One of her stockings had come down and was wrinkled around her ankle. I suppose I shouldn't care, Joanna thought. It isn't as if she's really 3. It was true. Someone had taught her to empty the bedpans, which she proudly carried down the hall to the lavatory. But you couldn't expect... The nurse grabbed Miss Tiedenham, the tips of her fingers sinking into the flesh. Digging into her arm, she yanked her, turning her. "Bitch!" The hissed word had come from beside Joanna, but when she turned her head, Nicole's eyes were intent on their sewing. If Callahan or one of the others were here, they wouldn't let her push the damn thing. The big-headed woman on the other side of Joanna growled in her ear. Across the room, a woman was softly crying. "There's no reason for it," Joanna said. "She's picked her to push the block because she's big." Joanna looked at the woman with the abnormally large head. One arm and one leg were small. It gave her a lopsided appearance. And like so many of the others, she had bad breath. "That woman I will kill, maybe." Nicole bit off the end of her thread close to the cloth. The blonde was somewhere in her 20s. She had a full, shapely mouth, under the pale blue eyes. Her jaws were strong and square. She was large and big-boned, but well-proportioned, handsome as a Percheron is handsome. Joanna wondered if it were her breasts rising and falling as she breathed that made her appear animal-like. A bunch of keys was clipped to the heavy chain around her waist. She is that dumb. I am not understanding why she wears the nurse's cap, Nicole hissed. I am hating her. She's only on the ward as relief, Joanna whispered. She won't be here regularly. That woman I will kill, maybe. For a moment, Nicole's hands relaxed on the piece of cutwork. A thought flashed into Joanna's mind. Perhaps you will try to kill me. Or have you already tried? Was it you that pushed me in the lavatory? There was hatred on the white face, but it was for the blonde nurse, not for her. And Joanna remembered Nicole had come back from hydro only day before yesterday. It couldn't have been her. She hadn't been on the ward. Why should you hate her so much? Lula said. She's only been working in the hospital a couple of weeks. Perhaps she doesn't understand about Miss Tetenham. She's new. You couldn't know her. It is very well. I am knowing her. Nicole turned large, dark eyes to Joanna. She is wearing the chain. She works in these places before. I'm seeing her kick the door open before she goes into a room. She is watching. There is no one behind the door. She is one of those who is getting hurt. She watches. She knows. She knows we are hating the clinking of the chain. Clink, clink, clink. She does not care. She does not wear the woven cord like the others. Clink, clink, clink. Our nerves are jumping. She does not care. Mrs. Callahan and the others are wearing the woven cord. It is kind. They watched the nurse walk to Mrs. Ain't-No-Use and push her back into her chair. She had been doing that for some time. She likes pushing her, growled the big-headed woman. They sat quietly. Nicole drew her needle and thread through the edge of a small cut and started working it. The rest of my life I am here, Nicole said, as if to herself. And if I kill her or hurt her badly, well, the rest of my living I'm here already. No difference will it make, because it is crazy they say I am, and I am here already. She nodded her head. Joanna wished the window were open. It might blow away the smell of paraldehyde. It was a death smell. It would always mean death to Joanna, although Lula had explained that paraldehyde and formaldehyde were different things. Formaldehyde was the embalming fluid and would be poisonous to drink. Paraldehyde was the one that was given to patients. It made them sick and did other things. Although Lula had said it was one of the safest sedatives given, to Joanna it would always smell of death. Sometime that one in white uniform is choking me out with a towel, a wet towel, so there are leaving no bruises and no one is knowing, Nicole said conversationally, and I will wake up and I will be very strong, but I am waiting. I will hit her in the head or I will choke her. If there is being black bruises on her throat, no matter, because it's crazy they say I am, and I am here already. Or some other is doing it, Nicole shrugged. I am doing that, or some other is doing that, because she is bad. We are called crazy, so we are good for nothing. The bull snake is a snake, but is killing the rattlers, so it is not good for nothing. She worked deftly on the cutwork as she talked. You know how sick I'm getting? I am knowing nothing I do. 4 or 5 it is taking to put me in the tub. I fight. What they are trying to do, I do not know. But things I remember. If they are hitting me with the fist, I remember. Or in the belly and laughing, I remember. Or rubbing food in my face because I'm not eating. If it is kind they are, I remember. Sometimes I tell one, thank you for being good to me when it is so sick I am. They looked surprised, I remember. That one, she motioned with her head toward the nurse, is mean. Very well, I am knowing her, and I know she is mean. She's a bughouser in spite of the cap, said the big-headed woman. It's funny, the registered nurses usually ain't never like that. She acts like them bughousers. There's a lot of them working on them back wards. It's because the hospital people ain't got enough money, and they gotta hire what they can get, bughousers. Her little hand was cradled in her bigger, stronger hand. She thumped it on her lap. Bughousers. On the ward I'm being transferred from they got women who's been teachers or nurses or women in business, maybe just good wives and citizens. And how them bughousers do love to push them around. You wouldn't believe some of the things. You'd say I was lying. It makes them feel big and tough and important to lord it over them that normally, if they hadn't got sick, would be their betters, bullies. They got souls as little as those of gnats and hearts as deformed as my body. She is insane in the head, Nicole hissed, like black-shirted police. They ain't no different. Insane in the heart and friends to the devil. Hoop-de-doo, kiss me sweet. The Marines are coming. They heard Octavia jubilant in the hall. At the door they saw the charge and Miss Tettenham. Miss Tettenham came on into the room, and Mrs. Callahan walked to the nurse by the desk. She talked softly, but her face was flushed. The blonde's face remained expressionless. A group of women clustered around Miss Tettenham in the day hall. They petted her, they clucked, and one of them wiped her face with the dirty rag. The woman who had been softly crying stopped and blew her nose. She often cried. Usually it was when something came back to her and she was trying to remember why someone had told her she had killed her baby. Why would anyone say such a terrible thing? She loved babies. The little Mexican woman they called Pee-wee was pulling up Miss Tettenham's stocking. Her tiny, wizened face looked as if she might be 100. Joanna was reminded of the candy. Lula had thought Pee-wee might have taken it, but it hadn't been under Pee-wee's skirt. It hadn't been anywhere in her bed in the dormitory across from the day hall. No, soy vieja. I'm very old. She kept shaking her head. Tengo 100 años. I am 100 years old. They had all looked for it, including Pee-wee. It seemed no one had taken it. The candy had been in Johanna's lap yesterday, wrapped in the brown paper. Then, when she thought to offer some to Lula, it was gone. There was only a pink ribbon and the brown paper with F.I. Dow, attorney at law, and an address written on one corner. It doesn't matter, Joanna thought. It was only sent as a token of appreciation for her business. She had thrown the pink ribbon away. Nicole's fingers pushed the needle in and out of the cloth. The big-headed woman, cradling the small hand in her lap, looked around the room and sighed. Joanna knew she wouldn't see Lula until their evening meal. Attendants from other wards were arriving to pick up their patients. She could hear the clinking of keys when the door was opened for those who came in the front. If they let you in through the door at this end of the corridor, from the runway connecting the next ward, she could watch them coming and going through the window, behind her. The runway was covered with heavy steel mesh. Lula said that they sometimes came back from the marking room or from other errands through tunnels under the ground. She had probably returned and was remaking beds in the big dormitory. Then she would go to the dining room to help get things ready to dish out the food that came up on the dumbwaiter. She would have liked to talk to Lula. There was something she had thought of this morning. What was it? She had had a nightmare. When she woke up, she remembered she had 4 more days, 3 more after this one. That was it. If someone were trying to kill her, whoever it was would try to kill her while she was still in the asylum. They would want her to die where there were so many who were capable of murder. There would be an abundance of suspects. It would be an almost safe murder. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Who's the killer? You'll never know. Joanna dropped her head to her hand and shadowed her face with her fingers. If only she could convince Lula that someone was trying to kill her. Before, when she had tried to tell her, Lula had looked so peculiarly at her that she had faltered and fallen silent. But if Lula would believe her, she might tell the charge, and they would let her sleep in one of the big dormitories instead of alone in the little room. The lights came on in the day hall. Outside, through the window, she could see that the sky had started to darken. Night comes quickly in late fall. It would soon be dark. They would lock her alone in the little room. How could she explain to Lula her conviction that whoever it was would certainly kill her before she left the hospital? Why, Lula would ask, does anyone want to kill you? There was no reason. She, herself, knew of nothing that might warrant her death. Anyone interested would know that if she were judged sane, she would be sent to the gas chamber. And if she were judged insane, then what harm could she do anyone? F.I. Dow had told her that if she were committed to the institution because of temporary insanity, she could later be declared sane and released. But she hadn't believed it. He hadn't either. He had known she would be there the rest of her life. She would certainly not be in a position to harm anyone. Anyone interested would know that. Who could gain by her death? The aunt she had lived with was dead. There was only her cousin Agnes, who lived in Maine. She was married to a wealthy man and had 2 children. She wouldn't be interested in the few $1,000s Joanna had in the bank. $4,800. Agnes wouldn't kill her for it, unless she thought it was a great deal more than that. But she knew about the mortgages, and that several $1,000s of the money her parents had left her had gone to her aunt for caring for her. Anyway, the idea that Agnes would kill anyone was ridiculous. She simply wouldn't bother. Besides, she was still in Maine. Joanna sighed. She should answer Agnes's letter. Agnes had written because she felt she should. Joanna studied the toe of her shoe. She was glad she'd thrown the pink ribbon away. "There's the bell," the big-headed woman growled. A woman hurried to the door, the others following, as sheep a lead goat. But they helped one another. This one herded a cataleptic and Mrs. Ain't No Use before her. That one led a blind paralytic, and 2 of them went through the door, helping to support the woman who reeked of paraldehyde. Joanna walked to Mrs. Holliday. When the old lady had first come, Lula had asked Joanna to see that she got to the dining room. Mrs. Holliday sat primly against the wall, her hands folded in her lap. There was a faded black straw hat on her white hair. Small, short stems were sticking out in front where a few days before there had been ornaments. One of the Heba frenetics was wearing them in her hair. The old lady looked hopefully at Joanna. "Have they come for me?" Joanna shook her head. "Come and have dinner with us." "I'd rather go home." Joanna helped her to her feet. "Don't you like the meals?" "Oh, yes, you're very kind. I don't want you to think I don't appreciate everything. It's been a lovely visit. But the chickens have to be fed," she murmured as they crossed the day hall, "and the eggs gathered. And I like to have dinner ready to put on the table when Daddy comes in from the field. I've never stayed away this long. He'll be worrying about me. I like to be home when it comes evening." "We told him you were going to stay." Joanna automatically said it. She had said it many evenings before. The two of them and the woman with the large head were the last in the day hall. The woman with the deformed body listed to one side, walking slowly, painfully. She seemed to try to hurry as she passed the blonde nurse. "Hurry it up!" Joanna knew from the nurse's expression that she would push her. The woman kept her balance with an effort, then clumsily tried to hurry. Joanna moved to the inside of Mrs. Holliday. The blonde's face was blank as she hurried them by, shoving Joanna against the old lady. "This isn't a hotel. It's an insane asylum. Get moving." Joanna took Mrs. Holliday's arm and walked on with her. Reluctantly, she looked at her. The faded black hat had been jerked forward. The old face was bewildered. "She said—" She was joking. Mrs. Holliday's lips trembled. She was joking. "I want to go home." Her voice broke. Joanna sighed. "It's too late to go tonight, Mrs. Holliday. We love having you. Your family knows where you are. Everything's all right." "Oh, yes, everything's all right with all of us. Here we are, where we should be, in an insane asylum." Mrs. Holliday was here because she was senile. She had tried to set the house on fire. She had split up an apple crate for kindling and torn up paper and tried to build a fire on the bright electric range because she had cooked for years on a coal stove and had forgotten. She had been going to bake gingerbread because the children loved it. They said she had tried to set the house on fire. But she shouldn't be pushed. She shouldn't be pushed by a bughouser. With her steps slowed to those of Mrs. Holliday, Joanna walked down the hall. She passed the room where she slept. The door was open, the narrow bed made white and neat with mitered corners. There was nothing else in the room but a painted steel bedside table. It would soon be night. They would close the heavy door, and she would be left alone, knowing she couldn't get out of the room because there was no knob on the inside of the door. They would turn out the light, and she would lie on the hard bed in the darkness. None of the sounds of the ward would come to her through the thick walls. The silence would become ominous. She would listen in the black stillness. Anyone wanting to harm her had only to open the door by turning the knob on the outside and creep into the room. If she screamed, no one could hear her. Breathing quietly, she would keep telling herself she would hear the knob if it turned. Then she would sleep fitfully until suddenly she would be startled awake, her heart pounding, with the beam from a flashlight in her face. Someone in a white uniform would be holding it. Light from the hall would be streaming through the door. Bed check. 2 or 3 times a night, and always with the change of shift. If only I could sleep in one of the dormitories with the rest of them, she thought. I wouldn't care if they talked all night or screamed in their nightmares. If only I didn't have to be alone. Someone did try to kill me before. Why wouldn't they try again? Perhaps tonight? In the dining room, a few of the women had already finished eating and were waiting for dessert. The plates were filled with food and set on the tables before the women came into the room. But the desserts were passed later, for otherwise, no matter how carefully they were watched, someone would always manage to get a dessert that belonged to someone else as well as her own. If half the women, Joanna thought, no, if a fourth or less of the women could be picked from among them and sent from the room, it would look like any small tea room. It was a cheerful room, with bright curtains at the windows. There were 4 chairs at each little round table. Many of the tables were occupied by neat-appearing women who ate with quiet good manners, conversing calmly. But there were those who picked the food up in their fingers, and others whose shaking hands spilled things down their chins and on the fronts of their dresses, and some whose food had to be cut up or who had to be fed. Joanna and Mrs. Holliday sat at the same table, one of the first as they came through the door. Spitzy was already there, but Yogi was missing. "Where's Yogi?" Joanna asked. Each plate on the table had a large slice of cold-baked ham on it, a generous helping of potato salad, 2 slices of tomato, and a portion of peas. There was a plate of rolls on the table. "Still on her head, I guess." Spitzy's voice was listless. "We haven't had any pickles on our plates. The other tables have pickles on them." Joanna looked at the table next to them. Pee-wee's beady eyes darted to her. The wizened face gave her a toothless grin. Pickles are hard to digest if they're not chewed properly. She'd probably have a stomach ache. The vegetarian, her colorless face immobile, went back and forth from the counter to the tables with cups of tea. Lula was behind the counter, dishing up desserts, while Mrs. Callahan chatted with her. The 2 alcoholics, Sophisticate and Frowsy Stew Bum, with nothing but drink in common, talked companionably as they stacked bowls and pans on the dumbwaiter. An attendant daydreamed out the window with her head on her hand, her elbow on the sill. The smell of steam and food and the clattering of dishes and utensils surmounted the hospital odor and sound. 2 psychiatric aides who, Joanna knew, had been feeding bed patients came in with trays and put them on the counter. "Why don't you take an aspirin?" one asked the other. "My head doesn't hurt. It's a shaky feeling in the pit of my stomach. If I'd had to watch one more, I think I'd have had a convulsion myself." The other nodded. "I felt the same way when I first had to help with electric shock. I remember one woman who came for treatments. It was her second. We brought them in here after it was over, for the plates saved for them, hot dogs and kraut, and she picked up one of the francs and put it in the pocket of her dress. When I reached for it, she growled at me and would have bit me. She'd once been a fine musician, but we had to undress her and dress her and everything. There was a door to which I found no key," the vegetarian quoted. "There was a veil past which I could not see. When she came for her next treatment," the aide went on, "I didn't know her, that's the truth. She talked as sensibly as anyone. And after her treatment, she went into the day hall and played the piano. A weird, darn piece, but she played as if she knew what she was doing. After that, because they had helped her, I didn't mind helping with the treatments." "Spitzy, put your hands up on the table." The vegetarian had stopped at their table with her tray. "Isn't Yogi here?" She placed the cups of tea on the table, then called over her shoulder, "Yogi isn't here." Mrs. Callahan told the aides, One of you girls go get her." But Yogi was standing in the doorway. "Mrs. Callahan, Mrs. Callahan," a tall, thin woman. She reached out with a bony hand to steady herself against the door jamb. "In the dormitory, Mrs. Callahan. She's dead." End of chapter 3.
Chapter 4 of Homicide Hussy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by Doc Deal Martin. Homicide Hussy by Atha McGuire. The attendant, who had been daydreaming at the window, was across the room and at Mrs. Callahan's heels as she went out the door. They were running down the hall, the bunches of keys kept in their uniform pockets and attached to the heavy woven cords around their waists clinked lightly as they ran on rubber-soled shoes. If there had been a patient in the corridor, they would have walked. No one in a white uniform ran. It excited the patients, even if they were on the grounds and late for work or an important date. They couldn't run. A white uniform running on the grounds excited everyone. "Call the gateman. Alert the other white uniforms. Notify the supervisors. No one can escape from here." Johanna felt cold creeping into her spine. No one can escape from here except through death. She looked at Mrs. Holliday. The old lady was calmly scooping at her peas with her fork, eating her dinner back on the farm in Kansas. Yogi sank into the seat across from Johanna. Most of the women in the room sat as if they were statues. The two alcoholics stood motionless by the dumbwaiter. Lula held a spoon midway to her mouth. Heads were turned toward Yogi, eyes intent on her. "Who was it? Who was it?" The voices were demanding, curious, impatient, querulous. "Who was it? Who was it?" Yogi's thin lips barely moved. "Miss Tetenham." "Miss Tetenham? The baby? What happened to her? What happened to her?" "Veggie." A command came from a white uniform by the door. "Finish serving the tea." The vegetarian, stiffly holding the tray before her, started moving toward the counter for the rest of the cups. The statues stirred. The alcoholics started pulling the dumbwaiter rope to send down the pans. Lula dipped her spoon into the remainder of the dessert. The women went back to their eating. The show must go on. Johanna picked up her fork. The circus must go on. The 3-ring circus, the 6-ring circus, 12, 24, 48, 96, 100 and... If I have to stay here the rest of my life, I'll lose my mind. Johanna laid her fork down and demanded of Yogi, "What happened to her?" "She was quite dead." Yogi shook her head bewilderedly. Spitzy's dull eyes fastened on her. She wasn't even sick. Johanna looked toward the door. There was a loud thumping coming from somewhere on the ward. One aide turned to the other. "It's the White Moor. What does she want?" "I'll go. She wants to know what's happened." Yogi said. It was all over her face. Johanna felt the coldness along her spine again. "I couldn't see anything wrong with her," Yogi said, "except there was chocolate smeared over her face." "Oh, chocolate? Was it Miss Tetenham who had taken her candy?" She had loved sweets. It was nice to think she had enjoyed eating the chocolates before she died. Could she have died of a heart attack? Or a stroke? Lula was helping the vegetarian. Now they were removing the dishes from in front of those who had finished eating and were serving the desserts. The alcoholics were stacking plates and dishes on the platform to go down and laying utensils in separate piles to be counted. "Who wants my pudding?" growled the big-headed woman. There was sudden silence in the room. She had said it automatically, without thinking, from habit. Before, Miss Tetenham had always answered. Now spoons hovered above desserts. Hands lay lax on the table. Paper napkins were held motionless against mouths. In memory, they were hearing an eager, childish voice. "Me do. Me wants it." A woman sighed painfully. They could attend no funeral for Miss Tetenham. A tear splashed on a table. They could send no flowers, little bunches of pink, sweet peas and baby's breath that a little girl might like. Someone suddenly sobbed, or even tie a blue ribbon in her hair before they buried her. They gave the only gesture they had to give. Those who could think and feel didn't eat their lovely pudding. With tears running down their cheeks, they pushed the dessert away from them in memorial to Miss Tetenham, who had been 3 years old. They were being kept in the dining room. The door to the corridor was shut. The workers had cleared and washed the tables, eaten their own suppers, counted the knives, and sent down the dumbwaiter. Now there was nothing to do. Yogi had squatted and tied the front and back of her skirt together between her skinny legs and was standing on her head by the wall. Mrs. Holliday dozed in her chair. Before the door had been closed, they had heard the calls through the loudspeaker in the hall for Dr. Burns and Miss Creel, the supervisor, to come to the ward. There were other calls for other supervisors and doctors to come to various wards. Lula said it always meant something. Someone with his head bashed in. Rush a doctor. She had swallowed a thermometer and the charge's fountain pen. Prepare to operate. A 70-year-old man, always hopelessly insane, had pneumonia. Set up an oxygen tent. Asked that a tank be brought immediately. And the woman who had hanged herself with a strip of sheet, support the weight of her head when you cut her down and call a doctor. Hurry. It was the reason they had run in the hall. No one can escape from here. If they could prevent it, not even through death. Johanna sat with her hand shadowing her face. One of the only 2 natural instincts we have is self-preservation, the desire to live. That's what she had to fight for, her life. She had to fight, but how can you use claws when there's nothing to use them on? Johanna looked at Lula, who was sitting in the seat Yogi had vacated. If she could only convince Lula that what she had told her was the truth, that whoever had pushed her in the lavatory had been trying to kill her. Lula could help her if she would. If I could sleep in the big dormitory, Johanna thought, I'd feel safe. She asked Lula, "What is the detention ward like?" Lula hesitated. Johanna demanded, "Tell me the truth." Lula looked at her worriedly. "It's quiet. There's no one on the ward like Octavia or Mrs. Ain't No Use. They look and act sane." "What else? It sounds like a penitentiary." "No, they're without hope. In the pen, some of them will get out. It may be 10 or 20 years, but someday they'll walk out. Here, it's forever. They eat, sleep, make their beds, eat, sleep, make their beds, day after day after day after day, and no one escapes from that ward." "Why are they there?" "Spitzy." Lula shook her head at Spitzy and scolded, "Keep your hands up where we can see them." She turned back to Johanna. "Honey, they were born with brains that double-crossed them or played tricks on them. If they had to have sickness, they should have had it in their hearts or lungs or kidneys instead of in their heads. All of us were foolish not to have minds or nervous systems or glands that would behave themselves. like Spitzy. She knows better than to act the way she does, but her glands don't. And I don't want my mind to black out, but it does. I know I'll go to hell, Spitzy said, and I'll burn and burn and burn. Ne'er a peevish boy, quoted the vegetarian, who was leaning against the serving counter, listening to them, would break the bowl from which he drank in joy. Spitzy hit at her bangs. I wish nobody never had to go to hell. I've gone with those who are allowed to go to church, Lula told Johanna, but I haven't heard the answers. Why does God make criminals? Why does he let them be born with weak minds or abnormal glands that'll make them do things they shouldn't? And even if they're born okay, why let them learn things or have things happen to them that'll make criminals out of them? It's like punishing a man because his skin's the wrong color. Is God God? Or maybe Lucifer wasn't kicked out of heaven. With God, all things are good. So if God rules... The smile on Lulu's face perhaps only appeared bitter because of the deep scar that marred her cheek and pulled at her lip. Honey, some of the people who are brought here were good people before an accident or sickness destroyed part of their minds. Then they became thieving or immoral, liars or murderers. So if there's a heaven, which part of their souls go to heaven, which to hell? Yeah, and what about Bella? Spitzy giggled. Will one of her wings be big and the other small? Johanna looked at the big-headed woman who was sitting at the table at which Pee-wee sat. She was just sitting there cradling her little hand in her large one. They sneer at me for leaning all awry, the vegetarian again quoted. What did the hand then of the potter shake? The woman who smelled of formaldehyde was also at Pee-wee's table. She was staring at Johanna. It came to Johanna that she had been looking at her for some time. Her eyes were unwavering, almost glassy. Anne, how's your mother? Mrs. Holliday asked suddenly. Johanna smiled at her. The old lady often spoke to her as if she were Anne, a neighbor's daughter. Johanna had come to know Anne well. She was gay and pretty, and the Montgomery boy was wild about her, and so was the Thompson boy. Sometimes when Mrs. Holliday talked to her, Johanna felt as if she were really Anne. Then for a moment she felt gay and pretty, until she remembered. The old lady closed her eyes again. Johanna asked Lula, will I be there on that ward? I don't think so. I think they'll say you're sane. Do you, Lula? Do you really? Lula nodded. I may be wrong, but I've seen them come and go. I've seen a few sane ones, and at first thought there was something wrong with them because they'd get mad at an attendant or a patient and get red in the face and shout or try to slap someone. Here, when you lose your temper, you're put down in the book as having been disturbed. And heaven knows there's plenty of things that'd make you blow your top if you were normal. Or if you're in the dumps all the time, you're a depressive or have catatonic tendencies. But the doctors know from other symptoms, and you can't fool them. For a while I thought you weren't sane when you tried to say someone was trying to kill you. But you were told to say that, weren't you? To make them think you weren't sane. I think the charge decided that too. But if the doctors go on the stand and swear I'm sane, Johanna told her dully, I'll be put to death. Still, if you killed someone, you couldn't be completely sane, could you? I didn't kill her. But didn't the police say you did? If they said you killed her, you must have. Lula. It suddenly came to Johanna that the scarred woman who had been in the hospital for 30 years actually knew nothing of the outside. She had forgotten that people who are called normal think one thing and say another, do one thing and mean another. Here they were without inhibitions. If one patient killed another, she would stand and wait for someone to come. Or if she wandered unperturbed to the other end of the ward, the others would know. "Yes, I am killing her," Nicoli would say. If she tightened her lips together and shook her head, the others would know anyway. Lula thought that because the police had said Johanna had killed someone, it must be true. Why would they say she had if she hadn't? Lula had lived here too long. She no longer understood sanity. How could she explain to her? There was no reason for it, but Johanna felt that if Lula would believe her, she could help her. The charge would listen to Lula. At least, Lula could ask that Johanna be permitted to sleep in the big dormitory. Then she wouldn't be so afraid. "Lula, I'm telling the truth. Won't you—" Johanna broke off. Mrs. Callahan had come into the dining room. Miss Creel, the supervisor, was with her. They walked to Yogi by the wall. "Yogi," said Mrs. Callahan, "we want to talk to you about Miss Tetenham. We want you to tell us what happened." "I didn't see her do anything," a muffled voice came from Yogi. "I was on my head." "Did you hear anything, Yogi?" "What, Mrs. Callahan?" "I said, did you hear anything?" "If she'd stand on her feet," Miss Creel pointed out, "it'd be easier to talk to her." Mrs. Callahan looked startled. Yogi wilted to the floor, then stood up. "That's why she was in the dormitory," Mrs. Callahan explained. "If she's in the day hall, when a doctor or someone comes, she looks ridiculous with her legs in the air. If someone's coming, if we remember, we can tell her to get right side up, but we're so used to her wrong side up that when she's right side up, she looks wrong." Mrs. Callahan sighed. "The principle is simple," Yogi said. "Anything can be thought out clearly if you'll think on your head. It sends a free flow of blood to the brain and gives it additional nourishment. It forces blood into cells that otherwise might become dormant. You know everyone has inactive brain cells." She waited for Miss Creel to nod. "Which could never become active unless they had sufficient blood. It's the only position in which to think. It isn't important to think so much with your head as on your head." Johanna found herself nodding. Regardless of what they did, most of the patients could explain it so convincingly that for the moment it appeared the natural thing to do. For a moment, until you thought of it again. Miss Creel cleared her throat. "Yes, I see. What we want to know, Yogi, is what you know about Miss Tetenham. Did she cry out? Did you hear her? Did anyone come into the dormitory?" "She gave a gasping sound, was all, and I went to her. Her face was changing color, and her eyes looked funny. Then she was dead." "Had there been anyone else in the dormitory? Could anyone have come into the room and run out without your seeing them?" "Pee-wee had been in earlier. She came in with Miss Tetenham and gave her the candy because Miss Tetenham had been crying." "Then she left?" asked Miss Creel. "Yes, she left, and Miss Tetenham sat on her bed to eat the candy. I knew it was Johanna's chocolates, but Miss Tetenham had been crying, and—" "She's right," Mrs. Callahan said. "They were Johanna's chocolates. I remember we were all looking for them." A silence of minutes followed. "Why did you kill her?" Johanna looked at Miss Creel, whose eyes were centered on her. Mrs. Callahan, too, was staring accusingly at her. "She's talking to me. She asked me why I killed her. They called her Peaches. Half the time I can't even think of her last name. Her first name was really Helen Marie." Miss Creel repeated, "Why did you kill her?" "I didn't kill her." Johanna felt a tugging pain in her throat. "They said I did, but I didn't. Why won't anyone believe me? I'm going to start screaming. If I start, I won't be able to stop. I'll go on until they hold me and force formaldehyde down my throat, as they did to the woman in the day hall." "I don't think she intended to kill her," Mrs. Callahan said. Johanna looked at her, startled. She probably put the poison in the chocolates with the idea of taking it herself. She didn't know that Miss Tetenham would eat the candy. Her death was an accident. They were talking about Miss Tetenham. She had said there had been poison in the candy, but the candy had been sent to Johanna. The poison had been intended for her. The return address on the package had been that of F.I. Dow, her attorney. She couldn't believe he wanted to kill her. It was someone else, the person who had hit her in the lavatory. "You think she has suicidal tendencies?" Miss Creel asked Mrs. Callahan. "She must have. It's the only explanation. But where did she get it? She couldn't have brought it in with her. You know how thoroughly we examine them." "She must have. No one would send it to her. But how could she have handled it?" Johanna said, "I don't know anything about it. Believe me, I don't." "Could she have got it from one of the heart patients?" asked Lula. "We only have one heart patient on the ward now, Lula, and you know how closely we watch to see she takes it." "Anyway," Mrs. Callahan added, "it wasn't strychnine." "What was it?" Lula asked bluntly. Mrs. Callahan ignored Miss Creel's gesture of impatience. "It was arsenic." "Arsenic? Wasn't that the poison that smelled like almonds?" "If I had eaten the chocolates," Johanna thought, "I wouldn't have noticed." Spitzy had had 2 of the chocolates, but they had been all right. "There's no use our asking her to tell us about it," Mrs. Callahan said. "The doctors may be able to get her to talk about it." Johanna watched them walk to the door. "I wish I could tell them about it. I wish I knew who wants to kill me." She dropped her head to her hand. "It doesn't matter, really. I'm going to die. If I don't go to the gas chamber, I will die anyway." She shut her eyes tight, wishing she could shut out the light, shut out everything. Now there was nothing to do but wait. It would be better if it were over. Please, God, let it be over. "I don't think," Lula said, "you have suicidal tendencies." "No," Johanna thought, "I don't have suicidal tendencies." "I think," Lula said, "if you had known there was poison in the candy, you would have told us so we could warn the one who took it." Why did Lula keep talking? Johanna stared at blackness with her eyes closed. She didn't want to talk. She didn't want to think. "Johanna," she felt Lula's hand on hers. "Johanna, I don't think you would have let Miss Tetenham eat the candy if you had known. I don't think you'd hurt anyone." Johanna raised her head and looked at Lula. Lula was telling her she believed her. A moment before, she had felt she could never cry again, but now she felt tears springing into her eyes. The scarred woman was only an inmate in an insane asylum, a woman whose mind went blank on her, who no longer even understood the outside world, but she believed her. Johanna gratefully looked through tears at her. "I didn't do it, Lula." "I know you didn't." Johanna brushed at her eyes. "It makes me feel better to know someone at last believes me, even though nothing can be done about it." "Oh, but something can be done." No, there was nothing. Lula leaned toward Johanna and lowered her voice. "We'll ask the White Moor. She'll know what to do." Spitzy peered at Johanna from behind her bangs. "The White Moor knows everything." End of chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of Homicide Hussy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Shoesmith. Homicide Hussy by Atha McGuire. Chapter 5. Johanna looked at the women scattered through the double row of narrow beds. Most of them already were undressed and in their shapeless muslin gowns. They were talking and laughing together, or anyway, talking and laughing. If only I could sleep here in the big dormitory with the others. I don't want to be locked alone. When they had left the dining room, she was supposed to have gone to the little room and should now be taking off her clothes. Instead, she had followed the others into the big dormitory. There was an odor of paraldehyde coming from the woman lying in a drugged sleep, and already a strong bedroom smell, but Johanna didn't care. There was a clean, sterile odor in the small room where she'd been sleeping, but there were people here. "Hey, get off my bed!" A fat, blonde woman glared belligerently at her. Johanna stood up from the bed she'd been sitting on. There was another bed without anyone in it, and she went and sat on that one. "Do you think it makes you nuts to play with yourself?" asked Spitzy. She was sitting in the next bed, hugging her knees. Johanna flushed. "I don't know." "What do you mean it ain't no use?" Octavia was trying to get Mrs. Ain't-No-Use's dress off over her head, but the woman's arms kept getting in the way. At the same time, the vegetarian was attempting to put a nightgown on Octavia, who was undressed except for a pair of panties. "Octavia," the vegetarian pleaded, "let me get this gown on you, then I'll take care of her." "Spitzy better not say I play with myself," Octavia said. "I ain't never done it." "Octavia, quit trying to undress her. A fine friend you are. Them poor little nurses work to a bone and you not wanting nobody to help 'em. You know we got to help get these crazy ones to bed." With a lunge, Octavia took Mrs. Ain't-No-Use to the floor, sat on her, and tugged at the dress. "Hoop-de-doo!" In triumph, Octavia yanked off the dress. "Kiss me, sweet." She tossed it aside. "By tomorrow they'll have Octavia locked up," the vegetarian said to anyone interested, "and by the next day she'll be in hydro." Deftly the vegetarian finished undressing Mrs. Ain't-No-Use and slipped the gown over her head. "Octavia," she had to keep saying, "stop it." "A fine friend you are, yes, sir, a fine friend you are." Johanna, it seemed, was on Mrs. Ain't-No-Use's bed. The blonde woman pointed an accusing finger at Johanna and said she was a spy. "She ain't no spy," Octavia said. "She don't look like no Matty Harry." "I say she is." There were 2 empty beds, but they were by the door. If Johanna sat on one of those, Mrs. Callahan or one of the others might notice her when they passed in the hall. Ordinarily, one of them would already have seen her, but because of what had happened, everything was slightly behind schedule. One of the beds was Lula's. She was helping make the bed patients comfortable for the night. Johanna wished she were through. The other bed had been Miss Tetenham's. When they had come from the dining room, there had been nothing to show that Miss Tetenham had ever existed. "Yes, but where leaves the rose of yesterday?" the vegetarian quoted gloomily. "Into this universe, and why not knowing, nor whence, like water willy-nilly flowing, and out of it as wind along the waste I know not whither, willy-nilly blowing." The idea of sleeping in the bed that had been Miss Tetenham's was unpleasant, but it would be better than having to be alone. Why didn't Lula come? "She ain't," Octavia said. "She is." The blonde woman looked slyly from the corner of her eye. "You-know-who, sent her." The vegetarian had succeeded in getting the gown on Octavia and was now undressing herself. Johanna stood by the wall waiting. "Ain't, is, the blonde started swearing. A woman with thick gray braids hanging down her back, and who had been sitting quietly until now, spoke to Johanna. "You know about sex, don't you, honey?" The woman's piercing dark eyes held Johanna's. "You've seen a cow in a field and a bull coming at her. It's like that. A man takes that thing and he pokes and pokes." She jabbed her finger at Johanna. "And he pokes and pokes and he pokes." An aide came in. She stopped by a bed to help the big-headed woman, who had on her gown and was awkwardly trying to pull back the covers. Ain't! "Octavia, get in bed. You know you'll have to go to hydro if you keep this up." Octavia mumbled as she got into bed. She still had on her pants under the gown. "Do you think it makes you crazy to play with yourself?" Spitzy wanted to know. I doubt if it makes you crazy to play with yourself, the aide told her. From what I've seen of men, honey, I'd say you had to be already crazy to play with yourself. There isn't any men here, Spitzy pointed out. My husband, the blonde woman said, was bald-headed. You know, it didn't make a bit of difference in bed. Girls, settle down now. The aide looked at Johanna. Run along to your room, honey. Spitzy started crying. He murdered all of them, the woman with the gray braid said. He killed them with that thing, so that all 3 of my babies were born dead. He beat them to death with that thing. Oh, there you are. An attendant had looked through the door and seen Johanna. Come along, she called. Octavia started singing. Oh, I'm a brother to the old wild goose. The last man I had, Spitzy sobbed, had a wart on... The rest was muffled in her pillow. Johanna walked to the door, reluctant to leave the big dormitory. Lula couldn't help her. She should have known Lula couldn't help her. It was catching at straws. No one could help her. The attendant went with her to the little room and waited while she undressed. Johanna took as much time as she could putting on the oversized muslin gown. The attendant left the room and closed the door behind her. Then the light went out. Johanna sat on the side of the bed. There was only a little light coming through the window. She could barely make out the outline of the door. If the moon would come out, it would help light the room. Sitting up, she wasn't so likely to fall asleep. Johanna reached over the side of the bed and felt around until she found one of her shoes. She drew her feet up under her and rested her back against the wall. She held the shoe in her hand. It was too soft to be much of a weapon, but there was nothing else. She waited. Sitting in the stillness, she wondered why she had thought help might come from the white Moor, whom she had never seen. Who was she, anyway? An inmate in an asylum? An insane woman? Was it a sign that she was losing her own mind to have hoped that help could come from a crazy woman? And Lula, she was in the asylum too, wasn't she? I'll close my eyes to rest them, but I won't go to sleep. Johanna wondered if they had turned out the lights in the dormitories yet. Did Nicolai sleep in the one at the other end of the hall, or was she too locked in a separate room? What would be done about Miss Tetenham? Lula had shrugged. So many things happen here. Lula said the white uniforms sometimes found themselves reluctant to tell what they knew or were thinking. They became suspicious of themselves. Lula said after they worked in the hospital for years, they often acted queer. She said they didn't want to lose their tempers, be depressed, laugh too long, appear fastidiously clean, forgetful, suspicious, jealous, egotistical, or any other thing that might be taken for a symptom. They tried to be completely normal. It made them act queer. Johanna slipped down a bit in the bed. I haven't had sufficient sleep in months. I'm not going to fall asleep. I mustn't. If I keep thinking, it'll help keep me awake. But my thoughts are unpleasant, unless I go back before the accident. And it seems so long ago, as if it had been a dream. Was I really as happy as I remember before the accident? It was no one's fault the car went out of control on an icy road. It might have been better if I'd been killed along with Mother and Dad. I spoiled things for Aunt Florence. She was awfully pretty. Mother said I looked like her. Of course, that was before the accident. And Mother always said I was built like the Holmes side of the family, little and small-boned, and as perky as a bantam rooster. It was funny for her to say that. I'm more like a duckling, dull and bedraggled, an ugly duckling. Aunt Florence always wore such lovely dresses. She looked nice in everything. It'd be nice to be pretty and have beautiful clothes, but I never wanted anything too bright or that would make people notice me. Aunt Florence agreed I wouldn't get tired of my clothes so soon. And low heels are much more sensible than high ones. High heels are cute, but everyone knows they're harder to walk on. I always sat in the shadows so as not to be in the way, and I loved to watch Aunt Florence smiling and talking with her guests. But I spoiled things for her, because my nose isn't straight and my face is a bit disfigured. Things happened so suddenly. She died of a heart attack, and I've sometimes thought it was because she found she no longer had a great deal of money. She couldn't have stood being poor. I cried when she died, because I was afraid I'd sometimes spoiled things for her. I'm so sleepy, but I must keep awake. Then what? Oh yes, my aunt died, and I decided to get a job. Why couldn't I have a career? There was nothing much I could do, but I finally found a job in a factory. It was with a lot of other girls on an assembly line. I liked it, and worked hard. As the girls worked, they talked about the things they did in the evenings. I liked to listen to them. The foreman told me they had to let me go. "I'm sorry, miss, but we have to cut down on our help." "Isn't my work good? I turn out more than the other girls." "It's not my orders. I was told to cut down, you understand." He didn't look at me when he told me. His eyes kept going to a girl who'd been hired only a week before. She had trouble keeping up with the assembly line, but she had a cute pug nose. I started crying, but it didn't matter. He wasn't looking at me. Johanna stretched out her legs, which were starting to cramp. It'd be nice to have a cute pug nose. They can do wonderful things with plastic surgery, only Aunt Florence said it was impractical. Johanna put the thought away as disloyal, but she knew her aunt's true reason was that she didn't want her to spend the money. There was no hurry about getting another job, because I had money in the bank. I've never spent much. Plain, sensible things to wear, nothing conspicuous, nothing to call attention to myself. It was the ad that started everything. I wish I'd never read it. Someone wanted a companion for children. It seemed so simple. I'd never been around children much, but I liked them. Johanna slipped a bit farther into the bed. They say children recognize people who like them. I kept thinking about it. I could make things for them, play with them, and they would come to like me. She settled her head more comfortably on the pillow. If I hadn't answered the ad, Johanna thought drowsily, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't have met the Van Durant family. They couldn't have blamed me for Peach's death. It was natural I should be accused. I was the outsider. But I think it was really because my nose isn't straight. She didn't realize she was going to sleep. The room was very still. The door opened without sound. A figure moved into the room and pulled the door nearly closed behind it. For a moment it stood listening to the quiet breathing from the bed, then stealthily started toward Johanna. Johanna sighed in her sleep. There was no sound from the feet creeping across the room. The figure stood motionless beside the bed, breathing down on Johanna. Johanna stirred. She awoke in terror at the sudden scurry of the pillow being torn from behind her. She tried to push at the weight that came down on her. She struggled. The pillow was covering her face, smothering her. She twisted, tried to draw air into her lungs. Quick pain swept from her throat to her chest. The blackness was turning to red. Then the red turned to bright light, and the light faded. Suddenly she was gulping air into her tortured lungs. The weight was gone. She lay without strength, waiting for the continuing pain to ease. Her lungs, seemingly independent of her, were greedily sucking at the air. Light came into the room through the door, slightly ajar, but there was no one in the room. A loud thumping was coming from somewhere on the ward. She had heard the sound before, but she couldn't think. She lay exhausted. Then, quietly, the door closed. I can't stand much more. I'm going to lose my mind. I can't stand it. I can't. Time passed in the dark room. There was no way of telling how much. Hours seemed to drag by. When the flashlight's beam shot in on her, Johanna, drained of emotion, looked at the figure in the door. One of the night nurses. It was the change of shift. It wasn't even midnight. Over and over she kept thinking, why didn't she kill me? Why did she stop so abruptly? What happened? She meant to kill me. Only a little more and I would have been dead. But something happened, and she ran from the room. What was it? The thumping? What did the thumping have to do with it? I can't stand much more. When the door opened again, she was too tired to turn her head. I can't keep fighting her, Johanna thought dully. She'll kill me now. Johanna, a whisper came to her. Get up. It was Lula. Come quickly, hurry, Lula urged. Hurry. The end of Chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of Homicide Hussy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Colleen Martin. Homicide Hussy by Atha McGuire. Section 6. Chapter 6. Her squat white body was as wide as the steel bed on which she was propped. The mattress bulged at the sides from her weight. She was built like a Buddha, with an expanse of smooth white belly showing between the top of the sheet, drawn to her waist, and her wrinkled gown. But it was her colorless white hair at which Johanna stared. It bushed, thick and kinky, at least a foot from her head. It was not a white brought on by age. It was not like anyone else's hair. Then Johanna saw her eyes. They were almond-shaped in the full face, with larger irises than ordinary eyes and a flat slate color, as if they had once been dark and now were faded. They bulged slightly so that they appeared aware of what went on at the sides of her as well as in front. Johanna stared at her, fascinated. The Whitemore dominated the room. She appeared to increase in size as she looked at her. There was a light bulb hanging on the head of the bed. It was shaded with a cone of newspaper that threw the light against the wall and left the rest of the room in shadows. I can feel her, Johanna thought. I can feel her hair and squat white body and protruding eyes. She forced herself to look away from the Whitemore. It is insanity to think that. There is nothing wrong with your mind. The coarse voice that came from the bed held a peculiar accent. Johanna twined her fingers together nervously. What if someone should come and find she had left her room? She didn't know the attendants who worked at night. They might become extremely angry. There is no reason to be anxious. 2 of them are taking their turn and have gone to the cafeteria. 1 is half asleep at the desk, the Whitemore droned, and the one whose hair is red is in the linen room smoking and trying to keep awake. Nothing much happens at night. They are not alert. Johanna looked at the closed door. How would they get out? There is no catch. My door is never locked. This is impossible. Johanna stared at the Whitemore. It is impossible, but she's answering as if she could read my thoughts. The Whitemore said, "Sit down." There were no chairs in the room. Johanna didn't have to look around to know there was nothing to sit on. "It is customary to ask people to sit down," the Whitemore said in her flat voice, "even though there is nothing to sit on." She's crazy, Johanna thought wearily, as crazy as the rest of them. "Lula, you didn't tell her what I was." The Whitemore's drone became accented. "You didn't explain." "I'm sorry," Lula said apologetically. She told Johanna she's a genius. Johanna's hands fell hopelessly along the sides of her muslin gown. It was what she should have expected. She had been snatching at straws. "She was a great scientist," Lula said. "In Europe, I was famous," the Whitemore nodded. "She knew everything about germs and nerves and genes and everything." The Whitemore nodded. "Everything." "She was a genius." "I am a genius," corrected the Whitemore. It might be the truth. Perhaps she had been. But what difference did it make? She was crazy now. The Whitemore laughed. Johanna started edging toward the door. There was no reason to stay here. The Whitemore sobered. "You don't understand, do you? About genius." "Oh, God, will things like this never end?" "Lula, stand by the door. Don't let her leave." The scarred woman walked to the door and placed her head against it. Lula, who she had thought was her friend, was holding the door so she couldn't get out. Was it Lula who had tried to kill her? The Whitemore folded thick arms across her chest. "Poor girl, you act as if you might not have good sense, but I suppose it is because of all that has happened." There was the familiar tugging pain in her throat. "I'm so tired," Johanna thought. "I'm so very tired. I'm beginning to understand why none of the women are allowed to wear belts. I'm tired of being frightened." "You are afraid," the Whitemore droned accusingly. "Of us? You are not thinking with your head. Why would I hurt you? Why would Lula hurt you? There is no reason." The room looked blurred through the moisture in Johanna's eyes. There was no reason for anyone to have tried to kill her, but someone had. "You should thank me for having saved your life tonight. Do you not know you would have been dead now if I had not stopped her from smothering you?" How did the Whitemore know someone had tried to smother her? "Try to collect your wits and listen to me. After Lula told me what you had told her, that someone had tried to take your life, I knew whoever it was would try again tonight. Why? because you will leave here very soon and there isn't much time. And it should be done while you are here. Here, where there are so many who are not quite normal. You, too, must have reasoned that? Johanna nodded. If there were a murder, one of the patients would be accused. I decided, not only for your sake, but for the sake of the others, that I would not permit it. The Whitemore spoke sharply in her monotone. I will not permit Octavia or Nikolai or one of the others to suffer for what she does. No, don't interrupt me. Of course I know who tried to kill you. I knew before I heard her go into your room. I was waiting. I know every sound on this ward, and I make them leave my door open. The doctors insist I have a great many privileges in acknowledgement of my genius. But even if I had not heard the light clink of her keys, I would have heard your room being entered. I pounded with my fist on my bedside table. It could be heard all over the ward. Several came to see what I wanted, and she came too, running. She knew I knew what she was doing. Now, don't you think you should thank me for saving your life? Oh, I do thank you, but everything... Despair showed in Johanna's voice. Nothing is hopeless. I told you I am a genius. In a way, it is too bad, but at times it is good. The Whitemore sighed. It is true, a genius who has used a part of his brain until it is so enormous must also have a remaining part that is not developed, perhaps quite so much as it should have. This is too bad, of course. Who was it? Asked Johanna. Who tried to kill me? To herself, she thought, I'll never leave here alive. Do you not know? If it were one of the patients, you would have known it. They would have perhaps threatened you, or one of us would have known it. They talk too much, and they would not turn off the light and sneak into the lavatory and try to kill you. They would not bother to turn off the light. It was someone who was sane, or nearly sane. Was it Mrs. Callahan, who was kind? Certainly not. Or one of the aides who were learning? No. Which of the white uniforms would it be? Who is capable of such an act? I knew before I heard the light clinking of the keys as she went to your door. The Bughauser, exclaimed Lula. The Whitemore nodded. The only one it could be. But why? Asked Johanna. Why does she want to kill me? She thought of the big blonde nurse and of the weight of the pillow in her face with a feeling of panic. The Whitemore leaned forward. Are you sure you do not know her? I'd never seen her before I came here. Then, the Whitemore said, she could neither hate nor even dislike you. It is because of someone else. She is trying to kill you because of someone else. What can I do? Johanna's wide gray eyes pleaded. The Whitemore waved a fat hand. It is all very simple, but then, of course, I am a genius. Johanna looked beseechingly at the Whitemore. She had saved her life. Too, she had told her whom she had to guard against. But what else? What else was there to do? Think, the Whitemore told her. Johanna watched the woman who, propped against the head of the bed, had closed her eyes and looked as if she were going to sleep. Think about what? My thoughts go in circles. The Vanderants, a girl called Peaches. But her name had really been Helen. Helen Marie Willington. Yes, that was her name, Willington. She had been very pretty, but someone at Thornton Lodge had killed her. The Whitemore asked without opening her eyes. The Willington girl, what was she like? She was very pretty. What else? Smart, stupid, haughty, friendly? I don't know. I only saw her one time. She came up from the living room to the balcony. The sitting room balcony of the Vanderants' mountain home, the Whitemore interrupted, built of logs and finished inside with natural woods. Huge wooden beams supporting the ceilings and a stone fireplace across one end of the long living room. Johanna stared with startled gray eyes as the woman in the bed described the Vanderant home. She was speaking in her droning voice as if she were seeing it. How did she know the girl was named Willington? Navajo rugs, bear and cat skins, leather-covered furniture, and a great many animal heads on the wall. Stairs on each side of the living room that lead to a railed balcony built over the big room below and wide enough to be used as a sitting room. With her eyes still closed, the Whitemore smiled slyly. Johanna saw the newspaper shading the light globe on the railing of the bed. The Whitemore read the papers. It all would have been in the papers. The story of the murder at Thornton Lodge would have been considered sensational because of the Vanderants' prominence and wealth. The Whitemore prompted her. She came up the stairs from the living room. I was sitting in one of the low-cushioned chairs. There was only the light from the room below and from the hall that led to the bedrooms, so they didn't see me. They? Tip Thornton. He's Dr. Vanderant's stepson. He was with her. They left after a few minutes. That was the only time I ever saw her. Something happened, the Whitemore said. What was it? Johanna flushed. Nothing, really. What happened? What? Nothing, really. He kissed her. The Whitemore cackled without opening her eyes. It must have been rather extraordinary. It bothers you when you think of it, doesn't it? Tip Thornton must be quite a man who knows how to kiss. Good-looking devil, huh? I suppose so. Yes, he's good-looking. Johanna stared at the floor. Mrs. Ames, the housekeeper, said he was inclined to drink too much. Ha! The Whitemore's eyes flew open. An alcoholic. Does he have a mother? No, his mother's dead. His stepfather remarried. The doctor and his wife have 2 little girls, Diana and Dina. I went there to help care for them. Then it is his stepfather who dominates him. That is the way it is with an alcoholic. The Whitemore nodded. They usually drink because of an unconscious desire to rebel against the authority of someone they are expected to love or respect. With a man, it often is a mother, sometimes a wife. The Whitemore mused. If Tip Thornton's stepfather continued to care for him after his mother's death, he would feel he owed him a great deal. Bewildered, Johanna tried to think of what she was saying. Was Tip Thornton an alcoholic? The housekeeper had merely insinuated that he drank too much. Certainly he is an alcoholic, said the Whitemore. You said he kissed her on the balcony. Anything else happen? No, they left, and after a while I went to bed. The Whitemore looked at her through narrowed eyes. You went to bed alone and cried. You cried because you have never gone to bed with a man. There are lots of women who don't want, who prefer to stay single. But you, my dear, are not one of them. It's none of her business. Johanna's hand went to her face. It's none of her damn business. Why did they call her Peaches? Asked the Whitemore. And it will not do you any good to act sullen. Remember, I am trying to help you. Nuts, Johanna mentally told her. Nuts. The Whitemore glared at her. You had better be a little respectful, or I will send you from the room. You must realize that if I do not help you, you will go to the gas chamber. What can you do but trust me? Johanna knew she was right. Why not trust the Whitemore? Even the nurses spoke her name with respect. If there was a slight chance she could help her, and what else was there to do? Now, do you know why she was called Peaches? Tip Thornton called her that, said Johanna. The housekeeper said he had a name for every girl he brought weekends. Baby or Honey or Sugar or Darling. She said he rarely brought the same one twice. She said the girls were always crazy about him. Ha! An alcoholic with a psychopathic personality. A psychopathic personality is always so charming. And he picked pretty ones? Yes, I suppose so. Anyway, I know Peaches was pretty. A sport, the Whitemore stated. Johanna looked puzzled. Liked a good time, explained the Whitemore. Probably drank, and I think they call it smooching now. That was the kind he picked. And Tip Thornton, with his psychopathic personality, only needed to bring them out one time. That is what you said. Johanna tried to protest. It does not take a genius to add 2 and 2 and find the results to be 4, said the Whitemore. Johanna's hand was again at her face. Wanting to go to bed with a man and willingness to do it are 2 different things, the Whitemore said consolingly. Those who want to are often less likely to than the ones who do not want to, because when they don't trust themselves, they are more careful not to get into a position where they will want to. Normal people with normal instincts make a point of not acting normal at such times in order to appear normal. I don't know, Johanna thought. She gets me confused. What sort of man was Dr. Vanderant? Asked the Whitemore. A distinguished-looking man with silvery hair and dark eyes. I was only there 2 days, but when he was in town, the household was different. Well, rather careless. Then when he came, Johanna remembered his car purring smoothly up the driveway, and the housekeeper running into the house to pick up papers and empty ashtrays, crying, "My God, it's the doctor!" and Mrs. Vanderant running up the steps and almost tripping on the hem of her loose housecoat, saying, "My God, it's William! Somebody get those brats cleaned up!" Johanna said, when he was there, things were different. Meals served exactly on the minute because that was the way he liked it, and everyone jumping to wait on him. Ha! The Whitemore looked delighted. An egomaniac. And Mrs. Vanderant, what was she? What was she? What sort of a person, then? She was gorgeous looking, but she didn't care how things were run. She put on a robe and left it on all day, until it was time for someone to come. She fixed her nails and read love stories and acted a bit absent-minded. The Whitemore nodded. Ergophobia. No doubt of it. Johanna looked blankly at her. I don't know what she's talking about. Lula, tell her what ergophobia means, the Whitemore instructed. The fear or hatred of work, said Lula. Remember I told you that woman who was on the ward who kept sweeping and dusting the rooms was hyperactive? Well, anyone with ergophobia is the opposite. They're hypoactive. Only with ergophobia, it's sometimes only mental. They hate work. But lots of people hate work, Johanna said. The Whitemore said, do you know there are people who love to watch a flickering fireplace or see candles burning or in pyromaniacal delight put lights on Christmas trees? Why, Johanna said, everyone. You have made a good point. You are absolutely right, the Whitemore cackled. Everyone. No one is completely sane. Wearily, Johanna put her hand to her head. All right, everyone's crazy. I'm crazy. We're all crazy. Don't be impudent. The Whitemore stared at her. When he puts his arms around you and your heart is as gay as the moonlight, you will smell flowers in the night and you will thank the Whitemore. End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7, Homicide Hussy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by Doc D. L. Martin. Homicide Hussy by Atha McGuire. Such a ridiculous thing for her to say. She's probably quite irrational at times, Johanna thought, but I don't think she's dangerous. She can't even get out of her bed. Anyway, I'd rather stay here with Lula than go back to my room. Lula, the Whitemore was fumbling behind her, searching under her pillow. Help me find my pad and pencil. Johanna watched as Lula helped look for them. After a while, Lula thought of looking under the bed. She had to get down on her hands and knees to reach where they had fallen, next to the wall. I will have to make notes. The Whitemore used her knee for a desk. Her stubby hand almost hid the short pencil. You went to the Van Durant home to care for the children. Tell me briefly what happened from the beginning. Johanna told her the way she had told everyone else. I took the job because I thought I might enjoy taking care of children. A cab, Johanna faltered. A cab took me out Friday evening. The housekeeper showed me my room and I bathed and went to bed. I remember thinking it was so quiet and cool because it was in the mountains. When I awoke Saturday morning, I dressed and went down the back stairs to the kitchen. What about the cab? The cab driver. The Whitemore looked slyly at her. What was he? Oh, he was tall and thin and young. He didn't talk during the trip from town. I don't think I heard him say more than 2 or 3 words. Johanna closed her eyes, remembering. He didn't talk to me. He never looked at me. I rode in the back seat, and even the back of his neck looked bored. When we arrived at the house, I carried my bags to the door. He didn't offer to help me. The aesthetic build, the Whitemore told Lula. If he became a case, he would probably be catatonic. The housekeeper, describe her. Mrs. Ames, I think she was really the cook. Although help from the Van Durant's townhouse came out during the week and cleaned, Mrs. Ames made beds and picked up things, but she was usually cooking or fixing something to eat. She was short and fat and good-natured, I suppose. Picnic build. If she became mental, she would be a manic depressive. Would you say she is a picnic, Lula? Lula nodded emphatically. Well, go on. You do keep wandering about so. The Whitemoor ran her stubby fingers through the white hair, which sprang back as bushy as before. Why did you appear agitated when you said that in the morning you went down the back stairs to the kitchen? I heard Mrs. Ames talking to Mrs. Van Durant. Well, what did she say? I couldn't help overhearing. Mrs. Ames said, "You won't have to worry about this one. Tip won't give her a second glance." And Mrs. Van Durant said, "You must be right. Fido told me the same thing." "Aha!" the Whitemoor exclaimed excitedly. "Mrs. Van Durant thinks she talks to a dog." "No, she doesn't. Fido is F.I. Dow, the attorney." Mrs. Ames said that when Mrs. Van Durant first saw his name written, it was sprawled together and strung out on the end, and she thought it was Fido. She continued to call him that even after she found out it wasn't. "She could be a moron," suggested the Whitemoor. Johanna sighed. Was it Mr. Dow who hired you?" the Whitemoor asked. Johanna nodded. "Yes, he's the Van Durant's attorney, as well as a family friend. I went to his office in answer to the ad. He called Mrs. Van Durant while I was there and told her he had hired me." "Did he say anything else to her?" "No, I don't know. I think she wanted him to do something because he hung up on her and told his secretary that if he brought all the stuff to the lodge that Mrs. Durant wanted, he'd be shopping all day." "What happened during the day?" the Whitemoor warned her. "Tell it briefly, please. There is the chance an attendant might come." "After I went into the kitchen, Mrs. Ames introduced me to Mrs. Van Durant, who was sitting at the table by the window. There were several cut grapefruit and a plate of biscuits on it, and a bottle of milk. I remember thinking it looked haphazard. Mrs. Ames took up the eggs she'd been frying and brought them to the table. Then Mrs. Van Durant left by the back door, saying she'd try to find the girls." Johanna flushed as she talked. She had been embarrassed and wanted a cup of coffee, but was reluctant to help herself. She had stood by the table, ill at ease. Mrs. Ames saw one of the girls through the window and went after her. Old Riley came in and ate the eggs. When Mrs. Ames came back in, she fried more eggs for Mrs. Van Durant, who was standing by the back door. I asked Mrs. Van Durant what my duties were, and she said, "Oh, just take care of the children." I wanted to ask her more about it, but the phone rang, and Mrs. Ames went to answer it, and when I looked at the back door, Mrs. Van Durant was gone again. Johanna wondered if it sounded as confusing to the Whitemoor and Lula as it had seemed to her at that time. She said, I ate the eggs." The two members of her audience were staring at her. I found Diana and tried to talk to her, but she disappeared and... "Wait a minute." The Whitemoor turned to Lula. "You didn't tell me this girl imagines things." "But I don't," Johanna said impatiently. "I was trying to entertain her, and when I looked around, she was gone. I went around the house and I found the other one. She had fallen in the creek and was covered with mud. I told her I'd help her clean up, and she said she'd be damned if I would. I didn't know what to do, but really there was nothing happened. Nothing, I mean, that would have anything to do with murder." "Did you have any coffee?" asked the Whitemoor. "Yes," said Johanna. "I helped myself, but that couldn't be of any importance." The Whitemoor shrugged. "Who knows? The rest of the day. Outline it quickly. Tell what you remember." "It was the same throughout the day. I began to regret I'd taken the job. I didn't know what to do. I forgot. In the afternoon, 30 or 40 cars came and dropped off little girls. Everyone seemed quite surprised. Johanna, Lula's voice was kind. Are you making up things, honey? No. Johanna tried not to sound indignant. Mrs. Ames gathered all the girls in the backyard, while Diana kept screaming, I didn't ask them. Honest to God, I didn't. I didn't ask them. Honest to God. And Mrs. Ames said she'd had her tail blistered once for asking her little friends over without asking permission. About then, Mrs. Van Durant came around the house reading a magazine and remembered she'd asked them over for a surprise birthday party for Dinah. This happened, the Whitemoor told Lula, before she came here. Mrs. Ames said it was a surprise indeed, and wouldn't they all be surprised not to have birthday cake or ice cream or anything. Mrs. Van Durant said she had a headache and went into the house. These people of whom she speaks, the Whitemoor pointed out to Lula, are sane. She asked Johanna, did you think they were normal? Yes, of course. Well, go on, go on. I found it confusing too, Johanna agreed. We served them lemonade and sandwiches, and they had a good time. But it was Dinah's party, really, and we couldn't find her. I think she was with Riley. She came back before the doctor arrived, and I managed to get one of the girls bathed and into a clean dress, while Mrs. Van Durant was taking care of the other one. Johanna's hand went to her face. What was she doing here in an asylum, talking to the peculiar woman on the bed? But she went on. I was in the kitchen when Tip Thornton and Peaches and Mr. Dow came. I didn't see any of them that night except Tip Thornton and Peaches on the balcony. I've already told you about that. She closed her eyes. Suddenly everything had seemed to take on a dream-like quality. Had she, Johanna Holmes, been accused of murdering a person she barely knew? Such things don't happen to people. If it were a dream, why didn't she wake up? Abruptly, a remembrance flashed through Johanna's mind, and she opened her eyes. You thought of something. The Whitemoor's flat tone was slightly raised. What was it? What was it? One of the little girls found a dead bird, and I made her throw it away. But it was odd. Johanna's brows pulled together. Diana took my hand and said she would show me where it came from. I went with her to please her, and she showed me the door to a room under the house behind the garages. You know the way some mountain homes are built so you can enter the house from one level and the garages from another? Diana held on to my hand very tightly and said I mustn't tell anyone she knew the dead bird came from there. She said the room was never left unlocked, and never, never must anyone but Dr. Van Durant go into it. The Whitemoor stifled a yawn. So? I thought perhaps, Johanna hesitated, a locked room. A locked room? My dear, we've dozens of them. Johanna sighed. A nurse would probably come soon. You said someone named Riley came in and ate eggs. The Whitemoor asked. Was this an imaginary person? Of course not. I believe he was either the doctor's or Mrs. Van Durant's great-uncle. I kept bumping into him all day, and once he showed me some fish. He was very old. Aha! The Whitemoor looked suspicious. He was old and frail and had watery blue eyes, but I couldn't see his hair, as he always wore a straw hat. It was stuck full of fish hooks. He kept telling me not to tell the girls where he was. He said they frightened the fish. He was dirty and smelled of worms. Senile, the Whitemoor stated. Drool? I don't think so. Wet his pants? I think he'd been wading in the creek. Let us say he was senile, urged the Whitemoor. Johanna looked at Lula. Lula was so sensible, yet she listened attentively to the White Moor's nonsense. "Well, go on, the White Moor prompted. "I was tired and went to bed early. Mrs. Ames woke me in the morning because the sheriff was there. Peaches had been killed, and they said I did it, but I didn't kill her." "Of course you didn't kill her," the White Moor agreed indignantly. "They showed me her body lying on the brick floor. It was horrible, twisted, and there was blood. She had been pushed from the balcony and had fallen on the brick floor that extended from the fireplace." "Didn't you tell them you didn't do it?" asked Lula. "Yes, of course I told them I didn't even know her. They asked why my flower was clutched in her hand, but first they asked if it was my flower and—" "Flower? What flower?" "A blue flower to be worn on a dress. I gave it to Dinah because she cried when she came back with Riley and found she'd missed her birthday party, and I wanted her to like me. It was actually a cluster of forget-me-nots with tiny green leaves. I'd always thought it was pretty, and I thought she might like it." "You told them it was your flower?" "Yes, but that I'd given it to Dinah. The sheriff, or maybe the deputy, I don't remember which, asked her what she had done with the flower I'd given her." "And what did she say?" "Dinah said she'd never seen the flower before." Johanna shook her head uncomprehendingly. She looked straight at me with her lovely blue eyes and said I hadn't given her the flower. Johanna's eyes went to the White Moor's. It had hurt her because she thought the little girl didn't like her, but she couldn't tell the old woman that. It was such a little thing. The White Moor ran her hands through the bushy forest of white hair, a peculiar thing for her to do. Lula shook her head bewilderedly. "Who killed her?" the White Moor asked. Johanna looked startled. "I don't know. I do not understand." The White Moor's bulging eyes fastened on her. "Even if I were not a genius, if I had been there, I would know. There were in the house, besides the housekeeper, Dr. and Mrs. Van Durant, Tip Thornton, whose name you tremble over, and the fishy Riley. We know someone in the house murdered her. The attorney was not there, too?" "F.I. Dow? What was he?" "He was the only one who tried to be nice to me." "So that consequently you hired him to defend you," the White Moor pointed out. "He's one of the most successful lawyers in the state, and he didn't have to take the case. Remember, he was in a house where a murder was committed. He may have had a reason for agreeing to defend you." Johanna protested. "Mr. Dow was kind to me." "You neglected to tell me what he was," the White Moor told her. "You must have noticed a quirk or two." "No," Johanna said. "He was quite normal. The most suspicious one of the lot." The White Moor looked at Lula for confirmation. Lula nodded. "I don't care. He didn't laugh," Johanna blurted. Then she flushed. She shouldn't have mentioned it. It had nothing to do with the murder. "Tell me about it," said the White Moor. She held the short pencil poised over the pad. Only occasionally had she appeared to make any sort of mark on the paper. "It wasn't important," Johanna said glumly. "It was when the sheriff was talking to me. He said I had fought with the girl who was killed. He said it was the reason she had my flower in her hand, that she had grabbed it when I pushed her." "But you didn't," Lula broke in. "You didn't push her." The White Moor told Johanna. "Continue." "He said my anger gave me strength to do it. He said I was jealous of Tip and that I was in love with him, and everyone laughed." Johanna's hand went to her face, trying to shadow it. The laughter had rung in the room. Only F.I. Dow hadn't laughed. He had told the others to shut up. Then he had told the sheriff that Johanna had only come to the Van Durant house the day before, and that his theory was ridiculous. "Is it ridiculous?" the sheriff had asked. "Not one of you knew Helen Willington before she came here, either. For that matter, how many of his other girlfriends have you really known? It's an open and shut case, I tell you." "Nonsense," said the attorney. "Nonsense, is it?" The sheriff's face was set. "Dr. Van Durant has told me he saw Miss Holmes slipping out of his stepson's room. It makes little difference whether Tip denies or confirms it. We have a witness who will testify that she was in his room. We assume you knew him previously and was in love with him. Then she lost her head when she found he was interested in another girl and killed Helen Willington by pushing or throwing her over the balcony. The flower clutched in the dead girl's hand is proof. The motive for murder is obvious. It's a closed case, without a doubt." Johanna flushed with both anger and misery as she remembered the expression on the sheriff's face. How could she explain that impulsive moment in the night to him, to anyone, because she had gone without thinking, only feeling, to Tip's room? Circumstantial evidence had been drawn tightly around her. To those in the room, the guilt on her face might have appeared to be for something more than going to Tip's room. The Whitemore leaned forward. "You must ask the child Dinah why she lied. Also, ask the attorney Dow if someone urged him to take your case." Johanna thought of a good many silly things she could say. "Shall I ask them tonight, or will tomorrow do?" "Do you smoke?" asked the Whitemore. Johanna shook her head. "I'll make a note of that, also that your hair is a bit colorless." The Whitemore wrote on the pad, "You are small, more feminine than most. That is good. Too, you have a pretty mouth and nice teeth." Johanna watched her scribbling the notes. "I continue to stay here because I hate to be alone. She's crazy as a loon, but I hate to stay locked in that room." "You have a habit of putting your hand to your head whenever your face is mentioned," the Whitemore said. "I will make a note to that effect." The room was quiet for some time. Johanna said, "I dream at night, too." The Whitemore's protruding eyes swept over her. "That was a silly remark. It has nothing to do with this." Lula snapped, "Don't bother the Whitemore when she's thinking." "Oh, all right. Let her think. Let her dream her crazy dreams. I'd rather stand around in here than go back to my room anyway." Johanna was staring at the floor morosely when suddenly she heard a moaning noise. She looked up. The noise was coming from the Whitemore. The fat shoulders were shaking. Lula hurried to the bed and took one of the chubby hands, then started patting it. The old woman was crying. "Poor Miss Tettenham, poor baby." The Whitemore's coarse voice choked. She dabbed at her eyes with a corner of the sheet. The 3 bears. She liked the 3 bears best. Never will I be able to tell her again about the 3 bears. The Whitemore moaned. After a few minutes, the Whitemore stopped crying and started pounding on the mattress with her clenched fists. "I won't stand for it. I won't stand for it. Do you hear? You," she pointed at Johanna, "you will avenge her. You must do that for us who loved Miss Tettenham. If I help you, will you promise?" Johanna looked uneasily at her. "If I give you freedom and more, oh, much more, will you promise me now? Do you promise? Do you? Do you? Do you?" Johanna nodded sheepishly. Say it. Johanna looked at Lula and saw that her face was serious. I promise. The white moor fell back against her pillow. The first step will be taken tomorrow. Johanna thought of the sheriff asking all of them about a small pool of water on the balcony, but it wasn't important, and if she mentioned it, the white moor would probably ask what it had to do with the fact that Johanna didn't smoke and that her hair was a bit colorless. Johanna stifled a yawn. She believed she could sleep now. Before they left the room, the white moor said, "Winking could become a habit. I'll put that down. It might be good to make winking a habit." End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Homicide Hussy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dr. L. Martin. Homicide Hussy by Atha McGuire. Chapter 8. The ward was quiet. It was, Mrs. Callahan said, suspiciously quiet. What is it, Lula? The lull before the storm? Lula shook her head. She asked Mrs. Callahan, "How's your mother feeling these days?" The afternoon charge lifted her glasses to rub the bridge of her nose. "Her back's been hurting some, but she gets around pretty well. I hope I do as well at her age." She patted Lula's arm before she went back to the desk. "I hope we both do, Lula." Johanna watched Mrs. Callahan walk from the day hall. It isn't just my imagination. She thinks it's quiet, too. All day, Nicole had silently worked on her piece of linen, her eyes never leaving it. Yogi had stood on her head. She wouldn't quit standing on her head to eat lunch. An aide had kept tipping her over onto her feet, and Yogi had kept turning back with her feet in the air until Mrs. Connor, the morning charge, had told them to quit it. She said it wouldn't hurt Yogi to go without lunch. "She's pouting," the aide had said. "I think it has something to do with Miss Tetenham." "Yeah," Spitzy had giggled. "You can tell by looking at her feet. They're drooping." Octavia Hill seesawed from high to low. She would sing and dance, then abruptly stop and mumble softly. It was as if she were trying to hold herself in, Johanna thought, as if she were waiting. Waiting for what? But the driving force that stimulated her feet and excited her voice couldn't be completely stopped. For a moment, Johanna listened to her rapid words. She was vigorously preaching a sermon having to do with sin, only it seemed she was in favor of it. Johanna didn't want to turn her head and look toward the rear of the day hall, but every once in a while would find herself doing so. And every time she looked, the woman who had smelled so strongly of formaldehyde was staring at her. They had stopped giving her the drug, Lula said, because it was hard on her and they wanted to see if she could get along without it. "Isn't it time for lunch?" Mrs. Holliday turned from studying a pattern of sunlight on the floor. She was no longer wearing the hat. She had on a house dress because she had had an accident and they had changed her. "Isn't it time for lunch?" They had had lunch. "That's a pretty dress," Johanna said. "Yes, it is." Mrs. Holliday looked down at the dress, and the creases deepened in her forehead. "They even helped me bathe myself. I don't feel as spry as I used to. I wonder who does the cooking. I go in and eat and don't even help do the dishes. And no washing to do, and no ironing." She lowered her voice guiltily. Is it wrong of me to stay here?" "No, of course not. You're a sweet girl, Anne. How's your mother?" Mrs. Holliday didn't talk long. Soon she was again studying the pattern of sunlight on the floor. "I'm tired," Johanna thought, stifling a yawn. "I hope I can sleep tonight. The white moor seems even more ridiculous now in the daytime. I've got to admit I've never in my life seen anyone quite like her. She's crazy. All these other women are crazy too, but they're not like her. Why do I keep thinking some of them are acting oddly? I do hope I can sleep tonight. Why in the world wouldn't they act odd? After all, this is an insane asylum. 2 aides who were taking psychiatric training were sitting several chairs from Johanna. She could hear them talking. They were studying as they watched the day hall. Spitzy was standing in front of them, listening with her mouth open. One was asking questions and the other was answering. The fear of wide open spaces, agoraphobia, fear of high places. The other aide hesitated. Areophobia, said Spitzy. You go sit down. Johanna stood up to straighten the twisted skirt of the much too large house dress she was wearing. When she sat down, it felt better. I wonder why Mr. Dow hasn't come to see me. He came regularly when I was in jail, but perhaps they asked him not to while I was under observation. He said I had nice ankles. He's an ankle man. The Whitemore asked me if he had a quirk. That's no quirk. Psychiatrists say men are attracted to the part of a woman they identify with their first remembrances of their mothers, unconsciously. It explains their whistling at girls in sweaters. They were breast babies. I wonder if it applies to women if they admire certain parts of men because, say, I don't get this, one of the aides said. When you're alone with a violent patient, she was reading from a loose-leaf notebook in her lap, and are not in position to get behind him, use a mattress. She shook her head. I don't get it. You're supposed to grab a mattress, the other aide said, and back the patient into a corner until help comes. They can't get at you through the mattress, see? Spitzy, who had joined them again, giggled. Oh, go sit down. Johanna stifled a yawn. Mrs. Callahan was standing in the doorway and looking peculiarly at Johanna, as if she were studying about her. Johanna's hand went to her face. Mrs. Callahan frowned slightly. What's she staring at me for? I'm not doing anything. I'm so quiet, a can of carrots in a cupboard couldn't be more quiet. She looks as if she were trying to decide whether to give me a glass of formaldehyde or put me in a straitjacket. Then Mrs. Callahan turned and went back to her desk. I've only 2 more days, Johanna thought. Miss Tetenham, funny how attached you can get to them, one of the aides was saying. There was a bed patient on 35. Geez, she was old. They called her Sailor Mary. I used to feed her, and she was sure cute. She'd give me the sweetest smile and then grab my arm and bite it. Didn't have any teeth, but you could still feel it plenty. She died one night, and when I came to work in the morning, I cried a little when they told me. Maybe it was because I knew she really liked me. What's the use of it? The use of what? Keeping them alive the way they do. You mean the black bottle? Doing away with the unfit and useless? All that stuff about getting rid of the weeds that choke out the natural growth of things? Well, there are some people think irises are pretty, but as far as I'm concerned, the common garden variety are washed-out looking things, and I'd probably call 'em weeds and yank 'em out. Some people think black-eyed Susans are weeds, but I like 'em, and there you are. They might start by doing away with the weeds, the hopelessly insane, but they'd sure as hell end up by pulling flowers. Someone would end up by coming at me with a hoe if I didn't think the way he did. Because whenever people are people, Spitzy said philosophically, they're nuts. Spitzy, you go sit down and stay there. Spitzy wandered off for a minute. Miss Holmes, Mrs. Callahan was beckoning from the door. Come along. Now what? Johanna stood up and walked toward her, conscious of the too long dress brushing against her legs. What does she want with me? Just before she reached Mrs. Callahan, Johanna felt a movement behind her and turned. It was the woman who had smelled of formaldehyde. The woman's eyes were narrowed, and her arm was outstretched as she came after her, as if wanting to stop her. No, Mrs. Cunny, go back to your seat. Mrs. Callahan used the expressionless tone of voice necessary to all the white uniforms when they must be obeyed, a trained institutional voice, cold as the pack sheets in hydro, firm as cuff chains of steel. Before Mrs. Callahan spoke, an aide had already reached the woman's side and grabbed her arm. She told Mrs. Callahan, "Looks like she needs another highball." Mrs. Callahan shook her head. "Order book says to discontinue. Just keep an eye on her." She turned to Johanna. "I think you'd better stay in your room." Johanna walked with her down the corridor. "You should have been in your room all day." Mrs. Callahan smiled at her before she shut the door, leaving Johanna alone in the small room. "She locked me up because of Miss Tetenham. They're afraid I might hurt someone." Johanna stretched out on the narrow bed. "They're not locking Mrs. Cunny up. They're not afraid of her. It's a bit confusing. Still, every patient and every attendant is watching Mrs. Cunny, and if she as much as stands up from her chair, someone will make her sit down. And they wouldn't watch me. I act too sane. Mrs. Callahan thinks I'm dangerous, thinks I'm a murderer. Lula and the White Moor are the only two people in the world who know I'm not a murderer, but they can't help me." Johanna stared at the ceiling and tried to relax. "No one can help me. Mr. Dow can't help me, but I don't think he'd put poison in the candy he sent me. In the first place, it would be too big a risk, and he has no reason to kill me. But can I be sure? He hired me for the Van Durants, didn't he? Suppose it was part of a scheme. He could have hired me as part of a plan. He'd know I'd be accused if something of mine was found near her body. How did he get the flower? Why did Dinah lie? If she'd told the truth, would they still have accused me? Because I was the outsider, because of my face. When Mr. Dow told me I had nice ankles, he didn't mean it as a compliment. He made a statement. He might have been speaking of the weather. He merely stated the fact that I had nice ankles. His voice was sincere. A jury would listen to that voice. In front of a jury, it would vibrate with honesty. I felt he was honest, bluntly honest. When he talked, he used his hands a little, and he told me he wanted me to see things as they were, as they would be. "You have nice ankles." He had looked at them approvingly. Then he had shaken his head. "But the face, a damned jury won't go past the face." He had told her the truth. Johanna saw the sky already black through the window. It was darker than it had been this time last evening. Was a storm coming? And wasn't it time for their evening meal? It certainly didn't matter that she had nice ankles. She hadn't thought F.I. Dow good-looking because she had compared him with Tip Thornton, and no man could compare favorably with Tip Thornton's smooth blondness. Still, she had thought Dow had an interesting face. He looked shrewd and clever. He looked like a brilliant lawyer who could capitalize on a rugged, honest face. He had smoked a cigar jerkily, walking back and forth on the bare-stained floor of the jail. "I'm a fixer," he had said. "A good lawyer's a good fixer, but this time I'm up against something. Usually I find out who's going to be up for jury duty, and by inquiring here and there can find out their views on anything. I can challenge them and keep anyone off the jury who isn't going to react the way I want him to. But how do I want this jury to react? If I could use pity, why the hell is it that a beautiful face draws sympathy?" "I'm sorry," Johanna had told him about my face. He had continued walking up and down. "Don't worry, I'll get an angle, but for now." And then he had told her she must plead guilty by reason of insanity. When she told him she'd rather tell the truth, he angrily told her that the first instinct in nature is self-preservation, and whether she realized it or not, she was fighting for her life. He was, he said, going to save her life. He said if she were committed to a mental institution, she could later be judged sane and be allowed to go free. She had been taken back to her cell, and they had brought her a plate of fried potatoes, raw in the middle and burned on the sides, and 2 biscuits, burned on the bottoms, and all she could think of was guilty by reason of insanity. The door opened, and Johanna raised her head from the pillow. It was Nicole. "It is waiting we are," Nicole said. She shut the door. Johanna looked blankly at the space where Nicole's head had been. It's ridiculous that anyone can open my door and come in, but I can't get out. They're all crazy and can open my door and come in, and I'm sane and I'm locked up. Or am I sane? They think they're sane too. Even Nicole merely has spells of being sick, but they're not sane. Perhaps there wasn't any murder committed except in my imagination. I can't be sent to the gas chamber if there wasn't a murder, but then I'd have to be here the rest of my life. And if I'm so crazy that I think such a thing happened and it didn't, I should be locked up. Could it be that I'm dangerous? No, I don't believe it. I don't want to hurt anyone. But the woman who killed her baby, she didn't want to hurt anyone either. Oh, God, am I insane? The door opened again. Johanna found herself looking into the eyes of Mrs. Cunny. Hello. Johanna tried to smile at her. The woman holding the door stared at her. She took a step into the room. Johanna asked, "How are you feeling?" Mrs. Cunny continued staring at her. Johanna sat up with a sudden tenseness in her body. She didn't like the expression on the woman's face. She had a feeling that the dullness in the eyes staring at her was a deceptive curtain covering a murderous emotion, that the woman might do anything. She hadn't been given any formaldehyde. Mrs. Cunny looked as if she were gathering strength. Abruptly, the woman vehemently whispered, "Not you. No, not you." There was a flash of light as a chill fingered down Johanna's spine. From the corner of her eye, Johanna saw the jagged streak of lightning across the sky through her window, then heard the threatening thunder. "Me, not you. Me." Johanna sat frozen. "What are you doing in here, Mrs. Cunny?" Mrs. Callahan walked briskly into the room. "Now run along to the dining room." Johanna tried to relax, but could only continue to sit stiffly on the side of the bed. "What is the matter with everyone?" asked Mrs. Callahan. She glanced out the window. "It may be only the storm that's coming, but—" She shook her head. Johanna looked numbly at her. Mrs. Callahan told her, "I think you'd better eat in the dining room with the others. It will save the girls carrying another tray." "Mrs. Callahan," Johanna asked, "couldn't you lock my door with a key? I know you lock some of the rooms." Mrs. Callahan shook her head. "It isn't on the order book." Johanna walked to the dining room with Mrs. Callahan, wondering about it. She asked Lula, "Lula, why don't they lock the doors of all the women? I mean, when a patient's put in a room, aren't they afraid another patient will open the door and let her out?" Lula was putting plates of toast on the tables. "No, why should they? No one tried to let you out, did they? It's against the rules." Johanna watched Lula finish taking the toast from her tray and then walk back behind the counter. Mrs. Holliday and Bella, the big-headed woman, came in together. They walked slowly, Mrs. Holliday holding on to Bella's good arm. They were both smiling. Johanna wondered if Lula hadn't asked each of them to help the other. When the vegetarian told Pee-wee to change seats with Mrs. Holliday so she could sit next to Bella, Johanna felt a momentary twinge and then relief that the old lady would be noticed after she, Johanna, had left. Only 2 more days and she would be taken back to jail to stand trial. Spitzy and Yogi were exceptionally quiet during dinner. Johanna asked Spitzy if she wasn't feeling well. "I'm feeling okay," Spitzy said, peering at Johanna from under her bangs. "I'm not talking 'cause I'm thinking." Bella passed her dessert to the woman across from her. The woman passed it to Johanna's table. Spitzy took it and handed it to Johanna. "But I don't—" Johanna looked at Bella. Bella smiled and nodded at her. It was odd. Most of the women in the room appeared to be smiling and nodding at her. Were they sorry for her because she had been locked in her room? But there were others who had to stay in their rooms. Or was it because they knew she'd be with them only 2 more days? Whatever the reason, they were kind. Johanna picked up her spoon and ate the dessert. These women were insane. but they were her friends. The evening passed slowly for Johanna. She missed sitting in the day hall with the other patients. Once she was let out of her room to go to the lavatory. The attendant who went with her asked if she didn't want a cigarette. Johanna knew the attendant wanted an excuse to smoke. Johanna took the bag of tobacco and folder of papers and tried to do as she had seen the others do. The vegetarian came into the lavatory. She saw Johanna and said, "Yon rising moon that looks for us again, how oft hereafter will she wax and wane?" Johanna fumbled and spilled some of the tobacco. The attendant offered her one of her own cigarettes from a flattened package. It had probably been full when she had come to the ward, but like so many of the other white uniforms, she had probably given most of them to the patients. "How oft hereafter rising look for us," the vegetarian quoted, "through this same garden, and for one in vain." The attendant had already lit her own cigarette, so Johanna gave the one she had taken back to her. Johanna slowly washed her hands to give the attendant time to finish her smoking. The white Moor had asked Johanna if she smoked. She had asked a good many silly questions. Perhaps I never smoked, Johanna thought, because I was afraid it would draw attention to me. I never wanted to be noticed. Then Johanna was again in her room. She had undressed and got into bed, and now the light was out. Lula had told her she needn't worry about Mrs. Cunny, that she would watch her. The blonde nurse who worked relief wasn't on the ward. Johanna decided she'd be able to sleep tonight. But when the shift changed at 10:45, Johanna was still awake. It was the thunder and lightning that was keeping her awake. The room was dark, and the night outside was black. A crack of lightning across the sky seemed to outline ominous shadows, and the thunder to cover the sound of a turning doorknob. In the stillness that followed, Johanna listened, trying to assure herself there was no one in the room. A blast of rain suddenly crashed against the window, then continued, battering against the glass. The storm had broken. The door opened. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Homicide Hussy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Doc D.L. Martin. Homicide Hussy by Atha McGuire. Chapter 9. The door opened and let in the sound of bedlam. Lula stood in the light from the hall. The uproar on the ward was frightening. Johanna abruptly sat up in the bed. What was happening? What was wrong? "Get up," Lula told her. "Hurry." Johanna pulled back against the wall, clutching the covers. "Oh, don't," Johanna pleaded as Lula started pulling her from the bed. She had to put her feet on the floor to keep from falling. The sound of confusion on the ward seemed to be growing worse. "Damn it," Lula raised her voice. "Get the lead out of your feet." Johanna was surprised to see Yogi come into the room. "Allah go with you," said Yogi. Lula was trying to help her get her feet into her shoes. Johanna snatched them away from her and put them on herself. Yogi was getting into her bed. Johanna stopped to look at her. Lula grabbed Johanna's arm and yanked her toward the door. "You've got to hurry." As they went through the door, Johanna heard Yogi say, "I'm ahead in standing on my head. I stood on my head all day." Lula was dragging her through the corridor. Johanna tried to protest. Lula put her lips close to Johanna's ear. "They'd miss you from your bed, but if Yogi's bed's empty, they'll think nothing of it. They'll be too busy until morning to check closely." Then she was standing in the presence of the white Moor. The same feeling of awe swept over Johanna as on the previous night, and again a surge of astonishment on seeing the mass of bushy hair and protruding, faded eyes. For a moment Johanna stood in a spell. It was broken when the white Moor thrust a bulky envelope toward her. Take it, said Lula. Tentatively, Johanna accepted the envelope. I wish you to give it to Dr. Sheik, the white Moor droned in her accented voice. Johanna looked at her dumbly. I don't know anyone by the name of Dr. Sheik. Of course you cannot know him until you have met him. You will tonight. The white Moor looked at Lula. I think they are putting on a fine show, she said, but I think there are some who perhaps are actually disturbed. Lula nodded. Octavia Hill, for one. It will do Octavia good, the white Moor droned. The girl needed to let herself go. The girls, Lula's mouth twitched, are having a wonderful time. The white Moor's lips started twitching too. Nicole is jumping from bed to bed in the dormitory. Lula no longer could hold back her laughter. Her merriment filled the room. It was joined by the cackling laughter of the white Moor. Even Mrs. Brown, Lula could hardly speak for laughing, who never in her life, ha ha ha, has been disturbed, ha ha, has turned into a wonderful maniac. He he he, cackled the white Moor, the sort of lunatics, he he he, they've heard about, he he he. The laughter was contagious. Johanna almost smiled. Some of their ideas, Lula choked, of the way a crazy person would act. She bent over, holding her sides. Ha ha ha! He he he! After a few minutes they stopped laughing, and the white Moor wiped her eyes with the hem of the bedsheet. She said, We must get on with it, or their helping us will be of no good. We must get her out of here. Lula nodded. The white Moor told Johanna, Quickly, you must go. Listen to me. You will leave by the front gate. You will walk with your head up, as if you had every right to leave. Pretend you are a nurse who is late leaving her ward and is now on the way home. Do not walk too fast. Do not hurry. It is storming outside. There is much rain. You may walk fast, but not too fast. Do not run. Walk 2 blocks up the street that runs by the front gate, then turn to your right and walk. It is perhaps 16 or 20 blocks to the address that is on this envelope. Give the envelope to Dr. Sheik. Johanna looked from the white Moor to Lula. Did she mean she was to... Now go quickly. Already we have wasted precious time. Go, go. The white Moor motioned with a pudgy hand. Johanna looked blankly at her. It was an impossible idea. Come on, said Lula. Then she was running down the corridor with Lula. This is another part of the nightmare, thought Johanna. In a minute I'll wake up. It would be wonderful if I could wake up and not even the accident had happened. Octavia Hill was the only other person in the hall. She was wildly waving her arms and singing at the top of her voice. Johanna was reluctant to pass her, but Lula took her arm and pulled her on. 2 women burst out of a short corridor, and Johanna stopped short at the sight of them. You get back in there, Octavia Hill shouted. I got my orders. Nobody in the hall. Nobody in the hall. The 2 women scurried back into the short corridor. When Johanna and Lula passed it, they were out of sight. It's better if they don't know, Lula said breathlessly, hurrying. Exactly how you leave. The hubbub on the ward wasn't lessening. It sounded as if it might go on indefinitely. Some of the women must be slapping their hands across their mouths to sound like war-whooping Indians. Others were screaming in mock, Joanne hoped, horror, and under it all was laughter. In here, ordered Lula, and led the way into the lavatory. Johanna watched her open a laundry bag and start digging into it. Lula said, Pee-wee found these for us. Slip off your gown. For Pete's sake, can't you hurry? Lula asked sharply when Johanna stood hesitant. Johanna started pulling the muslin gown up over her head. In another minute a nurse or attendant would come and order all of them to go back to bed. At any minute a white uniform would be standing in the door. Put these on. Lula was holding several articles of clothing she had taken from the laundry bag. With all her fingers feeling like thumbs, Johanna managed to put on panties, brassiere, and slip, then drew on a pair of stockings. She asked Lula, "Why am I putting on these things?" "To help you escape, of course." Lula spoke as if annoyed with her density. Escape? Johanna slipped on a black dress. Then Lula handed her a white uniform and told her to put it on. "It's wrinkled," Lula said, "but that won't show. It'll be dark. After you've walked the 2 blocks and turned the corner, then at the first good place that'll hide you from sight, bushes or a billboard, slip off the uniform and ditch it. Now, put on this sweater. I'm sorry, honey, we couldn't find something warmer. It'll have to do." "Lula," said Johanna, "I don't know whether I should try to escape. You want to go to the gas chamber?" Lula looked at her coldly. "Or even if you don't go to the gas chamber, do you want to be thought a murderer the rest of your life?" Numbly, Johanna shook her head. Then she thought of something. "If I leave here, they'll find me. They'll bring me back." "The white Moor says not. Have you got the letter to Dr. Sheik?" Johanna nodded. "Okay, then, let's go." Lula turned and went out. Johanna followed her. She wouldn't be allowed to escape anyway. It was odd that one of the attendants hadn't already found her. Octavia Hill was still in the corridor. "Where is everyone?" Johanna asked Lula. "I mean, where are the nurses?" "There's one in there." Lula indicated a room by nodding at it. Octavia Hill saw her and bounced to the door of the room. She started singing, "Let me in, I hear laughter, ha ha, let me in, open up the door." Octavia pounded on the door. "Let me in, I hear music, tra-la, I don't want to weep no more." Then she turned and went dancing down the hall. Humming and swinging the sides of her muslin gown, she merrily capered, slapping her bare feet on the hardwood floor. "And there's an attendant behind that mattress." Lula pointed to the short corridor. Spitzy was braced against a mattress in the corner, firmly holding it. "It works," Spitzy giggled. "It sure as hell works." "Come on." Lula opened the door to the dining room and ran inside. Johanna followed. There was a light burning over the counter. Lula walked to the dumb waiter and opened the door. The platform was in the opening. "Veggie was supposed to be here," Lula said. "We need her help." Johanna felt a sinking in her knees. She evidently was supposed to leave by the dumb waiter. "Wait here," Lula instructed. "I'll have to see what's keeping Veggie." She hurried from the room. It was quiet in the dining room after the noises that beat into the corridor from the rooms and the dormitories. For a moment, Johanna thought of going back to her room. If she did manage to escape, she was sure to be caught and brought back. She would be too easily recognized from the description the authorities had of her. She couldn't pass unnoticed. Wasn't Lula staying quite a while? But suppose, Johanna thought, suppose she did escape and... Then Johanna felt a tingling between her shoulder blades. She whirled around. Mrs. Cunny had come into the dining room. She was coming toward her. "Not you. You're not going to leave." The woman's eyes were glistening. She walked too slowly, too purposefully. "Not you. Me. You've got to stay." The woman's lips drew back from her teeth. Johanna shrank back from her. The woman kept coming toward her with her hands loose at her sides. "She's going to attack me." Johanna backed from her. A scream caught in Johanna's throat when the woman threw herself at her. "No," the woman kept screaming with her hands on Johanna's throat. "No." Futilely, Johanna struggled. She was helpless. This, then, was the end. Abruptly, the woman was pulled back from her. The hands were torn from Johanna's throat. Lula was behind the woman, pulling her back. Lula's arm was across Mrs. Cunny's throat, tightening, choking. In horror, Johanna watched. Lula's arm, bending at the elbow, was a relentless vice. At last, the woman sank in an unconscious heap. Lula stepped away from her and rubbed her arm. "Don't look so alarmed," Lula said. "She isn't dead. She'll be okay." "What was the matter with her? Why did she try to choke me?" In her muddled mind, she probably thought she could escape instead of you. How did she know I was supposed to escape? Johanna looked at the woman on the floor. "I think she's known all day." "Lula," Johanna's eyes flew to her. "I think all the women knew." "Of course," Lula nodded, "and they're all helping you." "Why didn't you tell me? If I had known—" "Oh, no," Lula shook her head. "You might have told or given it away with your actions." "She's suspicious of me because I'm sane," Johanna thought. She was afraid to trust me. As under cover of departing day slunk hunger-stricken Ramazan away, the vegetarian was hurrying into the dining room. She took a thick newspaper from under her arm and handed it to Johanna. "Take it," Lula said. "Hold it over your head. It'll look like you didn't wear a hat and are trying to protect your hair, and it'll hide your face. When you pass the guard at the front gate, nod at him. Everyone nods at him." "I'll go down first." Lula crawled into the dumbwaiter. "Then you come down. Button the newspaper and letter under your sweater so you can use your hands." The vegetarian pulled on the ropes of the dumbwaiter, and Lula's head disappeared from sight. It seemed only a moment before Johanna heard the dumbwaiter hit the bottom of the shaft. She could hear Lula crawling out of the compartment, then a creaking as it started back up. She knew Lula was pulling on the ropes to help the vegetarian. The platform was waiting in front of her. Johanna hesitated a moment, then climbed on it. "Goodbye, Veggie," Johanna said. The dumbwaiter started down. "Tomorrow. Why tomorrow? I may be by myself with yesterday's 7,000 years." The lines from the Rubaiyat faded abruptly as Johanna descended in the shaft. The platform bumped against the bottom, jarring her. Lula helped her out and she looked around. They were in a passageway, one of the tunnels Lula had mentioned to her. "In here." Lula walked through a door into a cavern-like room. Johanna followed. "This is under the dining room," Lula said. She motioned at a narrow window close to the ceiling that opens on the side of the building. "It isn't locked, but it may be a little hard to push open." Johanna looked dubiously at Lula. Lula looked at her clouded face and said, "It's okay, honey. After you leave the building, don't go into a panic and run. You'll be okay." "But Lula, if they find out you had anything to do with my escaping—" "They won't know. The lock will be back on the dumbwaiter, the dining room will be locked, and no one will talk. Mrs. Cunny might tell them." "She'd better not. I'll tell her Nicole'll do something dreadful to her if she does. She's afraid of her." "But Lula—" "Be quiet. We're not too safe here. Someone might be coming along the tunnel." Lula walked to the wall beneath the window and placed her back to it. Then, clasping her hands together, she made a swing. "Put your foot in my hands," she ordered. "Lula," Johanna whispered, "why don't you come too?" "No," Lula said shortly. "If I'd ever wanted to leave, I'd have left." Johanna looked at her, puzzled. "You sound as if there's a great many ways to leave. Why haven't some of the others escaped?" "Why," said Lula, "we couldn't permit that. Honey, we belong here. It's... Lula frowned slightly. "The people out there, the people on the outside, they don't understand us. Now, come on, put your foot in my hands." Johanna put her foot in the stirrup formed by Lula's hands. She drew herself up until she was close enough the window to push at it. It moved an inch or two. "I'm too far away from it," she told Lula. "Put your foot on my shoulder." Johanna leaned against the wall to keep her balance when she put her foot on Lula's shoulder and pulled on the window frame. Her face was abruptly on a level with the window, and she could feel the rain. She rested her arm on the sill to help support her weight and pushed with her other hand at the window until it was open as far as it would go. Johanna started pulling herself up through the opening. With both knees on the sill, she looked around, suspicious of the wet blackness. She knew there were shrubs and bushes where someone could be hiding, but why would anyone be hiding out in the pouring rain? Heavy drops of rain were beating at agitated puddles on the sidewalk in front of her. She stood up, then put her head back into the window. She called softly, "Lula." She called again, but there was no answer. Lula had probably already gone back to the dumbwaiter, even now could be rising in the shaft. She hadn't told Lula goodbye. She hadn't thanked her or asked her to tell Spitzy and Bella and Mrs. Brown and all of them goodbye. The rain was soaking through to her back. Johanna pulled down the window until it was the way it had been before. She took the newspaper and letter from under her sweater and stuck the letter into the front of her dress. She buttoned the sweater over it. Then, holding the newspaper over her head, Johanna started walking up the sidewalk toward the front of the building. Lula would understand that Johanna would have liked to thank her. A soft hurting came into Johanna's throat. Lula and all of them understood so many things. The rain spattering on the paper tent and sounding hollowly under the newspaper seemed to be lessening. Was it the wrong thing to do, to run away from the hospital? But the women had all been so kind to her, and they wanted her to escape. And if she were caught, and surely she would be, what more could be done to her than would be done anyway? At the front of the building, Johanna turned to the right on the sidewalk along the side of the driveway that would lead to the front entrance. Wouldn't it have been better to try to leave by a back route? No, they were right. It would be better to leave boldly by the front gate. She had to turn again. Now she was walking directly toward the main entrance. She could see the gatehouse ahead. A uniformed guard would be sitting in the window. She could never walk past him without arousing his suspicions. And the rain was stopping as suddenly as it had started, as if the clouds had dumped their bowls of water hurriedly to get it over with only a few remaining drops to smack belatedly against the newspaper. Would the gateman think it odd if she continued to hold the newspaper over her head? But she couldn't know, could she, that it wouldn't start pouring again in another minute? Think of something, anything. I'm a nurse who's late, leaving her ward. It's all right for me to walk fast because I'm late. My family's waiting for me. They won't go to bed until I get there. They're waiting and they worry when I'm late because they love me very much. It's all right for me to walk fast, but I mustn't walk too fast. Now I must walk by the man sitting in the little house, looking out the window. She nodded, and then she was past him. He didn't notice me. There was a street light on the corner. Head erect, Johanna crossed the street. He didn't notice me. Then she walked a block, then a second block. Now she turned on to the side street. She had escaped. She had escaped for now. Lula had said they wouldn't know Johanna was gone until morning. Then an alarm would be given and the police would be looking for her. It might be in the newspapers. Mental patient escapes. People listening to their radios might hear the words, "Homicidal maniac at large." Some of them would lock their doors. Johanna Holmes, murderer, had escaped. Suddenly, feeling as if it were an unbearable confinement, she took the newspaper from over her head. A drop of water splashed on her forehead from a drenched tree under which she was passing. She walked rapidly. Occasionally, she found herself trotting on sodden, wet leaves that were bunched together from the rain. The wet street glistened under the streetlights at the corners, but in the centers of the blocks, away from the lights, the pavement looked black. When a truck passed in the street, its tires swishing through the water, Johanna kept her eyes straight ahead. In spite of her brisk walking, she was beginning to notice the cold. She shivered under the soaked cloth on her back, and her feet felt clammy in her wet shoes. She kept thinking of what she was supposed to do. The White Moor had instructed her to give the letter to Dr. Sheik, but should she go to the address on the envelope? Wouldn't Dr. Sheik, if there were such a person, only turn her over to the authorities? What sort of man would help an escaped lunatic? To help her, Dr. Sheik himself would have to be as crazy as the White Moor and the rest of them. Perhaps there was no Dr. Sheik at all. He might be a figment of the White Moor's imagination. But if she didn't go to the address, what else could she do? Cold and wet, she could only walk the streets until the police found her. What can you do but trust me? Johanna shivered, but not from cold. For a moment she had thought she heard the White Moor speaking to her. She was tired and over-imaginative. She had been living a nightmare too long. She had walked for a long time. She was passing more and more stores as she walked, and fewer houses. The district seemed to be on the fringe of the business section. It appeared to be an old and shabby part of town. Unbuttoning her sweater as she walked, she took the bulky letter from the front of her dress. At the street corner, she stopped to read the address under the light. 625. What block was she in now? Johanna crossed the street. There was a filling station with a yellow light bulb hanging inside the office, another illuminating the driveway. Above the door were the numerals 6:30. Her rapid walking had brought her almost to where she wanted to go. Johanna started to rebutton her sweater, then stood still. Lula had told her to take off the uniform at the first opportune place. She looked around, flustered. There was too much light in this block. She'd have to go back. She retraced her steps until she reached an alley. There hadn't been much to remember. How could she have forgotten? But no one had seen her. Instead of leaving the uniform, she decided to take it with her. She shouldn't leave it too close to where she was going. Making as small a bundle of it as possible, she placed it under her sweater. Then she walked again to the 600 block. The number on the filling station was an even number. The number she wanted would be on the other side of the street. Johanna crossed over and tried to see the numerals on a storefront. She passed several buildings before she found one she could read. 627. There was a house next to it, sitting far back from the street. That would be 625. Before she started down the cracked and broken walk to the little house, Johanna looked back. At first, she saw no one. Then there was a sudden sinking in her stomach. She watched as two men came through the doorway of the filling station. One of them slid into the seat of a parked car by a gas pump. Had they seen her? Had they been watching her for some time, perhaps seen her first through one of the station windows? No. They had just come to the door. They hadn't seen her. Suppose they had seen her retrace her steps and return without the uniform. They couldn't know she escaped from an insane asylum, but would they remember it later? Johanna turned and flew down the path to the unpainted frame house. The boards of the dilapidated porch creaked as she stepped on them. She hesitated. It was dark, away from the street. Darker because of the vines smothering the porch, the sagging roof seeming to bend under the vines. There was a musty odor of decay after the rain. There was an outline of a door. She raised her hand to knock. What sort of man would help an escaped lunatic? Would he help her, or would he call the authorities? Johanna half turned, wanting to run, but where could she go? What could she do? Then abruptly she turned back and rapped with her knuckles on the door. Oh God, will this nightmare never end? She rapped again and waited. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Homicide Hussy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by Doc D. L. Martin. Homicide Hussy by Atha McGuire. The ivy leaves were motionless. Johanna waited in the cave-like porch, walled in with the dark vines. Was someone moving the curtain behind the glass panel in the top of the door? She looked behind her. The door opened suddenly, creaking loudly in the stillness. Well? A woman, shadowy in the doorway, clutched a robe around her body and asked impatiently, Well? I want to see Dr. Sheik. Come in. The woman turned back into the room. Johanna hesitated. Come in, came from the black depths. Timidly, Johanna took a step into the house. Shut the door. Do you want someone to see you? Johanna felt the woman brush past her, then heard the sound of the door being locked. She drew back as she felt the woman again passing close to her. She had made a mistake. She shouldn't have listened to the white Moor. Johanna put out her hands, feeling for the door. Then sudden light streamed from a fixture dangling from the middle of the ceiling. In here, the woman led the way into another room. Johanna glanced around before she followed. It was an old-fashioned room with a horsehair couch and chairs with knobby legs, a roll-top desk, and a dull yellow rug splotched with gray-red roses. Don't be frightened, the woman said. Bewildered, Johanna stared around at the room into which she had followed her. In here the light was so bright it showed the brush marks on a white enameled table in the center of the floor. It was a peculiar-looking table, long and narrow. Johanna didn't like the looks of it. The woman told her, It'll be over quickly. But mostly Johanna didn't like the smell. It was an asylum smell, a hospital smell. She found herself backing toward the door. Why do you always come at this time of night? I don't know why you have to come at all. The woman's words whipped at her. It's wicked. Do you hear me? It's wicked. Shut your mouth. The little man turned to Johanna, who had almost backed into him. I beg your pardon. Then bowing slightly, he added, Good evening. He was no taller than Johanna. He was old, but he stood erectly, his head cocked to one side. There was a short white coat buttoned high on his neck. In spite of the fact that the lower half of him was covered with pajama pants and felt house slippers, he gave an impression of dapperness. Are you Dr. Sheik? Asked Johanna. I am, he smiled, again slightly bowing. Well, I don't like it, the woman said. I never will. There was a wash basin in the corner of the room. Dr. Sheik walked to it, picked up a bar of soap, and started washing his hands. Does she have the money? Asked the woman. Do be quiet, sister. Massaging his hands with white lather, he looked inquiringly at Johanna. You know it's $50. Do you have the $50? Johanna was unbuttoning her sweater to get the letter. She had money in the bank. There might be some way of getting it. If they were going to let her stay here, it was only right that she should pay. But then what? She couldn't hide the rest of her life. Dr. Sheik was drying his hands on a white towel. He threw it in a wastebasket and told Johanna, Now, if you'll take off, sister, help her take off part of her clothing and get on the table. He's crazy, thought Johanna. They're both crazy. They escaped from the asylum and are hiding here, but I've no reason to be frightened. I've been living with insane people and they won't hurt me. I shouldn't be afraid. Dr. Sheik unfolded a white towel to expose a pair of rubber gloves. Don't worry, I've never performed an unsuccessful operation, never had trouble with the authorities. You can understand that any bad results would also prove disastrous for me. Now, if you'll take off— "Oh," said Johanna, "I've a letter for you." She added, "That's all." "You won't want an operation?" He looked disappointed as he took the letter. "Are you sure?" Johanna nodded. "Waking us for nothing," the woman sighed, "and no money. It would have been nice to have the money." Dr. Sheik had torn open the envelope and was looking at the pages of finely written script. When he raised his head, his face was solemn. He asked Johanna, "How is she?" "You mean the White Moor?" "I don't know." "Is she unhappy?" "I don't think so." "No, she isn't unhappy." "Good. Such a beautiful woman. So white, white as the foam churning in a crystal stream or moonbeams on white sand. Lovely." Johanna thought of the big woman whose weight made the mattress bulge at the sides. There was moisture in Dr. Sheik's eyes. "You should have seen her. She was superb, and how I loved her. You know she was a genius. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. But it was her beautiful white body. I thrill at the memory of her. A darling, if there ever was one." "Leona!" the woman exclaimed. "Yes, Leona." The doctor's eyes were again scanning the letter. "She's crazy," the woman said. "You know she's not right." "Shut up, sister." He didn't raise his eyes. Johanna was conscious of the woman's suspicious eyes on her. Dr. Sheik had called the woman sister, but she appeared too young to be his sister. They looked somewhat alike, with deep dark eyes. She was probably his niece. "What a woman she is." Dr. Sheik started putting the letter back into its envelope. "She mentions casually that you will escape and come to see me. Was it difficult?" "No," Johanna said thoughtfully. "No, not really. It was well planned, I think." "Did she tell you what she wants me to do?" "No, only that she had a plan." "And such a plan, if I didn't know her," Dr. Sheik smiled, "I'd say she was crazy." "Huh," the woman snorted. "There's no use in talking any more tonight. You're wet and probably cold. I'll read her letter over again and we'll discuss it in the morning. Sister, she'll have to sleep with you." He told Johanna, "I know you won't mind." "Perhaps she doesn't mind," the woman raised her voice, "but I do." "What's wrong with you?" asked the doctor. "Did she or did she not escape from that place where Leona is?" "She did." "And you expect me to sleep with her?" "Well, a crazy person." Her eyes slid over Johanna and back to the doctor. "Leona says she isn't." Dr. Sheik cast a sympathetic glance at Johanna. "Then why was she in the asylum?" "She was accused of murder, and her attorney had her enter a plea of—" "Murder?" "Leona says she didn't do it." "Then she's a—" The woman clutched at her robe, and her voice rose frantically. "Homicidal maniac. She's dangerous." "I don't think so. Leona says—" "Leona? You know she's crazy as a loon." She flounced to the door. "I won't have it. I simply won't put up with it. I'm going to get the police." "No, you don't." Dr. Sheik grabbed her arm at the door. "It's true Leona isn't as well mentally as we might be, but she's sane enough to know whether this girl is innocent or not. I'm going to help her." "Well, I'm not. Do you think I could sleep with her in the house? There's no use arguing. I'm going to get the police." "Sister," Dr. Sheik said softly, "this girl is going to give us money. A great deal of money." "I don't believe it." "No more of this." Dr. Sheik waved his hand at the white table. "No more operations, and we can go home. Isn't that what you wanted? To go home? Think of it. We can sail in the spring after all these years. Is it true? She looked inquiringly at Johanna. Have you any money? Johanna nodded. It's in the bank. I don't know how I can get it out. Don't you worry, the doctor said gleefully. We'll get it out. Don't you worry about anything. But I won't sleep with her, the woman insisted. Johanna looked at her curiously. There were tears running down the woman's cheeks. We'll put this cot in the kitchen. Dr. Sheik fairly danced to a cot along the wall and took hold of one end. Come on, help me. Come on, girls, heave ho. Johanna was awakened when the coffee pot boiled over. The water hissed and the flame sputtered and went out. Sister grabbed a dish rag and seized the pot handle. She quickly let go of it as if it had burned her. Then she remembered to turn off the burner. The dish rag fell to the floor, and when she stooped to pick it up, she hit her head on the corner of the stove. She acts, Johanna thought, as if she's nervous. Good morning, Johanna said when the woman happened to glance over her shoulder at her. Sister jumped. She stood staring for a moment, then ran into the other room, perhaps to tell the doctor that Johanna was awake. Johanna stretched out her legs. The doctor's pajamas fitted her nicely. He had offered them to her after Sister. He had told Johanna she was indeed his sister, had gone into her room and locked her door. Dr. Sheik had bounced around the kitchen, made her a cup of tea and insisted she drink it, and talked gaily about nothing. Her eyelids felt swollen from her sound sleep. She felt wonderfully rested. The kitchen was warm. An old-fashioned clock ticked peacefully on a shelf. Johanna sighed. At the hospital, they knew by now that she was gone. She would be sought not only as a murderer, but as an escaped lunatic. She couldn't hide forever. She also had the feeling that Sister might still notify the police. What was the White Moor's plan? Some crazy, impossible scheme? In the eyes of the world, she had murdered someone. How could a thing like that be undone? Good morning, Dr. Sheik. Immaculate in a natty but threadbare pinstripe suit, came into the kitchen. Shall we have coffee? Johanna swung her legs out of the cot and put on her shoes. She stood up and stretched. Sister! Dr. Sheik was taking cups and saucers from the cupboard. Sister, come on in here. Can't we have toast? He asked when she came back. There isn't any bread, Sister told him. She avoided looking at Johanna. Johanna went to the bathroom. She splashed cold water on her face and washed her hands. When she came back, she sat in the chair Dr. Sheik indicated. His sister scooted into the chair across from her. The doctor sat between them. You don't use sugar, do you? Dr. Sheik looked anxiously at her. Johanna shook her head. They sipped their coffee silently. We haven't any cream. Sister stared down at her cup. I'm afraid I forgot to get it. The silence became prolonged. The doctor cleared his throat. After a while he said, Cream in coffee is injurious. Johanna stole quick glances at Dr. Sheik and Sister drinking their coffee, with a sudden conviction that they both would have preferred having cream in it. There was a sugar bowl on the table. She felt that if she went to look into it, she would find it empty. Abruptly, Dr. Sheik set his cup in his saucer with a clatter. He stood up. How old do you think my sister is? Johanna looked blankly at him. I don't know. Guess, Dr. Sheik insisted. His sister was staring at her as if a great deal depended on Johanna's answer. Sister's face was unlined. 40? Asked Johanna. Dr. Sheik smiled broadly. She's 71. What? Johanna looked dubiously at him. She's 71. It couldn't be. She was an attractive, youthful-appearing woman. Johanna looked worriedly at Dr. Sheik. Had she been too quick in jumping to the conclusion that he was sane? "You've heard of facelifting?" He walked to his sister and motioned to Johanna. "Here, let me show you." Sister shrank back as Johanna approached her. The doctor's quick fingers deftly parted the hair on her temples. "Look, you see the tiny scars? Facial surgery. I was very good at it. I was considered one of the best. It's... Johanna kept looking in amazement at the youthful face. "Wonderful." "Yes." Johanna hesitated. "But people will pay a great deal of money for that, won't they?" Johanna drew her eyebrows together in perplexity. He didn't even have cream for his coffee. There was no bread in the house. "I'm unable to get a license in this country. I'm not a citizen, and He's an artist," Sister blurted out. "If he can get back to his own country." Dr. Sheik made a wry face. "I think it is mostly that she hates for me to do the operations. It's true. He is like an artist when he works on faces with the knife," Sister told Johanna. "And all these years he is helping nitwit girls because he is sorry for them, and half starves doing it. Oh, if we could only go back home." Johanna sat down in her chair by the table. It was a shame he couldn't do his facial surgery. She had often read of such things. Of course, Aunt Florence had laughed at the idea. Dr. Sheik said, "I'm very anxious to start on you." "Me?" Johanna's hand flew to her face. "Why in the world didn't someone insist that you at least have your nose straightened? Accident, wasn't it? The rest of your face, that concave." He brushed her hand aside, then tipped her face to the light. "It won't be difficult at all. Leona said you—" Yes, indeed. "I don't—" Johanna felt her heart pounding. Would it be possible? Could she trust Dr. Sheik? She asked him, "Would it change me much?" "Completely. Think of it, a new face. No one would know you." Johanna felt herself turning hot, then cold. To look as she had looked before the accident. She tried to speak calmly. "They wouldn't arrest me if I didn't look like—" She clasped her hands together to stop their trembling. "Like me. You'll be a different person when I finish with you." Dr. Sheik was almost dancing up and down. "Do you realize your mouth is always hanging open because of your difficulty in breathing through your nose? And you're always trying to cover your face with your hand. Leona said even your gestures must be changed. A new face, a new identity. Would you like that?" Would she like it? To have a straight nose? She didn't ask to be pretty, but if only she could look like other girls. Wasn't it really her face that made everyone so willing to believe her a murderer? "Now, about the money," said Dr. Sheik. "I'll have to have money for instruments, and you'll need money when you leave here." He threw a smile at his sister. "And my fee will be large." "It's in the bank," said Johanna. "Sister," Dr. Sheik was bouncing again, "look in the desk and get a blank check." "But if you try to cash it, won't they call the authorities?" "They may question the person who deposits it, but they won't learn anything. I know a man who'll handle it. He won't ask questions." Sister returned with ink and pen and the check. "Make it for as much as you have in your account. After the operation there will no longer be a Johanna Holmes." Johanna wrote $4,800. As soon as she signed her name, Dr. Sheik took the check from under the pen. "Leona said you had that much. I'll pick up the instruments and medications. Should I stop at the grocery store?" "Yes, perhaps I'd better. Beef and little sausages and—" "Wait a minute. Don't leave until—" Sister rushed from the room. Then they heard the sound of her door being locked. Johanna stood up, then sank back again into the chair. A new face. She would have a different face. You won't know me, my would-be murderer, if my face is different, will you? End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of Homicide Hussy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Homicide Hussy by Atha McGuire. Chapter 11. Dr. Sheik was right. It was her nose that caused most of the pain. He had had to scrape the cartilage without giving her an anesthetic. Before it started healing, it had hurt throbbingly, excruciatingly. It had stayed swollen for weeks, forcing her to continue breathing through her mouth. He had tried to explain the other things he had done to her face, but she had shaken her head, not caring, only wanting time to pass and the pain to lessen. When he told her about the red convertible parked so often across the street, she didn't hear him. Afterward, she couldn't remember his having told her. Then she was breathing through her nose, which seemed to be continually itching. At last, on Christmas Day, he removed the protecting duck. Dr. Sheik walked briskly into the kitchen, turned around, and came back. He looked inquisitively at her. "Why, hello!" He made his face blank. "I don't believe I know you." She smiled, her face feeling naked and light. He raised his white eyebrows. "Perhaps if you told me your name?" "Anne," she said softly. "My name's Anne. Anne Holliday." "I'm glad to know you, Anne Holliday." He closed one eyelid in a deliberate wink, and spontaneously Anne returned it. "Stop that!" Anne's hand jerked to her side. "Keep your hand away from your face," he ordered. First time I've forgotten in a long time, thought Anne. He had told her it might cause an infection. "Don't you want to see yourself?" He motioned at the oval-shaped mirror in its gilded frame on the wall. She crossed to it and hesitantly peeped in at her image. Large gray eyes looked curiously back at her. "I look odd," she said over her shoulder. "Of course. Your nose is a different color than the rest of your face. In a few days, I look different." They had roast chicken for dinner. Anne kept going back to the oval mirror in the living room. Each time she looked into it and she saw the image of Anne Holliday, she was surprised. Anne looked like someone she had once known, but there was something about the face that worried her. After they finished the dishes, Anne hung up the tea towel and asked Sister, "It's a nice face, isn't it?" She looked anxiously at Sister. It was then that Dr. Sheik came in from the other room and again told her about the red convertible. He said he had seen it before. He remembered that the first time he had noticed it had been a night or two after Joanna had escaped from the hospital. It had sat across the street for a long time, and he had wondered about it. Dr. Sheik told her, "There's no reason why he shouldn't park across the street, but he sits there as if he's waiting. An ordinary-looking man with nondescript features. Whoever he is, he works odd hours, night hours. He buys his gas from the station on the corner, 'cause it's open all night." Anne went with Dr. Sheik to look through the window in the living room. The vines on the front porch had lost their foliage a long time ago, and she could easily see through the brown and peeling web the red convertible parked on the opposite side of the street. "Detectives work at night." Dr. Sheik shook his head. "But he's not a detective." "How can you tell?" "If he worked for the city and were suspicious, he already would have been over here asking questions." While they were watching, the red car pulled from the curb and drove away. The man behind the wheel looked like any other man with his hat pulled to one side. "I don't like it." Dr. Sheik shook his head. Sister had a change of heart after Anne's face was changed. In March, she moved the cot from the kitchen into her bedroom. "Who ever heard of a bed in the kitchen?" she asked as she lifted the lid from a stewer. "Will you set the table, Anne?" The sun through the open window was yellow on the waxed linoleum. The white curtains moved with the breeze, one of the brisk ones that came just before spring. The kitchen was warm and smelled of the cooking dinner. None of this warmth could last. For a moment Anne closed her eyes. She thought of Lula and the White Moor and Miss Teedingham, and knew she had to find her way into a sprawling cabin where murder had been committed. Because of Joanna's promise to the White Moor. Because she had to clear herself. "I think you should have a blue-gray suit, Anne." Anne was taking plates from the cupboard. "Should I have a big hat or a small one?" "A tiny one, with a bit of veil. A wispy hat." Sister placed a basket of bread on the table. "I'll start getting the things you want this afternoon." I don't want to leave here, Anne thought. She knew there were travel folders in the roll-up desk. In the evenings, Dr. Sheik and Sister talked of going home. "There's a hairdresser in the next block." Sister was smiling at her. "We'll slip out and see her. If I were you, I'd have a rinse. A red one. It isn't, of course, the sort of thing Joanna would have done." Anne gave her a curious look. "I like red." "You're a sweet girl," Sister said, "and you've learned to smile. You know, I think you should have a skirt with tiny pleats." Sister chatted on, but Anne didn't hear her. She was thinking of an elaborate home built on a mountainside. She thought in detail of a long, wood-paneled living room with Navajo rugs and bear and cat skins on the floor, and a stuffed eagle on the mantel. But it was the brick floor before the fireplace on which her thoughts really centered, and the crushed body of a girl sprawled there. Someone at Thornton Lodge had killed Helen Marie Willington. Someone so full of hate or fear that he had tried to bring about Joanna's death too. The blonde nurse had been only an instrument of murder. She hadn't been at Thornton Lodge when Peaches was killed. How could she, Anne, return to that house? And what would she find? If she were recognized, Joanna would find death. But what about Anne? Dr. Sheik said he hadn't seen the convertible since Christmas. He said he might have been too quick to become alarmed because he was afraid something would happen to spoil things for all of them. It was Anne and Sister that next saw the red car. They were crossing the street to go to the hairdresser's when it passed in front of them. The driver was leaning towards Anne, and she returned his stare. He had brown hair and eyes. She didn't know him. "It was the same car," she told Dr. Sheik when they returned. "I know it was, and he stared at me." The doctor looked worriedly at her. "I don't like it. Maybe he knows. I feel our time is growing shorter." Sister told them, "You're worrying about nothing." "Perhaps," Dr. Sheik sighed. "I look even more different," Anne said. She was looking in the mirror. The reddish hair added to the look that puzzled her. Dr. Sheik showed her the miniature on the afternoon of the day she left. She didn't know then that she was leaving. "Do you know who it is?" he asked. "No," Anne shook her head. "Leona. She was beautiful. Yes, very beautiful. I want to read from her letter. It's on my desk. Please get it for me." Conscious of his eyes on her, Anne rose to her feet and with her shoulders back and chin up crossed the room. She couldn't find it on the desk. "I don't see it." She turned, her eyes going to his. "I have it here." He reached into his inside pocket. "Now walk back." Dr. Sheik watched her as she came back and sat down in the chair across from him. "Okay, Professor?" She accepted the cigarette he offered her. He had told her that smoking would be only another little way of changing her mannerisms. Perfect. Nothing in your walk or gestures would remind anyone of Joanna. Poor child, she rarely smiled. She was accused unjustly of murder. Why was it, Dr. Sheik, that there wasn't much in the papers about her escape? He shrugged. Little things sometimes make headlines and big things get pushed back. Some people have a large share of luck and others, like Joanna, are unfortunate. Life is made in a crazy pattern. Dr. Sheik cleared his throat. "Listen to what Leona says in her letter. This girl leaves me with a feeling of great sadness. If she escapes death, there is little for her unless you, my dear, do as I ask. Let her live, so that regardless of how short the time, she too will have memories. Memories and nothing else from the climax of our life. Giving a ship to an adventurer, time to a poet, or love to a girl is a fine thing to do. It is doctoring the soul." "This is really the part I wanted you to hear," Dr. Sheik continued. "When you have finished, tell her what I say, that a promise was made to me, and she will never be free as long as she walks through the black clouds of murder. She must go back. She will use Tip Thornton as entree. And remember, she still has the fingerprints of Joanna Holmes. Warn her to be careful. There will be danger, but I will help her. I'm thinking of the White Moor, Anne thought. A fat, pale woman with bushy hair who seemed to read my thoughts. But the doctor is thinking of Leona, a beautiful woman whom he loved very much. How well did he know her? To me, there's something frightening about her. Do you believe it's possible for anyone to read your mind? She asked Dr. Sheik. Leona? He stood up from his chair. Leona was always a bit peculiar. She said she would help me. Then she will. Dr. Sheik added that he thought he'd walk to the drugstore. He doesn't want to talk about her, Anne thought. Because he loves her, or because it hurts to talk about her? Or does the White Moor's plan include sending him away? When Dr. Sheik returned, he told Anne the time had come. As soon as she saw his face, she knew something was wrong. What is it? Dr. Sheik sank into a chair, his face white. There's something wrong. What is it? It was the druggist, the young one, trying, I think, to joke with me. Who, he asked, was my mysterious guest? But how did he know? Anne asked. How could he? The man who runs the filling station told him. Anne's knees felt as if they might suddenly buckle under her. There might be others who knew. We'll leave tonight. Dr. Sheik stood up. Tonight? Yes, already we may have waited too long. Sister, he called. Sister! When she came into the room, he told her, Pack our things. I'm going to the station for our tickets. Anne felt a tightness in her throat. She didn't want to leave. She wasn't ready. There had been safety here. Out there, somewhere, was horror and the nightmare. He was going after their tickets, and they were leaving. Please, Dr. Sheik, I... He turned at the door and looked at her. His voice was gentle as he told her, Leona had faith in you. He was reminding her of her promise to the White Moor. She knew he was right. She had promised and would never be free or happy until the murder or murderers of Miss Teedingham and Helling Willington had been brought to justice so that they might never kill again. I'll pack my things. Anne smiled at the little doctor. Then she turned and fled into the other room to hide the fear in her heart. Whoever had tried to kill Joanna could track down Anne as well. While she was taking her things from the top of the dressing table, she happened to glance into the mirror. She suddenly knew what it was about the face that bothered her. Had it been deliberate on the part of the White Moor and Dr. Sheik? It was the sort of face Tip Thornton would like. Anne smiled at the reflection and winked a gray eye. It was a darling face, but wasn't it something of a hussy? End of Chapter 11. Read by C. Machado.
Chapter 12 of Homicide Hussy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Doc D.O. Martin. Homicide Hussy by Atha McGuire. Part 2. Anne. Chapter 12. The cab was parked along the curb. The driver opened the door and waited for her to get out. You staying here? The driver reached in to help her scramble from the seat. She stood on the sidewalk in the sunshine and nodded at him. Staying in town? He hung onto her arm. Anne pulled her arm away and opened her purse. The crisp spring air was as fresh as the cab driver. He grinned at her as she handed him $1 and kept looking her over as he took change from his pocket. He probably knew she wasn't wearing a girdle. The high heels of her gray pumps clicked softly on the sidewalk as she walked away. She liked to hear their clicking. It was a dancing sound. The smell of the exhausts from the cars in the street mingled pleasantly with the expectant freshness of the air. Was it the high heels that made her strut? Johanna never would have strutted. She reached the entrance of the hotel and stopped. Was the driver still watching her? She looked back. He was. He grinned when she winked. There was a man sitting in one of the plastic-covered chairs in the lobby looking bored, so Anne winked at him, too. He perked up and smoothed the back of his hair. Light shining through the big windows into the lobby made a pattern of arches and angles on the thick carpeting. The ordinary-looking man in the brown suit at the cigar counter abruptly turned his back, or she'd have winked at him. She asked for a key at the desk. The clerk smiled. The key flashed in the light, and then with heels tapping lightly she crossed the lobby. A sweet-faced, white-haired old gentleman was waiting for the elevator. They went up together. Before they reached her floor, she felt a tickling on her thigh and moved away, but she smiled at the old gent, who was trying to look as if he didn't know what his hand was doing. When the elevator boy opened the door to let her off at her floor, she noticed he had on one of those bright splotched ties, the crazy kind, but one of those in which the colors blend. Because it was gay and she liked it, she winked at him. The elevator door didn't grate shut until she had turned the corner into the corridor that led to her room. It's a wonderful world. Anne's heels danced on the tile in the hall. If you have nice ankles and a pretty face, and if men don't mind if you wink at them. Was it the high heels that made her strut? I shouldn't be smiling like a cream-licking cat. My blood shouldn't be tingling, and I shouldn't feel like this. Even now, a murderer may be waiting in my room, but it was Johanna he wanted to kill, and Johanna's dead. It's Anne who is alive. Anne's very much alive and almost dancing down the hall because men don't mind if she winks at them. Men like to have a pretty girl wink at them. Wait a minute, sister, a heavy voice spoke at her elbow. The voice penetrated her consciousness, breaking the bubbles, taking the cream from the smiling cat. Something told her that in some way he represented the law. He stood between her and the door to her room, bringing dullness and listlessness into the softly lighted hall. Johanna wasn't dead at all. He was putting his hand on Johanna's arm. What's your hurry? Solid, heavy, with his hat pushed back from his forehead, he balanced on the balls of his feet in wide, thick-soled shoes. There was a bit of lint on his coat sleeve. She stared at the speck of white on the dark cloth. He blurred as she looked up at him. The weight of her arms and legs tried to drag at her, pull her down. It was the hard hand on her arm that kept her from slumping. This was the way it was going to be then, and the person or persons who had killed Miss Tetenham and the girl called Peaches would go free, perhaps to kill again. What's your hurry? He made the question a flat statement. No hurry. Johanna had nowhere to go except back to the asylum. Then a surge of angry fear swept through her, making her want to scream in panic, shake his hand from her arm, hit desperately at him and kick, sink her teeth into the hand holding her, and run from him and find that person who had so callously swept her into a nightmare. What you doing this evening? The bulk standing there had said something. How about a date? I notice you've been alone every evening. Dinner, it said. The words hadn't been, Johanna Holmes, you're under arrest, or come along, Johanna Holmes. No, she brushed at his hand. I don't know you. I'm the house Dick. I don't want to know you. You don't have to be so damn touchy about it, he said. He added accusingly, you winked at me. It didn't matter what he thought. She wanted the privacy of her room. She wanted to cry a little in relief. In the dining room, his voice was sullen. Anne lifted her head. She pushed past him and put her key in the door. Aware of his eyes boring into the back of her neck, she stepped into her room. Why, you little red-headed hussy, I oughta... Slamming the door on the rest of it, she stared at the floor. He had called her a hussy. Anne giggled. What would he say if he knew she was wanted as a homicidal maniac? Why, you little red-headed homicidal hussy. Stop it, you fool. This giggling is hysterical. I'm giggling instead of crying, and I thought he wanted to arrest me. It's funny. No, it isn't a bit funny. I was frightened. Oh, damn, now I am crying. My new nose will be all red. Anne took off her hat and laid it on the dresser. Opening her purse, she took out a package of cigarettes. She lit one shakily and walked to the window. Would it always be like this? Would her heart stop pounding at the sight of a man who might be a cop? If there were a knock on the door, would she think that now, this time, they'd come for Johanna Holmes? She stared through the window at the sunny street, at the beautiful day. If he had arrested her, it would have been different from the other time. Even when it wasn't necessary, he'd hold her arm firmly and sit too close to her in the car when he took her to the station, because her face was different. Anne left her cigarette in an ashtray and started to undress, humming, "My walk will be different, my face and my name. Nothing about me's going to be the same. What shall I wear?" She caught herself frowning and quickly made her brow smooth. "No frowns. Go away, Johanna, go away. I'll have no sign of you here, neither the way you walked nor the way you talked. Your dowdy clothes and carelessly arranged hair, your flat shoes. Poor Johanna, can't you see how dangerous you could be to me?" Anne stepped out of black-laced panties. She pulled a cap over her short red curls and stepped into the shower cabinet. And if Anne should be sent to the gas chamber, they'd try to make it easy for her. They wouldn't like to put a pretty girl to death. The guards would swear. They'd look at her and at each other, and they'd think, "What a goddamn waste. My death will be different, regardless of what happens now, even if whoever it was that tried before should succeed in killing me. Now, even my death will be different." Anne stopped, suddenly motionless, with the washcloth and soap in her hands. When she was in jail, there had been a little Puerto Rican girl in the inn cell. The Filipino cook had called her Maria. He had brought Maria things, sometimes only a handful of plums or an orange, smiling and undressing her with his eyes while she giggled. What was it? Anne turned, rinsing off the lather. Maria had been ugly. She had never seen anyone so unattractive. What was it then? Not Johanna's face entirely, but because she never smiled, or her attitude, perhaps. Anne stepped out of the shower. Were the old sayings true, that beauty is only skin deep, pretty is as pretty does, and all the rest of them? Anyway, she thought as she dried herself, I like my new face, but would Tip Thornton like it? It might be just another pretty face to him. Would he recognize Johanna Holmes behind it? What shall I wear? Something Tip Thornton would like, the beige with the toast-colored accessories that Sister had insisted brought out a peculiar shade of gray in my eyes. She would look her best tonight. Where were Sister and Dr. Sheik now at this moment? They had promised to send their address. Someday, they'd said, she might come to see them. Anne dressed carefully. She felt tonight would be the night. She would meet Tip Thornton, and then she would know what to do when the time came. What would she do if he recognized her? Oh, he wouldn't. There was nothing about her to remind anyone of Johanna Holmes. While she finished dressing, she thought of something she had thought of before. With Sister and Dr. Sheik out of the country, there would be no one who knew Anne Holiday. She could go to Florida, Mexico, anywhere, and find a new life. No one would ever know. Why should she jeopardize her freedom, even her life, by trying to worm her way into an association with Tip Thornton and the rest of them? Her size and build might remind Dr. or Mrs. Van Durant or Mrs. Ames or even old Riley or her attorney F.I. Dow of Johanna. Dr. Van Durant must have studied bone structure and in his mind's eye might reconstruct Johanna's face. In spite of Dr. Sheik's skillful job, he might recognize facial surgery. What made her think she could discover which one of the group was the murderer of Helen Willington? Why couldn't she forget all that had happened and start a new life? I know very well why I can't forget it. Anne put a last dab of powder on her new little nose. I promised the White Moor. A crazy woman? An old lunatic you'll never see again? An old woman who drew from you a promise you didn't know you'd ever have to keep because she was upset over the death of Miss Tetenham, an imbecile. Picking up her purse, Anne walked to the door. All right, then, I'll admit it. I'm going to do what I have to do because I'm a hussy. I want to see someone squirm the way Johanna had to squirm. Locking the door behind her, she walked determinedly down the hall. I found my claws, Lula. I found my claws. Suddenly the hall felt stuffy and closed up. Then for a moment she felt as she had felt in the presence of the White Moor. Her heart beat faster. This was nonsense to feel like this, as if the bushy white head were nodding approvingly. The next second the feeling was gone. I'm too imaginative, Anne thought as she pressed the button for the elevator. She ate in the dining room, then bought a paper and sat in the lobby reading it. When the house detective came in, she pretended she didn't see him. He sat down on a divan beside a man in a brown suit, and after a while they got up together and went into the bar. Anne found herself reading the same news item over and over. Every evening she had read the paper, and she never knew what she had read. Would tonight be the night? She stood up. She walked to the door that led to the bar, the biggest one in town, Tip's kind of bar. The small booth that she liked because it gave her a full view of the room was vacant. She slipped into it. Who's she waiting for? Asked the house detective, perched on a bar stool. I don't know, the bartender grunted. The man in the brown suit said, Comes in here every evening, doesn't she? Yeah. The bartender threw shaved ice into a glass. I been watching her, the detective growled. She ain't trying for a pickup. Nah, said the bartender. He filled the glass. What's eating you? Asked the detective. Nothing. The bartender picked up the tray with the glass on it. Coming from behind the counter, he started toward the booth. What would the dick say if he told him he carried plain ginger ale? He'd say it was funny, her coming into the lounge every evening and drinking plain ginger ale. Well, it wasn't any of the bastard's business. Hello, Anne smiled. The bartender grunted. Anne took only an occasional sip from her glass to make it last longer. If he hadn't come by the time she had finished her third drink, she would pay her check and return to her room. Then tomorrow night she would be back, her eyes lifting from her glass and her hand tightening on it each time the street door opened. She would return tomorrow night, and the next night, and the next, and one night Tip Thornton would walk into the bar. She liked to look at the men who came into the bar. Some of them had broad shoulders, others had narrow hips or interesting faces. Most of them had something, although there were those that had nothing. Do other women play a mental game like this? In their minds do they decide that one might be nice, or I wouldn't go to bed with him, or maybe... Anne angelically sipped her ginger ale. Then he came. She had waited so long that when the door opened and she looked up and saw him, she stared almost unbelievingly. He was more handsome than she had remembered. He was all bronze and blonde. Everyone else in the bar had seen him too. He glowed pleasantly. Walking a bit unsteadily, he spoke loudly to all the people sitting at the bar and in the booths. He looked as if he thought they were all nice people and friends of his, and he would buy some of them drinks, and some of them would buy him drinks. She sat paralyzed. Now, it had to be now. Waiting too long would spoil it. Her lips felt stiff. This was it. This was the first test. Please, please, don't let him recognize me. Tip walked the length of the bar before he found the right stool. The bartender had beat him there and was waiting behind the bar. Tip was opening his mouth to order. Tip, At the sound of her voice, his head moved. Then he turned enough to hold her and keep her from knocking him off the stool. "Tip, Tip, darling." Anne grabbed him around the neck. She thought, I hope I'm not overdoing it. The bartender, watching Tip put his arm around her to keep his balance, scowled. Anne closed her eyes. Did he recognize her? She was unaware of his arm around her. Did he recognize her? She kept her eyes shut, waiting. "How well do I know you, baby?" Anne's answer was shut off by his lips on her mouth. "He thought I was waiting for him to kiss me. Are people watching? What will the bartender think?" "Well," Tip glowed pleasantly. "Well, you don't remember me." "Yes, I do. Indeed I do." "No, you don't." "Yes, I do." She looked narrowly at him. How drunk was he? She had to be very careful, not do anything that would make him suspicious. "You never called me Anne," she said. "You never called me by my first name, and of course you didn't call me Miss Holiday. You can't even remember what you called me." "Yes, I can." He was staring down at her, down into her eyes. "I called you Kitten. If I didn't, I meant to. You have a kitten's soft gray eyes." So she was Kitten. Not darling or honey or peaches or baby. Kitten. He said it as if it were a caress. It made her want to snuggle up to him. A man like that couldn't be a murderer. There were bronze hairs on the backs of his hands. "Let's find a booth, Kitten," Tip said. Anne looked at the back of the man in the brown suit on the stool next to Tip. She was actually standing between them, and he could hear every word they said. She flicked a wink at Tip. "Let's." He sat beside her in the booth and asked why he hadn't seen her around. He acted surprised when she said she'd been in California until recently. He'd missed her. "You're cute, Kitten." Anne told him she'd missed him too. No, she'd never been out with him. "What's the matter with you, Tip?" "Just one of the gang." Of course he'd asked her to go out with him. "Remember, Tip? They'd been going to go to the mountains. You remember, but Uncle George died. You know something? You're cute, Kitten." Tip ordered drinks. Anne told the bartender to bring the same as she'd been drinking. Anne told Tip she thought he was cute too. She told him she was crazy about the mountains. No, she didn't want to leave now and go out on the trail to see a new place that served spaghetti. No, she couldn't see him tomorrow night. The next night? No, she wanted to go to the mountains or somewhere for the weekend. She couldn't make up her mind. "Cute, Kitten. Can you purr, Kitten?" Anne smiled at him, feeling like a kitten, feeling like purring. It had come off very well. She was sitting in a bar with Tip Thornton, and he was telling her about a fight he'd seen in another bar. When she mentioned fishing to him, he talked about that. Then he ordered another drink and talked about the dog racing season. "He's so damn dense. He's also a bit drunk, but he's adorable. He likes me. He didn't like Johanna. There his knee is, pressing against mine. The bartender's scowling at me. Tip's putting his hand on mine. Why should I care if the bartender disapproves? I like the feel of Tip's hand on mine, and I wish Tip would kiss me." "We'd have all of Saturday and Sunday to get acquainted," Tip was saying. "And there's horsies if you like to ride, Kitten. You like horsies, Kitten? How about it? Go up Friday night?" "I'd love to, Tip. I adore the mountains." "What say we go somewhere else? I know a new place on the trail serves—" "No, Tip. You won't forget? I mean, you'll come by and pick me up Friday night, Tip? You're cute, Kitten. You know what? I'll pick you up here, Kitten. Do you know why I know I'll pick you up, Kitten?" He fumbled in his inside coat pocket. "I'm going to write it down." Anne watched him scribble in a notebook, then replace it in his pocket. He wouldn't forget. The White Moor had been right when she'd said that Tip Thornton would be her entree into the Van Durant home, but she hadn't known that Tip Thornton was adorable and that he'd like Anne. "Hi, Tip." The man in the brown suit, who had been at the bar, slipped into the seat across from them. Anne turned to Tip. His face was blank. Tip Thornton didn't know the man. The man twisted at a lock of hair on his forehead as he motioned to the bartender. He smiled at Tip and Anne. "What'll you have?" Who was he? It came to Anne that she'd seen him at various times in the lobby. "Make mine bourbon." Tip, grinning, slid out of the booth. As he left, he called back over his shoulder. "Back in a minute. What's yours?" the man across from her asked. Anne shook her head. "Nothing, thank you." After the bartender left, Anne looked at the man, expecting him to say something. He dug a package of cigarettes from his coat pocket and offered her one. She started to refuse, then changed her mind and took one. He lit it for her. "Well," she said. He raised his eyebrows. "Well, what?" Anne casually blew out cigarette smoke. "Tip's been drinking, otherwise he'd know he doesn't know you from Adam." The man smiled. Anne felt herself becoming angry. Who was this man, anyway? She had been getting along beautifully until he had interrupted. The man continued smiling. He kept curling the lock of hair on his forehead with his finger. His face wasn't ordinary, really, not when you looked at him closely. When he moved even a small muscle or line in his face, it seemed to mean something. His face was still waters with the faster, swifter current beneath, occasionally stirring it. Anne toyed with her cigarette as she looked around the room. She'd ignore the man across from her. "So, Tip Thornton didn't know me?" She felt the man's movement as he leaned across the table toward her. He spoke quietly. "Tip didn't know you either." Anne turned and looked at him. The lock had fallen rakishly over one eye. "Anne," he laughed softly. "Anne Holiday. Shall I get myself invited to the mountains too? Tip is like a friendly cocker spaniel, and he'll ask me, 'Do you want to bet with me?'" The idea came like a crack of lightning. Anne didn't know how she got out of the booth. She knew she stammered something about his telling Tip she had a headache. When she reached her room, she locked the door before sinking shakily to the bed. An ordinary-looking man with nondescript features, Dr. Sheik had said. She herself had seen him staring at her from his red convertible, but she had still been too close to the nightmare and too fascinated by her new face to pay enough attention. But she knew it was the same man. He had parked across from the small house with the vine-covered porch, and now he would follow her to the Van Durant's mountain lodge. Anne stood up from the bed abruptly. She wanted to make sure the window was locked. She was going to be very careful. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Homicide Hussy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by Doc D.L. Martin. Homicide Hussy by Atha McGuire. "No, Tip, no. We'll never get there." Anne squirmed in his arms. She tried to push him away from her. "Purr, kitten, purr for Tip." He pressed his mouth so hard on her that she could feel his teeth through his lips. She struggled. "Oh, damn it. Why did he have to be so rough?" "Pretty little kitten." Tip raised his head. "Soft little kitten." "Start the car, Tip. We'll never get there." "What you need's a drink." Tip ran his hand through his gleaming hair. "Hell, we both need a drink." Anne pulled herself as far from him as she could and tried to straighten her hat. Tip pressed the starter until the motor hummed, then jammed his foot on the gas. The car shot forward. "Be there in 20 minutes, Tip told her. The car continued to gain speed. His hands tightened on the wheel as he fed more and more gas to the motor. The speedometer wavered on 80. Anne saw it was going to climb higher. Her hand went to her lips, still numb from Tip's hard kisses. If Peaches had been killed in an auto, Anne thought, I'd know Tip was the one that did it. She wanted to use her compact, but was afraid to take her eyes from the road. She felt mussed and rumpled after Tip's kisses and a little confused. She had wanted his kisses and later would enjoy his love-making, but now, Tip! The car had rounded a curve, and it seemed to Anne to be pointed down an almost perpendicular decline. "Oh, Tip, slow up!" He showed his white teeth in a grin. "Scared, kitten? Haven't you got 9 lives, kitten?" Anne stared at the blurred road slipping under the car. At last the road was flattening out in front of them, and they were reaching the bottom of the hill. "I'm getting there," she thought. "I'm getting to the house where Peaches was killed and Johanna was accused of murder, but I'm getting there too fast." Another curve, and the car swerved a second on 2 wheels, brakes squealing, before they shot ahead again. "Please, Tip," Anne begged. "Please don't drive so fast." Abruptly, Tip took his foot from the accelerator, and the car slowed until it was only creeping on the highway. He rested his elbow on the window, slumping, driving at a snail's pace, exaggerating. She looked at his even-featured face. He was, as the white Moor had said, a good-looking devil. Was he annoyed with her? He mustn't become angry with her. It would spoil everything. "Driving so fast," Anne said, trying to placate him. "Aren't you afraid the patrol might pick you up?" He didn't answer. She looked back. She wished a state patrol were in back of them just to show him. There was a car coming, but it wasn't one of the white patrol cars. This car was a red convertible. It, too, was driving slowly. "There's a car behind us," she told Tip. He bent his head and looked in the rear vision mirror. Then he gave her a peculiar look. "You married, kitten?" "Of course not." "You think someone's following you?" "No, Tip, don't be silly." She smiled at him. To appear indifferent, she took cigarettes from her purse. She knew the red car was following them, and she knew who was in it. So the man in the brown suit had been right when he said that he too could get an invitation to Thornton Lodge. Anne looked beyond Tip toward the mountains. Was Tip really like a friendly cocker spaniel? Only a little while before he had been roughing her as a spaniel might have roughed an old shoe. She glanced at him uneasily. What was he really? Friendly spaniel or murderer? When they hit the dirt road, the red car was still behind them, and it followed them when they turned into the drive leading to Thornton Lodge. They were in sight of the lodge when Anne turned in time to see a black limousine swing around the convertible and pass it. The large car hugging the road was coming fast behind them on the dirt road. "There's another car," she told Tip. Tip smiled quizzically at her. "You thought we were going to be completely away from civilization?" He bent again and looked in the rear vision mirror. "That's Dow, Dad's attorney." The black limousine had come up to them. It slowed and followed as they drove up the driveway to the front of the enormous rustic log house. When Tip opened the door for her, she slipped out with a sinking sensation in the pit of her stomach. She turned and came face to face with F.I. Dow. Tip was introducing them. F.I. Dow was shaking her hand, and then she was walking up the stairs between the two of them. Simultaneously, they turned at the top of the steps. The convertible had driven in beside the other 2 cars. They watched the driver get out, then reach back in for a leather bag. Whistling under his breath, swinging the bag, he walked leisurely toward them. Anne looked over his head at his car. This man could be more dangerous than any of the others. He knew the house Johanna had last entered. Dr. Sheik had said he bought gasoline in the late hours, and he might very well be one of the 2 men she had seen coming out of the filling station after she had taken off the white uniform. She watched him as he came up to them. What did his coming here mean? The job on Johanna that the blonde nurse had bungled might still have to be done. Was it his job now? She kept her eyes on the lock of hair on his forehead as he was introduced. It grew straight up from his head, then fell, making a question mark. I know you've already met Norman Jones, kitten. Anne nodded. Did Tip mean anything by the remark? Had she been mistaken about Tip Thornton's not knowing the man in the brown suit? It could be that Norman Jones was in his employ or employed by some other member of the household. In the living room, with the large balcony extending over one end, Anne tried to appear at ease as they talked. She avoided looking at the spot below the balcony where the body of the girl called Peaches had lain. She determinedly kept her eyes to the front. The Navajo rugs on the floors were intricately patterned, colorful, smoothly woven, expensive-looking. The furniture was of waxed wood and leather. Thornton Lodge was not the sort of place where one would expect to find murder. F.I. Dow was saying something about the weather. Hate gloomy weather. Wouldn't have come up if I'd known it was going to be cloudy. At the rear of the wide balcony, she knew, there was a hall that led to the back room in which Johanna Holmes had stayed for one night. Shouldn't have come. It's so damned changeable in the mountains. The attorney was a big man with massive shoulders and strong features. Even when he was speaking softly, his voice held strength. Anne was aware of his piercing dark eyes on her. He would make a bad enemy. Dow's eyes swept from her shiny pumps to her red hair and then back again. The cigar in his mouth pointed at her. There were other eyes on her. Tip's were like those of a friendly, Anne winced, cocker spaniel. But Norman Jones's were what? Scheming? Questioning? Cunning? Tip said something and the others laughed. What's funny about that? Tip grinned. There's nothing better than a couple of snorts to ward off a cold if it rains, and since I know it'll rain sometime. It was a pleasant room, bright and warm and interesting. The small talk was friendly. They were happy, carefree people at Thornton Lodge. Tip suggested that Anne put on slacks or something more comfortable, and he'd show her around the grounds. Mrs. Ames, as buxom and comfortable-looking as Anne remembered, showed her to her room. The housekeeper was one person, Anne felt confidently, who would not recognize Johanna Holmes. The plump, pink-cheeked woman had seemed mostly engrossed in her cooking when Johanna had been in the house. Anne felt a wave of warmth toward her. It was nice to meet a simple, ordinary person. But after Mrs. Ames left, Anne put down her feeling of friendliness toward the housekeeper. There was no one she could trust. Anne moved to the large south windows in her room. Below lay a pool at the foot of the mountain. It glimmered dark blue, and behind it fir and spruce made a backdrop of mingled greens. She breathed deeply of the fresh air. Crisp, gay chintz matched papered panels of white lattice and climbing ivy on the walls. The floor was covered with a green rug, the color of freshly mown grass. A beautiful room in a beautiful house. Anne took her slacks from her bag. Beautiful mountains. And Tip. What about Tip? Had Mrs. Ames been right when she told Johanna that he was always drunk? He had had a few drinks, but that didn't mean he was always drunk. After she had changed, Anne looked into the full-length mirror on the door that led to her bathroom. She had put on a green sweater and deep green clamdiggers. Her flat shoes were oxblood, with the tops halfway up on her ankles, jauntily turned back. She remembered how Dr. Sheik had laughed at them. An elf's shoes, he'd said. In that outfit you look exactly like an elf. All the elves I've ever seen, she told him, were funny-looking. That's because you've never seen any but male elves. The female elf is very cute. Dr. Sheik nodded emphatically. Very. Anne smiled wryly at Anne in the mirror. It would be nice if Tip were neither cocker spaniel nor murderer. She walked down the staircase thoughtfully. Who was Norman Jones? What did he want? Why was he here? How could she deal with all of these people of whom she knew so little? Tip wasn't in the living room. She walked toward a side door that she knew led to a wide porch. Remembering that she was supposed to be a stranger, she stepped outside hesitantly. Mrs. Van Durant was lying in a glider, so engrossed in a magazine that she didn't hear Anne until she spoke. "Hello." Anne watched her closely. "Oh, hello." Mrs. Van Durant's flower blue eyes looked up from under long lashes. "Have you seen Diana?" It was startling. It was as if she were speaking to Johanna. However, Anne saw that the blue eyes were candid. Mrs. Van Durant had clear, creamy skin that was made more beautiful by soft brown hair worn in baby ringlets. Perhaps it was her regular and nearly perfect features that gave her the vague, doll-like expression some extremely pretty women have. "I haven't met your daughters yet," Anne told her. "She was outside a minute ago," Mrs. Van Durant said. Her mouth was like a small red flower. "She wouldn't be out there now, though, would she? I mean, if I were to go outside, she wouldn't still be there." "Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Dorothy Van Durant. Did you tell me your name?" "I'm Anne Holliday. I'm the girl's mother," Mrs. Van Durant explained. "I'm Dr. Van Durant's wife." Looking at her, Anne was reminded of her own Aunt Florence, who had lived a dollhouse, play-acting existence. She would have reclined in the glider in the same manner as Mrs. Van Durant, poising with an arm beneath her head. The heroine of the love story she was reading? "Everyone says the girls are very pretty," Anne told her. Mrs. Van Durant giggled. "The doctor says they have my exterior and his interior. Isn't that silly? As though anyone was any different inside." She giggled again. "Of course, I think the girls are pretty." "They have an attractive mother," Anne said. It was the sort of compliment her Aunt Florence would have expected. It pleased Mrs. Van Durant. She gave Anne a warm smile. Silence followed. Anne studied the toe of her elf's shoe. Mrs. Van Durant fooled with the corner of her magazine. "Margot should take care of the girls," Mrs. Van Durant said, "but she isn't here." Anne looked questioningly at her. "The doctor said she's awfully good for the girls. She's in town and was coming out with Fido." The silence flattened out again. "Have you seen Tip?" asked Anne. Mrs. Van Durant shook her head. "I don't think he's here." She opened the magazine. "I think I'll look around outside." A little embarrassed, Anne opened the porch door. Tip might be by the pool. As the screen door swung behind her, Mrs. Van Durant said, "You will be careful of the balcony, won't you?" Anne whirled around, but the flower blue eyes were guileless. She imagined she heard Mrs. Van Durant giggle as she followed the path along the side of the house. She could be reading something funny, or perhaps she thought peaches had fallen from the balcony and that it was her duty to warn everyone to be careful. White metal chairs and tables were scattered under a striped awning stretched by the pool. There was no sign of Tip. It seemed very quiet. The sun was behind a cloud. There wasn't a ripple on the surface of the water. The firs behind it were motionless. Even the air was standing still. The clouds in the sky were stationary. Then, in the silence, she heard a meadowlark. It sounded close, closer than she had thought that particular bird would come to people. It trilled again. It could be in the trees by the side of the pool. She skirted the corner of the pool toward the spot from which the sound had come. Anne was almost upon him before she saw him. He was lying in a hammock with his hand trailing toward the ground. The meadowlark trilled again. It was Norman Jones who was whistling the bird's call. Before she could turn away, he had seen her. "Oh, hello." She could ignore him and go back to the house. She hesitated. If she talked to him, he might say something that would help her. If she were ever going to find out anything, she would have to talk to all of them as much as she could. "Here, sit down." Norman Jones got to his feet and pulled one of the chairs around to face the hammock. "Have you seen Tip?" she asked. "I thought he might be here." Norman Jones shook his head. "Is he drunk yet?" Anne flushed. "He hadn't had but a drink or two." "Really? I had the impression he'd been drinking all day, perhaps all week. Or don't I know our old chum?" Anne said defensively, "He was quite sober." "Sober? Oh, sure, he can walk and talk and make motions with his hands until he reaches the point." He broke off, then went on. "There's sober and sober. Of course, some people may think a man's sober as long as he's able to motion for the cars to go around him when he's lying in the gutter." "It isn't nice of you to say that." He looked at her for some time before he answered. "Sorry, it's just that I figure Tip Thornton as a spoiled brat." "But why not? Anyone might be spoiled who had been born with a rich mother and then acquired a stepfather who gave him everything he ever wanted. You seem to know a great deal about him for such a short friendship," Anne said bluntly. "I do." Norman Jones smiled as he tugged at the lock of hair on his forehead. "I had to take him home the other evening. He kept calling, 'Kitty, Kitty.' He thought it very funny when I told him he was a Cocker Spaniel and kept barking and growling for me. But I couldn't get him to stand up for me. His legs wouldn't work." "Since you're such an old friend," Anne said, "you must know the rest of the family rather well." "I do." Norman Jones brushed at the lock of hair impatiently. "I've found out a great deal about them." She accused him point blank. "You're a detective." "Don't say such things." He was trying to look shocked. "No, I'm certainly not a detective." "Then who are you?" "I might ask the same about you." Anne felt a dismayed anger at him. She was afraid he knew who she was. She lashed out at him. "What are you doing here?" She barely raised her voice, though she felt like screaming at him. He swung back and forth in the hammock without answering. She felt herself growing more angry. If he knew who she was, why didn't he do something about it? He didn't have to torment her. Anne sprang to her feet. Norman Jones was hounding her. "You're despicable," she told him. "You listen to me." He spoke through his teeth. "What I'm doing here is my business, and don't try to pull any funny stuff on me, because I'll be watching you." He was standing over her, glowering. She thrust herself past him and turned and ran. Tears were in her eyes from sheer frustration. He meant to do more than threaten and badger her. He'd be watching her. Did he mean to wait for an opportune time to do away with her as someone had tried to do away with Johanna? She didn't want to go back into the house. The evergreen shrubs along the foundation of the lodge blurred through her tears. She passed the door to the room that one of the girls had said was used by Dr. Vandurant and went toward the back. From the corner of her eye, as she brushed at the tears, she saw movement behind one of the bushes. Then someone lunged out at her. Her heart seemed to lurch upward. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Homicide Hussy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by Doc D. L. Martin. Homicide Hussy by Atha McGuire. Anne stifled her scream. It was only old Riley. His watery blue eyes under the battered hat stuck full of fishhooks blinked at her. "Thought you was Dinah. The little devil pushed me," he muttered. "Who're you?" He was soaking wet. The legs of his pants were creased and trying to cling to him. "I'm Ann Holiday. Have you seen Tip?" "Ain't here." "Oh, yes, he brought me out. I know, I ain't that forgetful. I seen you when you came. I wonder if he's still in his room." "Ain't here." The blue eyes looked steadily at her. Anne looked away from him. "I'm going to push Dinah in the creek," old Riley muttered. "That's what I'm going to do." The white Moor might have been right when she said he was senile. The old man could even have been the one who pushed Peaches from the balcony. Near at hand, a meadowlark trilled. There was no one in sight, but Norman Jones had said he would be watching her. The silence that followed the birdsong seemed to intensify, as it had when she was talking to Mrs. Van Durant. She wished the old man would say something. She spoke too loudly, wanting to break the waiting silence. "Everything so still," she exclaimed. "Sultry." Old Riley threw back his head on a scrawny neck and stared overhead. "Gonna rain." "It rains lots in the mountains, doesn't it?" "Yep, but showers mostly. This'll be a humdinger." He pointed into the sky behind her. "This'll be a daddy one." Anne looked over her shoulder. A swollen black cloud was blotting out the pale sky. It seemed to swell and move toward them as she watched. "I wish I could find Tip," she said. "Ain't here." She looked quizzically at the old man. Did he know what he was talking about? Could Tip have left? "Where is he, then?" she asked. "Margot." Twisting his wrinkled neck, the old man looked from side to side. He stared toward the front driveway, then peered into the evergreen shrubs that bordered the back porch. Mrs. Van Durant had mentioned Margot. Who was she? Anne studied the toe of her shoe. "Who is Margot?" she asked. "Margot's Margot, that's who," the old man cackled. Perhaps Tip was with Margot. Anne continued to study the toe of her shoe. "Oh, yeah, so sweet." In surprise, Anne looked up. Mincingly, with one hand on his hip, old Riley raised his other hand and coyly patted the fishhooks at the back of his head. "Y'all so dear. I just love y'all." Riley spat on the ground. "Margot talks that way?" asked Anne. "Takes care of the girls when she feels like it, and so lovey-dovey butter wouldn't melt in her mouth. But the fish I catch has got more kindness in their eyes. But even Mrs. Ames is eating out of her hand, 'cause she keeps telling her what a fine cook she is. She talks real good, but I seen her push the girls, and what's she doing here, I want to know. Tell me that. What's she doing here if she's so smart? Just because she's stuck on Tip, that's what." "Where are they?" asked Anne. "Is Tip with her?" "Oh, darling," old Riley said mincingly. "Will you come and get me?" "Poor silly me. Ah, forgot to ask Dal to let me come out with him." "Oh, thank you, darling. You're so sweet." Riley spat again. Old stone-faced Margot didn't forget nothing. She wanted Tip to come get her. Anne felt a surge of disappointment, then amusement at herself for expecting so much from her new face. Tip couldn't be very much interested if he'd leave her without a word, or maybe he had thought he'd be back so soon it didn't matter. She ran her finger down the short length of her nose. "I think I'll look around," she said. She left the old man muttering. "Oughta push her off the balcony, that's what I oughta do." Anne walked toward the back of the house. At least she still had her freedom. If she could keep it until she could find out something that might help her, she would be fortunate. Or could she expect to keep it only until her death? She shivered in the sultry air. She heard the chattering voices before she came upon the tea party at the back. There were 3 of them sitting on small red chairs around a toy table with tiny cups and saucers in front of them. She had forgotten how pretty the 2 little girls were, with their light curls and blue eyes. They did look like their mother, but the pert alertness on their faces was their own. Mrs. Ames was perched incongruously on one of the small chairs towering over the doll table. The larger of the girls, Anne thought it was Dinah, spoke first. "How do you do?" she said in a high-pitched voice. "You're just in time for tea." "Yes, do join us," the other girl urged in the same falsetto. Mrs. Ames laughed, her round face pleasant. She indicated a pot of coffee on the ground. "The tea's coffee for my part. It takes 8 of these toy things to make 1 cup. So if you want a cup of coffee and have patience—" "You're spoiling it," cried the smaller girl. "You've got to call it tea." "All right, sweetheart, it's tea," Mrs. Ames chuckled. The bigger of the little girls graciously filled one of the tiny china cups from the coffee pot. "2 lumps or 1?" she asked. 2 lumps would completely fill the cup. "No sugar, please." Anne took the cup offered her. She sipped it and found it still hot. How well the girls were behaving, and their dresses were amazingly clean. "What's your name?" asked the smaller. "Anne Holiday." "Not that kind of name. What are we going to call you?" Mrs. Ames' laughter shook her bosom. "She means, what does Tip call you?" "Kitten." Anne squirmed uncomfortably on the little chair. "Oops." Mrs. Ames scrambled to her feet. "Forgot about my rolls. I have to punch the dough down." She hurried toward the house. Anne sipped from the little cup. She heard the back door slam behind the housekeeper. Then she looked at the little girls. The little one had her elbow on the table with her chin resting on a small fist. Both of them were looking at her inquiringly. Dinah asked her, "What did you do to your face?" Anne sat frozen. The question had been quite clear. "How did you get so pretty?" asked Diana. Was there an instinctive knowledge in children that adults didn't have? Anne felt as if she couldn't get her breath. "I like you better this way," one said. "Are you going to stay this way?" asked the other. Near panic, Anne looked wide-eyed at them. It had never entered her mind that the girls might recognize her. What could she do? She searched desperately for something to say. It flashed through her mind that they weren't excited about it. They didn't realize what it meant that Anne Holiday and Johanna Holmes were one and the same. There was still time to try to talk to them before Mrs. Ames returned. "How clever of you to recognize me." She tried to speak calmly. "Were you keeping it a secret?" asked Dinah. That was it. Children loved secrets. She leaned forward and spoke breathlessly. "Oh, yes, it's a very special secret, Johanna. I mean, I didn't push Peaches off the balcony, but someone thought I did, so I've come back to straighten it out. If you won't tell anyone who I am, I can find out who did push her, and then they won't accuse me any longer. Please, Dinah." Anne prayed they would believe and help her. "Please, Diana, I honestly didn't—" The 2 girls looked at the pleading in Anne's gray eyes, then exchanged looks. At last Dinah said, "We never thought you did." Anne began to hope. She knew that children, sometimes strangers to adults, sometimes savages or angels, tended to see the moral aspects of life as either black or white, and the 2 little girls had chosen white. "We didn't do it either," Diana lisped solemnly. I know you didn't, Anne said hurriedly, and I didn't. You see, I have to find out who it was so the wrong person can't be blamed. Dinah said emphatically, Old Riley didn't do it either. I'm sure he didn't, Anne said. Will you keep my secret and remember to call me Anne? It'll be our secret, between just the three of us. They nodded their heads, bobbing them up and down vigorously. Promise? Not to tell anyone who I am. No one at all. Cross your hearts? Cross my heart, said Dinah. She turned to Diana. You better cross yours twice. She explained to Anne. It's awful hard for Diana to remember. She isn't as old as me. But you'll keep this secret, won't you, honey? Anne looked at her anxiously. Was she expecting too much of Diana, and Dinah, too? It was the only chance she had. If she does, Dinah said firmly, when she's taking a bath, I'll pull the plug and I'll wash her right down the drain. No, Diana looked wide-eyed at Dinah. No, I don't want to be washed down the drain. I won't tell. The door slammed. Mrs. Ames was coming toward the little table. As one conspirator to another, Dinah hunched her little shoulder forward and whispered, Diana and I'll help you find. Anne quickly put her finger on her lips and motioned her to be silent. She would have liked to ask them about the forget-me-nots, but it was too late. Mrs. Ames was beside them. The housekeeper felt of the coffee pot. It's still hot, she asked Anne. Did Margot come out with you? Anne remembered she wasn't supposed to know much about any of them. An old gentleman I met by the side of the house told me Tip had gone after Margot. Where was he? Come on. Dinah tugged at Diana. The old bastard's around somewheres. The two of them took off around the corner of the house with skirts and hair flying. Mrs. Ames laughed and picked up the coffee pot. Cautions, those kids, they're crazy about that old man, and any time you mention him or they think of him, they start swearing, their way of being like him. I'd been thinking how nicely they were acting, very well-behaved children. Mrs. Ames poured more coffee into the little cups and stood up. Let's sit on the steps. These chairs'll kill us. Anne followed Mrs. Ames, who was carrying the coffee pot, and sat down beside her on the back stoop with her cup. She remembered that Mrs. Van Durant and the others had treated the housekeeper as one of the family. Mrs. Ames could tell her a great deal about all of them if she would. If Tip's gone after Margot, he'll be back soon. Mrs. Ames shook her head. The way that boy drives, I don't know why Margot doesn't keep herself on a really good job instead of coming out here once or twice a year to take care of our little heathens. Margot says it's because she loves country life and the lodge. Margot might be a nice person. Anne looked worriedly at her cup. She mustn't feel prejudiced toward Margot because Tip was with her. A girl with a new dress wanted a fellow to feel like staying around, so how was she, Anne, who had a brand new face, supposed to feel? Anne told Mrs. Ames what a pleasant place Thornton Lodge seemed to be. Mrs. Ames said most places were pleasant when there was plenty of money. They drank the tiny cups of coffee and talked, and above them the black cloud crept closer. Now it was covering half the sky. Anne learned that F.I. Dow had come for the weekend. He was a lawyer and a friend of the family. Had Anne heard of him? Well, he was the criminal attorney. Mrs. Ames doubted if he had ever lost a case. She thought it was because he ate, slept, and lived his work. He wasn't interested in anything but his cases and would go to any length to win one. Fix a jury or a judge, do anything to win. His first name was Ferguson, but they called him Dow, except Mrs. Van Durant, who called him Fido. Sometimes Mrs. Ames thought Dow and Margot might, but Dow was only interested in his work, and of course Margot was crazy about Tip. Mrs. Ames looked nonplussed at Anne, then went on to say that Dow didn't seem to like Margot any too well. The girls, with Margot, well, you know how kids are, resent someone they can't put anything over on. But the doctor and Mrs. Van Durant thought the girls needed someone with a firm hand. She did wonder sometimes if Margot was a little too hard on them. Isn't it funny how kids lie? Norman Jones? No, Mrs. Ames didn't know him. She'd never seen him before. Quiet-appearing fellow, except for his eyes. Had Anne noticed how quickly they moved? "Was that a drop of rain?" asked Mrs. Ames. Anne looked at the darkening sky. All the time they'd talked, she'd been wondering why, if Norman Jones didn't have an ulterior motive, but knew she was the girl who had been accused of murder, he didn't expose her. He couldn't know she wouldn't try to kill again. The housekeeper told Anne that old Riley was Mrs. Van Durant's uncle, careless old man, and some days appeared to forget where he was. It was good of Dr. Van Durant to put up with him. The doctor, in spite of, well, sometimes thinking he was God, was also very good to Mrs. Van Durant, because she seemed so helpless, so pretty and sort of fragile. Anne said it was odd Dr. Van Durant was able to spend weekends away from town. Most doctors had so little freedom. The doctor's fortunate, Mrs. Ames said. There's not only all that money, but he's a specialist in his surgery and at no one's beck and call. I don't know who enjoys his work more, the doctor or Dow. The doctor's as enthusiastic about his operations as Dow is about his trials. Now there, Mrs. Ames exclaimed, that was a drop of rain. It won't hold off much longer. Anne looked at the dull greens of the fir and spruce climbing the mountainside and the faded gray-blue of the sky beyond. I like to watch this, Mrs. Ames said, motioning with her hand toward the darkening sky. It's exciting, as if something were going to happen. From around the corner of the house, Norman Jones appeared. Anne suddenly felt cold. Abruptly, the sky in the distance split with a silver ribbon of lightning. The cracking was followed by a low rumble of thunder. Mrs. Van Durant and F.I. Dow were with him. Now, don't tell me it isn't going to rain, Dow said. He held an unlighted cigar in his mouth. Mrs. Ames, saying something about dinner, went into the house. Anne tried to keep from looking at the man who called himself Norman Jones. Let it rain, Jones said. It'll be clear by tomorrow. Suppose it doesn't, Mrs. Van Durant wrinkled her nose at him. She made it a flirtatious gesture. Suppose it starts and never stops again. Don't be silly. Jones walked to stand by Anne, sitting on the stoop. Everything has an ending. Does it? Anne looked at her elf shoe. Does everything have an ending? Norman Jones was also looking at her shoe. We'll have to stay cooped up, Dow frowned. I came out here because there's space and my apartment tires me. I hope I don't have to stay closed up out here. Anne studied Dow's face. When she'd tried to remember him, she could see nothing but a blank. But now the rugged face that supposedly could sway any jury was again familiar. She thought of the candy he'd sent her in the asylum. F.I. Dow was too intelligent to do anything so stupid as to mail a box of poison candy. Mrs. Van Durant asked Jones, Has Fido been boring you with his favorite subject? Who's his present pet? Dope peddler, rapist, or white slaver? He knows such nice people. The attorney stood by Mrs. Van Durant with one foot on the bottom step. Not an interesting one among 'em, but we were discussing the Willington girl's death. Anne tensed. Her eyes flew to Norman Jones. He looked steadily back at her and said, I think the fact that Johanna Holmes could drop from sight is the most peculiar thing that happened. She wanted to move away from him, but Mrs. Van Durant was firmly planted on the other side of her. Dow shook his head. I'd have said it couldn't be done, that she'd be too easily recognized. Only last week they picked up a girl in Kansas City, but found she wasn't the Holmes girl when they checked her fingerprints. They followed every possible lead. He shrugged. But they'll find her, sooner or later. I hope so, Mrs. Van Durant said, before she has a chance to hurt someone else. There was no doubt of her guilt? Asked Jones. Dow said she wasn't guilty. Anne felt her heart pounding faster. Did the attorney really believe Johanna to be innocent? None of your clients are guilty, Mrs. Van Durant said. Did you ever have one who was? Dow smiled. But if she wasn't guilty, Anne heard herself asking, and the Willington girl was killed, then who? Peaches was sitting on the railing. Dow's cigar bobbed violently and lost her balance and fell. Ridiculous, Mrs. Van Durant told him. She'd have had to make quite an effort to fall over that railing. It makes more sense than being murdered by a girl who was accused only because she was seen coming out of Tip's room. And the flower in Helen's hand? Anne opened her mouth, then closed it. Dow shrugged. We have to believe Peaches fell. Was there a warning in his voice? You mean, Anne said, that no one but the Holmes girl would push her? Certainly not. Mrs. Van Durant looked aghast. Anne heard herself laugh. I mustn't think about it. I mustn't become hysterical. It was so easy for them to decide, but it was Johanna that had been put into an asylum. Dow was staring at her. He probably thought it odd of her to laugh. I was just thinking, Anne said tensely, how awful it would be if there were someone here, someone who had committed murder, and... She jumped as a crack of lightning shot through the sky. They were all looking at her. Mrs. Van Durant giggled. The thunder rumbled, threatening. Anne couldn't find breath to continue. Jones said quietly, I think we'd better go inside. They were all making movements to go into the house. Anne sat motionless. Norman Jones took her arm and pulled her to her feet. They went through the kitchen, where Mrs. Ames was pinching off little gobs of dough, then placing the round balls in a bread pan. In the large living room, Mrs. Van Durant and Dow turned on additional table lamps. Anne started to sit on one of the leather-covered couches, but feeling Norman Jones beside her, sat instead in a cushioned chair. He didn't seem to be able to take his eyes off of her. She had a momentarily hysterical impulse to ask him what he thought of her new face. Didn't he think Dr. Sheik, you know, the man in the vine-covered house across the street from where you parked, did an excellent job? Dow, standing in front of one of the large front windows with his still unlighted cigar in his hand behind him, turned and told them, Tip's here with Margot. Anne let her breath out in a deep sigh. She was a stranger among these people. She heard Tip's thick voice as the door opened and the answering voice of the girl with him. It would be different now that Tip was back. Anne looked up at the girl who had come in the door. She knew it was Margot. Anne felt her hands clutching the arms of her chair. Margot was the blonde nurse who had worked relief on the ward and who had tried to kill her. End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of Homicide Hussy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Homicide Hussy by Atha McGuire. Chapter 15. Everything in the room was slowly whirling. She didn't dare faint, closing her eyes, and rested her head on the back of her chair. If she remained perfectly still, the feeling would pass. She had suspected one of the others of having killed Helen Willington and being instrumental in Miss Teatingham's death. But she was sure of Margot. Only the White Moor's intervention had kept the blonde nurse from killing her. When her breathing had steadied, she opened her eyes to find herself staring into the pale blue ones of Margot. "Kitten, this is Margot. Isn't this a cute little kitten, Margot?" Tip showed white teeth in an inept grin. Anne was aware of the cold, calculating eyes sliding over her before returning with a proprietary look to Tip's face. Anne had a sudden conviction that this was the way Margot preferred Tip, half drunk, that Tip wouldn't like Margot as well if he were sober. Tip sat clumsily on the arm of Anne's chair. "Know what? Margot's my warden." "Tip, darling." Margot found a seat by Norman Jones. "Do be quiet." "You know where I met Margot? In a sanitarium. Yes, sir, in a sanitarium." "Why look so startled?" Margot drawled at Anne. "Tip's an alcoholic, poor boy. You know, alcoholic." Anne looked from her to Tip. Norman Jones had tried to tell her in different words Tip was an alcoholic. The White Moor had known. "When Tip reaches a certain point in his drinking, darling, must you look so forlorn?" Margot laughed at her. "What's so awful about going to a sanitarium for a month or two occasionally? The vitamins and baths do him a world of good. There's worse things than being a drunk." "Such as being a murderer?" Mrs. Van Durant giggled. "That's where Tip first met her, while having DTs in a sanitarium." Her long lashes drooped over her doll-like eyes. "So she's been ridiculously and outrageously in love with him ever since." The remark didn't embarrass Margot. Here she seemed very different from the churlish and intolerant nurse whom the patients on the ward had silently hated. She had acted as if she thought them of no importance, merely dumb animals to be herded and fed. With these people she was a little too talkative, almost fawning. "I really think," Mrs. Van Durant said, her words seeming to have barbs in them, "Margot would do anything for Tip." Would Margot do anything for Tip? If she had tried to kill Johanna in order to protect Tip, it would mean Tip had thrown Helen Willingham over the balcony. Was it as simple as that? There was something not quite right about the solution. What motive did Tip have for killing Peaches? Anne was sure of one thing. Margot had tried to kill Johanna, and instead had killed Miss Teatingham. But it couldn't be proved. And how did Norman Jones fit into the picture? There had been no look of recognition between him and Margot. They were all talking together now. Mrs. Van Durant left the room to speak with Mrs. Ames. Tip followed her, saying he would mix cocktails for all of them. Margot was directing her conversation at Anne, spotting it occasionally with questions. Although Dr. Sheik had thoroughly briefed her on a non-existent past, there was a chance that she might say something that wouldn't coincide with what she had previously said, and she was nervous. Margot was telling her now that Dottie Van Durant wasn't able to care for the girls. Dottie was strong enough and all that, but she was one of those women who were born to be ornamental, to be petted, wear beautiful clothes and expensive jewelry, and be pampered. Heaven knows she was pampered. The doctor gave her everything she wanted. Anne detected envy in Margot's voice. Anne closed her eyes. She would have liked to cover her ears and shut out the sound of the blonde nurse's drawling voice. She wanted to think. Why had Johanna's death been so important to someone? What did he or she think Johanna knew that would be dangerous? What did Johanna know? She had gone over and over every detail of every minute Johanna had spent in Thornton Lodge. There was nothing. Margot continued talking. She had probably had a drink with Tip. Anne opened her eyes. Margot sat directly across from her. Every time she looked up, she had to look at her. What would Lula and Spitzy and the vegetarian and all the others think if they could see the blonde nurse now, without her clinking keys, laughing and agreeable? The blonde nurse was enjoying herself, enjoying life. Miss Teatingham was dead. Johanna could have been dead. But Margot was alive and laughing and talking at Thornton Lodge in the mountains. Anne tried to push down her sudden anger. She watched Tip drinking, urging drinks on all of them. "Hey, I'm Woozy," Margot said as she accepted the cocktail Tip offered. "How are you, Woozy? I'm Tip." Margot laughed gaily. The ice in her glass tinkled. Tip started to hand Anne a cocktail. Fumbling, he let part of it spill on her slacks. "Sorry, kitten, sorry," he told the others. "Kittens don't like water, don't like to get wet." It gave Anne the excuse she wanted. She didn't know what she might do if she stayed. She might start clawing the bitch. She left with a short apology and went to her room. She could decide what she would do while she was changing her clothes. She knew she was going to do something. She changed into a dress that Sister hadn't liked. It was soft yellow nylon and clung to her. Sister had said it was indecent, that any man seeing it would think it an invitation to go to bed. After Anne finished dressing, she looked in the mirror. The gray kitten had turned into a yellow cat. She looked slinky. Sister was right about the dress. It didn't matter. She was going to find the murderer of Peaches if it took every wile and scheme and trick she could muster. Anne stood by the window for some time, trying to think. It hadn't rained. There had only been those first few drops. She hadn't heard thunder for some time. The storm might pass. She smoked 2 cigarettes. She wondered if Margot and the rest of them were still talking, or if they too were now changing for dinner. She knew she'd been in her room for over an hour. Anne left her room and walked hurriedly across the balcony. She stood on the spot from which Peaches had been hurled to her death. If Peaches had been half sitting on the railing and had been surprised, then even the feeble strength of Diana or Dinah would have been sufficient to topple her over. The brick floor below would have done the rest. Anne looked down. There was no one in the living room. The day of Dinah's surprise birthday party, Diana had told her of the room that was always locked and used only by the doctor. If she could get into the room, what would she find? A workshop? A place to study? A laboratory in which to experiment? There might be time to attempt to get into it before dinner, if she hurried. Anne stopped at the head of the stairs. She hadn't seen Tip coming up them. His eyes had raised to her ankles. As he climbed unsteadily, his eyes moved slowly upward over her body until they reached her face. At the head of the stairs, he stopped and smiled down at her. She could smell the alcohol on his breath. That's where she was pushed. He motioned with his hand toward the railing. Anne felt her throat tightening. Tip leaned slightly forward. "If you need me," then he staggered on past her. She decided to go out by way of the porch. Mrs. Ames would be in the kitchen preparing dinner. As she walked through the living room, she glanced around the luxurious room with its rustic furniture. The andirons in front of the huge fireplace were shining copper deer. Anne felt as if someone were watching her. There was an elk's head on the wall, directly across from her, its eyes staring glassily. She knew as she slipped out of the door that there was a chance she might meet someone, but no one would think it odd to find her outside. It's customary to watch the sunset in the mountains, but there was no sunset tonight, only shades of purple and gray outlining the black-green mountains. Diana, or had it been Dinah, had said the room was always locked. Anne walked along the side of the house determinedly. If there was a window, she could at least see enough to satisfy her curiosity. The line of bushy evergreen shrubs marching along the foundation of the lodge was broken by the door to the basement room. Anne looked at it in surprise, and it's never, never left unlocked, Diana had said, but now it stood ajar. Anne took a step forward, then jumped as lightning crackled close by, followed by a terrifying clash of thunder. It's hit one of the tall pines, she thought. The back door slammed. Mrs. Ames might have dinner almost ready. Anne reached out and gave the door a shove. It swung open quietly. The evening light spread into the room, making it less dim. It took only a glance to show her the use to which the room was put. She looked in distaste at stuffed birds and mounted animals and a taxidermist's equipment. A hide of some animal was stretched on a frame. The doctor evidently did his own taxidermy, probably his hobby. To Anne, the room was gloomy and gruesome. She turned to leave. It was the first time she had looked behind her. She stopped short at the sight of Margot. Margot was staring at her. She was sitting, her back slumped, in a big chair a short distance to the side of the door. But the eyes only appeared to be staring. The face held no expression, nothing at all, no life. Margot was dead. The room became a vacuum. Margot couldn't be dead. She had been laughing and talking in the living room only an hour or so ago. Minutes passed. Anne walked closer to the blonde nurse. There was no weapon of death, unless it was the empty glass on the floor. Anne felt no anger toward Margot now, nor did she feel compassion. Nicole had said the blonde nurse was insane in the heart. Now that heart had stopped. Margot had killed Miss Teatingham, and now she herself was dead. But it was shocking. Miss Teatingham had been poisoned with arsenic. It was supposed to leave a lingering odor. Anne forced herself to lean close and smell the dead girl's mouth. She thought she detected an odor of almonds. Anne backed away from the figure in the chair. She clasped her hands to her head. A thought was beating in her mind like the seconds passing. The killer of Peaches was killing again. Anne stood motionless. The anger she earlier had felt toward Margot was nothing compared to the feeling of cold fury surging through her now. The murderer knew Anne would be caught in a trap. This murder, too, would be laid at Johanna's door. Anne's eyes moved upward to the ceiling. Someone up there was probably laughing at her, smug in his or her cleverness. Did the killer know that when the body was found, fingerprints would prove Anne and Johanna to be the same? The white moor had warned her. Had the murderer been afraid Margot would tell what she knew? Margot might have tried to blackmail the killer. Did it mean the killer was becoming panicky? Would be ready to kill again? Anne thought of the people above her. She hadn't seen Dr. Van der Rant as yet. But of the others, not one had seemed the least disturbed. Anyone whose face could appear to be without care and yet have murder in his heart would have to be insane. At the door, Anne looked once more at the dead girl. Then she found herself smiling. She had wanted a trap to catch the murderer. Well, now she had one. The killer was the only other person who knew Margot was dead. He would make a slip, and Anne would know. She pulled the door shut behind her. How much time before the body would be found, and the sheriff called. When Margot didn't come to the dinner table, they might start looking for her. Perhaps Anne could make an excuse for her. Say that Margot had a headache and was staying in her room. Or was it already too late? There was a scattering of raindrops. Anne hurried along the side of the house. When she went into the house and entered the living room, there was no one there. So much seemed to have happened that she had thought they would be gathered together, waiting for dinner. There was so little time. Anne was anxious for someone to come. She wanted to talk to all of them. She wanted to look into their faces. She felt again as if someone were watching her, but knew it was only the glassy eyes in the elk's head. Was Dr. Van der Rant the only one who had a key to the basement room? It wasn't likely. Had he returned and had Margot gone to the room to talk to him and been killed? Mrs. Van der Rant had said Margot would do anything for Tip. The dead girl had held a glass in her hand before she died. They could have been having a drink together when she threatened to expose him. And what about Norman Jones? He hadn't been in the house when Peaches was killed, but it would have been possible for him to slip into the house and kill her. The murder of Helen Willington might have nothing to do with the family at Thornton Lodge. Then there were F.I. Dow and Mrs. Van Durant, either of whom might have had reason for killing Helen Willington, and felt sure that Margot had been killed because she knew the murderer's identity. She couldn't eliminate Mrs. Ames or old Riley as being innocent. There was no one she could trust. She became aware again of the staring eyes of the Elk's Head. Perhaps if you could talk and silently told the head, you could tell me the name I want to know. Or would you be too frightened? Anne heard a light clatter of dishes. It was the first sound she had heard from the kitchen. Where was everyone? Anne remembered the two girls. Perhaps if she hurried, she still would have time to talk to them before dinner. Anne crossed the room and started to pass in front of the fireplace to the stairs. There was a small noise above her. She stood still, tense, before she lifted her eyes. It came plunging toward her. She tried to lurch backward as an involuntary scream was torn from her throat. End of Chapter 15, read by Douglas Wood in Utah.
Chapter 16 of Homicide Hussy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by Doc D. L. Martin. Homicide Hussy by Atha McGuire. She felt the weight against her shoulder, knocking her to the floor. Anne knew she had screamed. Minutes passed and there were voices. Through the moisture in her eyes, she recognized Dr. Van Durant kneeling beside her. "Are you hurt?" Dr. Van Durant's heavy eyebrows were raised inquiringly. She turned her face away from him. "It struck my shoulder." There was a heavy chair lying on its side a short way from her. She knew it was one of those kept on the balcony. Dr. Van Durant told her to move her fingers and then her arm. He pulled back the short sleeve of her dress. She watched him, his sleek white hair glistening in the light, pure silver. There was only scattered silver in his thick brows. He had been too busy to look closely at her face. "Fortunately, it's merely bruised," he told her. He looked at her then. Anne winked at him. One of the heavy eyebrows jumped, answering the wink. "Good Lord!" Dow had come up behind him. "I thought lightning had struck the house. She could have been killed." The words came from behind her. She turned her head. Norman Jones was leaning toward her, the brown lock of hair dangling from his forehead. "Nonsense!" Dr. Van Durant frowned at him. If it had struck her directly, it might have knocked her unconscious, but it wouldn't have killed her. It was a stupid way to try to kill anyone, Anne thought. Perhaps the killer was becoming desperate, and so less careful. "You must admit," Norman Jones pointed out, "she could have been badly hurt. Her legs were twisted under her, and she was trying to get to her feet." Norman Jones abruptly placed his hands under her armpits and stood her on her feet. "Are you sure you're not hurt?" Anne pulled back from him. He could have thrown the chair over the railing. "The bastard broke it." Old Riley brushed past the doctor and took hold of a cracked leg on the chair. He pushed on it as if it were a pump handle, and the leg came off. "Ought to leave it as evidence. Ought to call the law." The old man looked slyly at them. He was no longer wearing the straw hat and had changed his clothes, but the front of his pants wasn't quite closed. Dr. Van Durant frowned at him. Mrs. Van Durant came into the room from the dining room. There was a staircase, Anne knew, by the kitchen that led to the upper hall. Mrs. Van Durant could have been responsible for the attempt to kill her. "Where's Tip?" Mrs. Van Durant widened her blue eyes at them. "And Margot?" For a moment, no one spoke. Anne tried to watch all of them. She saw Dr. Van Durant's gesture of annoyance as he turned to his wife. "He's probably gone after more liquor," he said sharply. "I think," Anne said, "Margot went with him." No one contradicted her. "I was supposed to tell you," Mrs. Van Durant giggled. Mrs. Ames had been waiting to serve dinner. As if a signal had been given, the accident appeared to be immediately dismissed. Dow gave his arm to Mrs. Van Durant and led the way to the dining room. Anne found Norman Jones seated on her right. When she glanced at him, he moved a corner of his mouth slightly. It could have meant anything. Dow was at her left, next to Mrs. Van Durant. There were 2 empty plates across from her. She watched each of them closely, except for Dow, who occasionally stole a morose glance at the blackness through the undraped windows along the side of the dining room. None of the people at the table appeared to have anything more serious on his mind than eating his jellied soup. Even if one wasn't a murderer, Anne thought, they're peculiar. If someone had a chair dropped or thrown at him in my home, I'd still be upset. They act as if it were a normal happening, as if I'd merely tripped and turned my ankle. Mrs. Ames, passing hot rolls, mentioned that Diana and Dinah had been given their suppers and put to bed. Mrs. Van Durant said yes. She thought the girls had been given their suppers and put to bed. She looked even lovelier than when Anne had seen her earlier. The dress she was wearing was definitely her shade of blue, the color of her eyes. Anne knew the doctor was looking at her own clinging yellow dress, at what was underneath it. She remembered the way in which Tip had looked at her as he came up the stairs. Sister was right. Anne jabbed with her fork at the baked potato on her plate. Mrs. Van Durant was chattering to Dow about their last winter's vacation in Panama. They had gone to the races every day. She had taken an entirely new wardrobe with her. "It's raining," Dow said glumly. Drops were hitting the windows, but so softly that only by looking at the streaking panes could Anne tell. "Ain't nothing yet," old Riley said. "Oughta really let loose pretty soon." "My God," Dow said. Old Riley cackled. Anne toyed with the trout on her plate. The meat had already been loosened and the head and spine removed. She lifted the food to her mouth and chewed it automatically. It was the way she had eaten in the asylum. She had never been able to forget that the other women were insane. She felt as if there were a cold wind on her back as she remembered a remark made by the white Moor. "There is no one who is completely sane." She tried to put the thought from her. With the exception of one, these people sitting around the table enjoying their dinners were sane. She glanced at the man on her right and found his eyes on her. He seemed fascinated by her. Some of the most dangerous patients on the ward had been quiet, inoffensive people. Old Riley suddenly cackled as if he had thought of something funny. He was senile, wasn't he? There was food on his chin. Forgetting to close his trouser fly was one of the first symptoms of an old man's senility. Anne picked at her salad. She had to pretend to eat. What of Dow? He evidently had a dread of being confined. He seemed upset because of the approaching storm. Anne listened to Mrs. Van Durant's remarks to Dow. She was saying that when winter came, they were planning a trip to Paris. She was going to buy perfumes and clothes and a great many hats. Her blue eyes made Anne think of forget-me-nots. Then Mrs. Van Durant giggled, and Anne thought of Spitzy. Dow turned to Dr. Van Durant, and Anne caught the words, "That room of yours under the house." She sat motionless. her fork stilled above her plate. Dr. Van Durant saw Anne looking at him and told her, "Oh, yes, I did them myself." He pointed with his knife at the deer head above the door leading to the kitchen. "A hobby of mine. I try to make them as lifelike as possible. I have the eyes sent to me from Europe, catching the really frightened or startled or surprised look an animal has when you suddenly come upon it depends, I've found, on the expression in and around the eyes." Anne looked from the head to the doctor. He was waiting for her to say something. "It looks trapped," she said, as if it suddenly realized. He nodded, his silver hair gleaming in the light. "That's exactly the expression I wanted." Mrs. Ames was removing the dinner plates. The clanking of the dishes as she carried them to the kitchen sounded comfortable and normal, but the deer head on the wall continued to stare in fright at the people sitting at the table. Anne looked down at the dessert in front of her, a rich pudding that Miss Tettenham would have liked. One of the psychiatric aides at the asylum had mentioned a word. What was it? She remembered the aide had said it was from a Latin word meaning blood or red. It had mania on the end, something mania, and meant an intense liking or longing to see blood. The girl had read from her textbook that butchers or surgeons often have such a mania and so, satisfied, live normal lives. Dr. Van Durant was a surgeon. Mrs. Ames had said he was as enthusiastic about his operations as Dow was about his trials. But although there had been some blood where Peaches fell, there had been none where Margot was killed. Anne sipped at her coffee, wanting to dispel the feeling of chill in her body, the feeling that the scene was set. She shivered. "I'm letting my imagination run away with me. These people can't all be in a plot together. It's insane to think there's something wrong with all of them. It would be more sensible to believe they're all right and I'm the one who's crazy. Are you coming?" Startled, Anne looked up. Norman Jones, standing by his chair, leaned over her. She saw that the others were leaving the table. She stood up. Now they would go into the living room and wait. The living room was pleasant and bright and cheerful. Outside was darkness, with the occasional jagged streaks of lightning leaving it each time a bit darker, and inside were the people she really didn't know and the glassy eyes in an elk's head staring at her, while in the basement room below a dead girl was also staring sightlessly. Anne tried to smile and talk naturally, but she found the words dying on her lips. Every gesture and movement of every person in the room seemed to take on special significance. She was looking at Dow when thunder burst in the darkness outside. A muscle in his face flinched. "They're always so restless before a storm." What made her think of that? When Mrs. Ames, her face still wet from rain, came into the living room and told them Tip's car was still in the garage, Anne felt as if she were turning to stone. Now would they wonder about Margot, perhaps look for her? Dr. Van Durant said he was going to see if Tip was in his room. He wanted, he said, to talk to him anyway. Anne became nervously anxious. She had a feeling of panic. "I've a headache." Anne tried to smile at all of them. "If you'll excuse me, I'm going to my room." She turned on the stairs to look back at them. F.I. Dow was watching her. She winked at him. In her room, Anne waited for some time before she turned off her light. She would sit in the dark and wait. The rain was hitting softly against the window. She finished a cigarette and put it out. Over and over she thought of the people in the house, of each action, of each word that had been spoken. Not one thing seemed to point to any one of them as the murderer. Anne rested her head on the back of her chair. An old Quaker quotation filtered through her mind. All the world is queer but thee and me, and sometimes, John, methinks thee is a bit queer. Suddenly her eyes flew open. A crack of thunder sounded as if it had ripped open the entire sky. A tremor seemed to go through the large house from the impact. Her heart started to pound wildly. For a moment, by the brilliance of the lightning, she had seen someone in the room. She was unaware of the rain crashing in fury against the windows. She sat frozen. Minutes passed. There was only the sound of rain on the window panes. There seemed to be iron bands holding her. She fought against them and forced herself to reach toward the night table. Her throat hurt with the strain of waiting. Then she found the lamp and pulled the cord. She looked around. Of course, there was no one in the room. Her imagination had played a trick on her, but she had thought she saw her in the flash from the lightning. The protruding dark eyes had been staring at her from under the mass of dead white hair. The squat body of the white Moor in a muslin hospital gown had been a blur of white in the momentarily bright room. Anne found a cigarette and lit it. She knew she had been close to hysteria all evening. When one lost his mind, did it start with such little mental tricks? She stood up and paced back and forth in the room. The feeling she was in the presence of the white Moor still persisted. It was as if something or someone were prodding her. The white Moor. I had this same feeling of awe when I went into her room with Lula. Anne crushed out her cigarette in an ashtray on the bedside table. Words and sentences seemed to beat in her head. Time is growing short. The white Moor knows everything. Never again will I be able to tell Miss Tetenham the story of the 3 bears. No one is completely sane. Do you promise? Do you promise? Every word and phrase the white Moor had uttered kept coming back to her. Anne stood quietly, trying to think calmly. The white Moor had told her to ask Dinah why she had lied about the flower. Unsteadily, Anne opened the door and stepped into the hall. To her surprise, she found it brightly lighted. There were voices. They seemed to be coming from Tip's room. She hesitated as she passed his door. One of the voices was that of Dr. Van Durant. She hurried on, crossed the balcony, and walked along the runway to the girl's room. She firmly turned the knob. The room was in shadows, with only a small nightlight. She walked between the twin beds, looking from one to the other to determine which bed was Dinah's. The little girl was curled up with one hand tucked under her chin, her curls a splotch of gold on the pillow. Anne shook her gently. The child stirred, then opened her eyes and looked blankly at Anne. Dinah, will you talk to me? A minute. Anne wanted her to be fully awake before she questioned her. I'm Diana, not Dinah, the little girl said sleepily. Her eyes closed. The next moment she was again asleep. Perplexed, Anne looked down at her. She had been so sure it was Dinah. Their similar names were confusing, and they did look alike. Dinah was the older and the one for whom the birthday party had been given. For a moment Anne stood startled. An idea had flashed into her mind. Suppose she'd given the flower to Diana? She had known the girls only a few hours. If she had given it to Diana, that would explain why Dinah had appeared to be telling the truth when she said Johanna hadn't given her a blue flower. But the girls must have known it was being used as evidence against Johanna. Why hadn't one of them offered that information? Why had they kept silent? Anne lightly touched the other girl's shoulder. Dinah was instantly awake. "What is it?" she asked. Anne talked softly to her, telling her she hadn't been able to sleep. Dinah appeared to be pleased that she wanted to come and talk to her in the night. Her big eyes showed she thought it a novel idea. She had been concerned about frightening Dinah or disturbing her by the questions she would have to ask about Helen Willington's death, but she found she needn't have worried. Dinah's pert face looked unperturbed when she brought the subject around to the murder. Perhaps she was so young that it seemed unreal. "Weren't you frightened when the police questioned you?" asked Anne. "Oh, no," Dinah shook her head. "And I wouldn't tell 'em nothing, neither." Anne caught her breath. The little girl did know something. "You mean," Anne asked softly, "there was something you could have told them?" An expression of doubt puckered Dinah's little brows. She started to speak, then hesitated. Anne looked hopefully at her. Perhaps Dinah felt flattered that Anne would come and talk to her in the night. Whatever it was, her doubt seemed to slide away, and she told Anne what she could. Johanna had given the flower to Diana, but later Diana couldn't find it, and she thought she might have dropped it in the living room in front of the fireplace where Peaches's body was found. "But why didn't you tell someone?" exclaimed Anne. Dinah looked shyly at her newfound friend as she told her it was because of old Riley. Riley was always wading or falling into the creek. He dripped, and there had been a puddle on the balcony. They had talked it over and decided not to say anything, because, Dinah told Anne, the old bastard hadn't pushed Peaches from the balcony. They didn't know who did it, but they knew he hadn't. And couldn't Peaches have just fallen anyway? Anne smiled at the little golden-haired girl. It was as simple as that. They had been trying to protect an old man whom they loved. "You know," Dinah said seriously, "it was awfully nice of you to give Diana the blue flower. We were sorry about everything that happened." Anne stared at her in astonishment. "You mean you liked Johanna?" "Uh-huh," Dinah nodded. "We decided we liked you in spite of your being glum-like and not like you are now." "Thank you, Dinah, for talking to me." Anne bent down and kissed her quickly. There was a tightness in her throat. The kiss was from Johanna. "Diana's not as old as me," Dinah told her. "It's awful hard for her to remember. I think she told, even if she did cross her heart twice." "Not our secret," Anne whispered. "Not that I'm Johanna?" Dinah nodded. "Honey, please, who did she tell?" "She says she didn't tell nobody, but I know she did. 'Cause she said I couldn't come in when she was taking a bath 'cause I'd wash her down the drain." Dinah yawned. So someone had found out from Diana that Anne Holiday was actually Johanna Holmes. Was that why the chair had been dropped on her from the balcony? If Johanna were found and brought to trial, the girls could be persuaded to tell the truth about the flower, but it was a minor thing and wouldn't be enough to free her. Before she left, Anne told Dinah, "Don't worry about old Riley. Don't you see, he wouldn't have been coming from the creek at that time of night." Dinah opened her eyes wide. By damn, the old bastard wouldn't have, would he? Anne closed the bedroom door behind her and thoughtfully walked back along the runway. She crossed the balcony then, seeing Tip's door open, and stopped. Sitting in the middle of the floor was Dr. Van Durant. He appeared dazed, as if uncertain as to where he was. She stood hesitant. He had his hands to his head as if he'd been hit, and there was a shattered bottle on the floor. Where was Tip? She felt a little frightened. Uncertainly, she turned back to the balcony. She didn't want the doctor to see her. When she looked over the railing, she saw that Dow was the only one in the living room. The white Moor had told her to ask Dow if someone urged him to take her case. Anne descended the stairs. F.I. Dow was sitting upright in one of the big leather-covered chairs. His face was as gray as the newspaper dropped by the side of his chair, as though he had been unable to become interested in it. She knew the misery of being frightened. Even now, fear was lurking in the back of her own mind. "I know it's hard to understand," Dow said abruptly. Anne sat in a chair facing him. "Will it disturb you if I talk to you?" No. He was holding an unlighted cigar. "It might help if I had something to think about." "I'd like to hear about some of your cases," Anne told him. "Your work must be interesting." His face started to brighten. Then he said glumly, "Which do you have in mind?" He laid his cigar on an ashtray. Anne felt uncomfortable. "Is it the Willington case you want to hear about, Miss Holliday?" he asked. Anne hesitated to answer. "Isn't it?" he asked again. "What do you want to know?" Anne sensed that she was on dangerous ground and at the same time felt a need to speak about the case. She asked, "Why did you offer to defend Johanna Holmes?" "I thought she was innocent," he said flatly. "I also knew I couldn't build up a case for her as strong as the state's case against her. Do you still feel that way?" "Yes," he answered, "certainly." "How can you be sure?" she inquired hopefully. "I can't. However, Miss Holmes came to me in answer to an ad, and in my own mind I'm convinced she knew neither Tip nor Helen Willington before she came to the house." "Then you think Helen Willington fell from the balcony?" "Yes." He said it as if it were merely a word to be used in preference to anything else he might say. She had asked the question the White Moor had suggested and had received nothing in the way of helpful information. "I knew you would be interested in the Willington case," F.I. Dow said slowly. Anne raised her eyes to his. The attorney wasn't smiling. "Seeing you first at Thornton Lodge had a bit to do with it. Also, at the exact moment I happened to be thinking of Johanna Holmes, I heard you talking with Mrs. Ames and the girls in the backyard. It's difficult to disguise a voice." He knew she was Johanna Holmes. She felt as stunned as if lightning had struck in the room, a lightning that had left the room slowly darkening. She was swaying, and a black pit was yawning at her feet. "Here, here, here," she heard the attorney's voice like a chant. "Here, here, you mustn't faint." She felt his hands on her and thought about it curiously. He was pushing at her. Then she realized he was forcing her head down between her knees. Of course, to keep her from fainting. She felt the blood coming into her face. In another minute he took his hands away and she raised her head. "Feel better?" he asked. Anne managed to nod. She felt the same old ache come into her throat. He knew who she was, and now she would be taken back and it would start all over. "This damn storm." His voice was distraught. "I always have a feeling of disaster, a feeling that the elements are clashing to bring about the end of everything, and it doesn't matter what I say or who you are but I should be able to act intelligently." "If you knew who I was, why didn't you call the authorities?" Anne asked dully. "I wasn't sure until you proved it just now. It seemed fantastic, but I toyed with the idea, as there had to be some explanation for your having disappeared so effectively." He gave a feeble smile. "I also could be smug and say I never forget an ankle. As your attorney, I insist you give yourself up, of course." "Oh, of course." Anne twisted her hands in her lap. She had to give herself up. She had to go back to jail and sit in a nice little chair and let them put her to death. Otherwise, she'd be acting against the law, wouldn't she? Anne tried to swallow. Maybe it was what Johanna Holmes would do. But Anne, with an effort, she managed to swallow. Mr. F.I. Dow didn't know Anne Holliday. She looked at the attorney in the chair watching her. How did she know he hadn't pushed Peaches from the balcony? It would be convenient for him, wouldn't it, if she gave herself up? He'd admitted he'd known who she was. He could have dropped the chair from the balcony. She looked away from him, her breath coming faster. He had sent the box of poisoned chocolates that had killed Miss Tettenham, and the gray pills in the cell. He had come to see her several times, and he could have left them for her to find. Margot had tried to help him when she pushed Johanna in the lavatory, and later tried to smother her to death. "You tried to kill me," she cried. "You left the pills in the cell because you thought I was so discouraged I'd take them. Your car, it was a black car that almost ran the sheriff off the road when he was taking me from the county jail to the state hospital. You tried to wreck us. Don't come near me." He was standing up. She jumped from her chair and backed away from him. "I'll scream. They'll believe me. They'll have to believe me." "Shut up. For God's sake, lower your voice." He advanced toward her. She opened her mouth a split second to draw air into her lungs, and it was too late. Only a low moan came out with his hand clamped over her face. "Will you listen to me?" he hissed in her ear. "I'll squeeze the daylights out of you if you try to scream. Will you listen to me if I let you go?" Anne struggled to break away from him. He was lying. He was going to kill her. Then his hands were gone from her mouth, but they were clutching her shoulders and shaking her. He was shaking her so furiously that she couldn't scream. Then abruptly he let her go, and she looked at him breathlessly. "I'm sorry," he said, "but really, you know, you were hysterical." "Hysterical?" Anne looked dazedly at him. Why shouldn't she be hysterical? She gave a sound that was something like a laugh. "See," he said, "you're still hysterical." He walked back to his chair and sat down. "Better sit down." He indicated the other chair. Listlessly, Anne sank into the cushion. F.I. Dow casually took cigarettes from his pocket. He insisted she take one. He lit it for her and then his own. He crossed his knees. "Feeling better?" he asked. Anne just looked at him. "Now, suppose you tell me calmly what this is all about. What is this business about my having tried to kill you? I'm afraid, young lady, your mind is playing tricks on you." "There's nothing wrong with my mind, and I know that if I had eaten the candy you sent me, I'd be dead now." "Nonsense," he snapped. "One of the patients ate some of the chocolates and died. A coincidence. They found arsenic in the candy." F.I. Dow was frowning at her. "Impossible." "It killed Miss Tettenham. You can check with the hospital." "I don't understand," he said. "One of the doctors mentioned arsenic and suicidal tendencies and something about a patient having died, but I thought it might be you were trying to make them think you weren't sane. I still can't believe." He thought she was lying. He thought she was making it up. Slowly, she told him everything that had happened from the time she had been left at the hospital. She hoped the attorney didn't realize that at the same time she was trying to lay a trap for him. She mentioned Margot's name whenever she could. She made it clear to him that Margot had tried to kill her. She watched the expression on his face changing. Dow had completely forgotten the storm. He asked questions. He made her tell him how she escaped. Then he had her repeat everything she could remember about the chocolates. "You're sure, of course, it was Margot in the ward?" Anne nodded. "It'll be hard to prove," Dow said, "that Margot made an attempt on your life. If he had killed Margot, would he, knowing she was dead, have made that remark? Had he seen the trap? Anne knew he was shrewd. If he were the murderer, he would be careful to speak of Margot as if she were still alive. He was too clever to be trapped by her. Anne said, if it could be proved that Margot tried to kill me by dropping the chair from the balcony. Evidently no one saw her, he said. Anne remained silent. Margot had already been dead when the last attempt on her life had been made. Perhaps the attorney knew it. The black car that almost ran you off the road could have been mine. Margot has used it occasionally to bring something from town. So have the others. Or it could have been any black car that looks like mine. It might have been a bona fide accident. He shook his head. She could have bribed someone to leave the pills in your cell. You said someone else could have driven your car if it wasn't, as you said, actually an accident. What are you driving at? Margot wasn't here when Helen Willington was murdered. I know, I thought of that. The attorney looked thoughtful. I'd rather it had been Margot than one of the others. F.I. Dow might not be the murderer, but he was an old family friend, and Anne knew he would also rather it had been Johanna Holmes than one of the others. How much more time did she have? Anne Holliday's gray eyes narrowed. How much more time? The only thing Margot wants in this world, Dow said, is to have Tip marry her. Anne and F.I. Dow exchanged glances. They both knew that Tip must have been the reason Margot tried to kill Johanna, that she must have reasoned that if the accused girl were dead, the case would be closed and Tip would be safe. Anne knew Dow was wondering the same thing she was. Why had Margot thought Tip might be accused of killing Peaches? Was it possible Margot had known something that would point to his guilt? Now Margot could never tell anyone anything. Anne thought uneasily of the dead girl. It seemed wrong to have left her alone in the basement room, but not as wrong as it would be to let her killer get away with his maniacal work. Norman Jones. Dow seemed to be thinking aloud. I wonder what he's after. Anne's eyes went to the staircase. Dow's eyes followed hers. Dr. Van Durant was walking slowly down the steps, his movements mechanical. They watched silently as he moved toward them. Where's Tip? His voice was tired. Isn't he in his room? Asked Dow. Dr. Van Durant shook his head as if to clear it. No, he knocked me out with a bottle. A brilliant flash of lightning outlined the drapes across the windows. He's in a bad state. He's mean and seeing things and... The rest of it was lost in the rumble of thunder that seemed to come into the room, vibrating angrily. Anne was aware that the elk's head above the fireplace mantel was staring fixedly at her. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Homicide Hussy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by Doc D. L. Martin. Homicide Hussy by Atha McGuire. Anne slipped into her room and locked the door. She had to hurry. Dow would think of her again after Tip had been found. She snatched up her suitcase and opened it on the bed. She had no intention of leaving yet, but she wanted it ready so that when the sheriff was called, she could make a run for it. It was storming outside, but she wouldn't stay and be persecuted again for what someone else had done. Why had Margot thought Tip had pushed Peaches from the balcony? Diana and Dinah had been afraid old Riley would be blamed because of a puddle of water. Could that be it? It was like Tip to have spilled his drink. Margot would know that too. The sheriff might have had a sample of the spilled liquid analyzed and be aware of its alcoholic content. Anne hurriedly took her things from the top of the dresser and carried them to the bed. Psst! Anne stiffened. She waited, but there was only silence. Still she waited. Then she saw him. The closet door was slowly opening, and Tip was looking wildly out at her. "Shh!" He tiptoed unsteadily from the closet. "Don't shay nothin'." He waved his finger warningly in front of his lips. Anne felt her heart thud. His eyes had the same glassy stare as those in the elk's head. "They're after you, too. You were afraid they were following you." There was awe in his thick voice. He swept his arm in a wide gesture toward the suitcase on the bed. "Don't bother with that. We'll go out the window." She hadn't moved since her first sight of him in the closet. She saw his hand go to his mouth. He bit at the back of it and stared at the wall with quick horror in his eyes. "What is it?" she asked. "What is it?" His hand trembled as he pointed. "It's a part of the wallpaper. You see, it's a part of the wallpaper. It moved like a snake. I know what they are. They tried to fool me, but I know what they are. Don't let them frighten you. It's only the wallpaper." Anne moved her eyes from the lattice-like stripes in the wallpaper. She told him firmly, "Go back to your room, Tip." A flash of lightning lit up the sky beyond the windows, and Anne felt herself cringe as a second bolt struck close by. "Shh! They'll hear you." Tip's voice rose over the sound of thunder. "There was a dead woman walking in the hall. They killed her." Her knees were trembling. He started toward her. Her heart pounded heavily. "Please, Tip, go back to your room," she pleaded. He kept coming toward her. His face leaned over her, his body following. "What's the matter? What's the matter?" "Don't, Tip," she begged. "Stay away from me, Tip." She backed away. It was the nightmare again. "What's the matter?" He stared down at her as she stood with her back to the wall. Anne told him in the nightmare, "You killed Peaches. You pushed her." Tip's lids flickered over his glassy eyes. A shudder went through his body. "Poor little Peaches. I loved Peaches." His face twisted. "Margot knew you spilled your drink on the balcony." "Spilled my drink on the balcony." He raised his voice. "Didn't kill Peaches." "You did. You killed her." "No, no." His eyes looked wild. "Was gonna marry Peaches. Loved Peaches. Gonna marry—" He stopped, looking out of the corner of his eyes at the wall again. "It isn't a snake. None of them are snakes. It's only the pattern in the wallpaper." Anne's eyes flew to the door. Someone was pounding on it, trying to turn the knob. She waited, hopefully. "Didn't kill Peaches. They killed her. And now they're after me." Tip nodded his head knowingly. Anne felt intense relief when Dr. Van Durant's voice came muffled through the door. "Is Tip in there?" "Yes," she called. Yes, he's here." Tip told her reproachfully, "You shouldn't have let them know." Anne wondered how she could get past him to unlock the door. "They're after me." Tip's eyes darted from side to side. "I'm not going to let them get me." "It's only Dr. Van Durant." Anne tried to speak soothingly. "Let me open the door." "No, you mustn't." He stared with unwavering eyes. "That's what they want you to think. But I know them. They'll torture both of us." "Unlock the door," Dr. Van Durant shouted. "Tip, you hear me? Unlock the door." "You see, it's only your stepfather," Anne told him. "They've got you fooled too. They can look like anyone or anything they want. They're clever." "Tip, please." Anne stopped. What could she tell him? He wasn't rational. She called to Dr. Van Durant. "Can't you get another key?" "Don't let them in," Tip screamed it. Anne made a move to go past him, and Tip grabbed her. His arms were iron bars lifting her off her feet. She screamed as he moved with her across the room toward the window. She kicked her feet with all the strength that was in her. Then her feet were on the floor, and he was holding her with one hand and pulling up the window with the other. His fingers dug into the flesh of her arm as he kicked at the screen. He thrust one of his legs over the sill. He was drawing her with him. "Wait a minute, Tip," she begged. "Please wait a minute." She had caught his attention. His arm was around her, holding her fast. He looked questioningly at her. "What you want, kitten?" She had to distract him, had to hold his attention until Dr. Van Durant could get into the room. Tip's eyes were centered on the low V of her yellow dress. Anne saw them start to waver and quickly pressed her lips against his. She kept her lips against his. She pressed her body against him. She could feel him respond. His hand slipped under the neck of her dress across her shoulder to fondle her flesh. The arm holding her relaxed to caress her. There was pounding at the door. She heard Dr. Van Durant call, "Are you all right?" She felt Tip become tense. Dr. Van Durant called, "I'm going to break down the door." She felt Tip's sudden movement and jerked violently away from him, breaking his grasp. She heard her dress tear. She turned and ran to the door. She had trouble turning the lock to open it. Dr. Van Durant brushed past her. "Tip, for God's sake!" Dr. Van Durant ran to the window. Tip was outside the window. The rain beat at him as he clung to the side of the house. He was trying to climb down the outside logs. Dr. Van Durant grabbed at him and missed in the rain. Anne caught her breath. Dr. Van Durant's empty hands were still reaching, his body almost completely outside the window. Tip screamed. She heard a scratching noise as if his hands were trying to catch at the logs. Then Dr. Van Durant turned and fell back into the room, and she knew for sure. "My bag," the doctor spoke in gasps. "I've got to get my bag. Go down to him." Hurrying toward the door, he collided with Mrs. Van Durant. "It's Tip," Mrs. Van Durant shrieked. "Something's happened to him." He brushed past her. Anne ran after him. There might be something she could do to help. Tip might not be dead. She thought of the golden blondness of him, his bronze hair with the light shining on it. It didn't seem right that he could be dead. Dr. Van Durant went into the big room directly off the balcony. "We've been afraid he'd do something of the sort." The doctor's voice was so low that Anne could barely hear what he said. She followed him into the room. Why was he so slow? Why didn't he hurry? Tip might be bleeding to death. "It's my fault. I knew he was becoming hallucinated. Should have given him a sedative earlier." Dr. Van Durant sounded agitated. He brought a black bag from a closet. Why was he stopping to look into it? Doctors know what they carry in their bags. Suspicions flashed through her mind. Suppose he didn't want Tip to live. Norman Jones had said Tip had been born with a rich mother. At her death, his stepfather had probably been made administrator of Tip's estate. It could mean a great deal of money, enough so that Dr. Van Durant might feel he had to continue handling it. Anne watched the doctor snap the bag shut. As long as Tip could be proved incompetent because of his chronic drinking, the doctor could control everything. But if he married, Tip had said he had been going to marry Peaches. Any girl Tip had shown interest in might have been a threat to the doctor. Sometimes, Dr. Van Durant said, if a man's relaxed enough, as from drinking, he can fall without too much injury. Anne saw the expression on his face and knew she'd been wrong. He didn't want Tip to die. The shock and alarm on his face showed his true feeling. She watched the doctor half running toward the door. It was obvious he cared a great deal for his stepson. She followed Dr. Van Durant as he crossed the sitting room balcony toward the stairs. "Oh," Mrs. Van Durant was standing in the doorway of Anne's room. Oh, oh! She clutched the robe across her breast. Her face was white, her eyes closed, and she wilted against the door jamb. Anne's eyes flew to the doctor. His eyes only flicked over his wife as he started down the stairs. This is no time for dramatics. Mrs. Van Durant opened her eyes. She saw Anne looking at her. Why did it have to happen? There was anguish in her voice. Why did it have to happen to Tip? Anne said, "I'm going to see if I can help. I'm nervous. I'm sorry. Please." Mrs. Van Durant pleaded, "Stay with me." She hadn't thought the doctor's wife capable of having much feeling or emotion. Her face was white, and her hands twisted together nervously. "The doctor's with him," Mrs. Van Durant said. "Anyway, you can't help if he's dead." Anne felt sick at the thought. No, she couldn't help. No one could help if he were dead. She walked through her room to the window. Mrs. Van Durant followed her. There was nothing but blackness outside the window. The rain seemed to have lessened. Anne looked down. Tip was stretched out on the lawn in a square of light from the house. Dr. Van Durant was bending over the prone figure, and Dow was kneeling at one side. Norman Jones walked into the square of light. "He isn't dead, then," Anne said. "Thank God, he isn't dead." There was intense relief in Mrs. Van Durant's voice. "Thank God, thank God." Anne felt the rain wetting her face. She watched the men busy below. It looked as if they were going to carry Tip into the house, and he fell so much farther. Mrs. Van Durant seemed unaware of what she said. She was staring down, her eyes intent on the figures below. Anne continued to watch the activity in the light from the front windows. So much farther than Peaches? The thought stabbed at her. Dr. Van Durant must make a great deal of money as a surgeon, but the money he received as administrator of Tip's estate could amount to much more. But if Tip died, wouldn't the money be likely to go to some relative of the doctor's first wife? Mrs. Van Durant hadn't wanted Tip to die. She loved her jewels and new clothes and trips abroad. She was like Aunt Florence. There could never be enough money for her sort of woman. Mrs. Van Durant had been panic-stricken when she thought Tip was dead. Anne could see Dr. Van Durant standing up. They appeared to be getting ready to move Tip onto a makeshift stretcher. Nor would Mrs. Van Durant want Tip to marry if it meant that the doctor would lose control of Tip's wealth. Even this place, Thornton Lodge, was probably part of Tip's estate. She could have killed Peaches to prevent the marriage. Anne knew without looking that there was no worry on Mrs. Van Durant's face now. It didn't matter to her if the fall left Tip a cripple or invalid, as long as he remained alive. And why had Dow defended Johanna Holmes unless he was afraid the woman who was so charmingly beautiful and called him Fido might have been responsible? Suppose he was honest but wouldn't let himself think about it. Anne could feel Mrs. Van Durant's blue eyes looking at her. The flowers Johanna gave Diana had been blue forget-me-nots. The night Peaches was killed, Mrs. Van Durant had changed one of the girls and Johanna the other. Had she thought that all women were as clothes-conscious as herself and that Johanna would know she had worn Diana's flower because it was her color, the blue of her eyes, and that Peaches must have torn it from her as she fell? Dropping a chair over the balcony had been such a stupid thing. Mrs. Van Durant was the only one stupid enough to have done it. Anne turned her head to find Mrs. Van Durant watching her. There was a tiny smile on her pretty face. It was a sweet face, a doll-like face, but in that moment it wasn't a stupid face. I mustn't let her know yet. My throat feels so funny. I'll tell her we must shut the window because of the rain. but she knew the knowledge was showing on her face. And then, in that moment, she didn't care if the killer of Peaches and Margot and Miss Teatonham knew that Anne had found her out. She wanted the murderer to know she would be punished for her mad killing. It was for this that Anne had come back to Thornton Lodge. She didn't know how it happened. She was struggling with the woman. There was a moment of electrical hatred between them, of snarled invective, and then they were desperately fighting. Anne hadn't known that anyone could be so strong as the woman who was trying to thrust her out the window. The woman had gone mad. She tried to find Anne with her teeth, tried to find her throat and tear it with her teeth. Anne's hands turned into claws, digging into Dorothy Van Durant's flesh. But the woman was strong, and Anne could not shake her. Her heart pounding, shaking her body, Anne clung to the windowsill. Dorothy pried at her fingers, and one hand slipped from the sill. She was going to fall. She would fall and wake from the nightmare. You wake after you fall and find you are all right. It was all right to let go, then wake up. Her arms ached so. It would be better to let go and wake up. Her fingers relaxed. Odd to be suspended in air. She should be falling. She had let go, but there was a relentless link around her wrist, keeping her from falling. What was the body pressing against her? Hands dragged at her, tore at her clothes, then slipped down her legs and were gone. There was a scream, and the scream broke off abruptly. Then silence. Anne looked up. Norman Jones looked down at her from the window. It was his hands clamped around her wrist. Then he was pulling her up and lifting her through the window. She was clinging to him, his arms around her, fending off the nightmare. Anne wanted to tell him something, but she was crying. "You're fine now," he kept saying. "You're fine now." She buried her face in his shoulder and kept crying hysterically. "I've never seen anything like it," he said. "She was like a mad woman, and I had difficulty holding on to you. I don't know what happened that she fell. I was afraid I couldn't hold you. I didn't think about her." Anne stopped crying. She knew what it was she wanted to tell him. "I don't care who you are," she said. He didn't ask what she meant. She didn't quite know herself. Dow came into the room and Norman Jones took his arms from around her. "She's dead," Dow said. There was nothing in his voice. There was no moisture, nothing in his eyes. "I know she tried to kill you." Dow looked curiously at his hand as he aimlessly clenched and unclenched it. "But I ran down to her. I wanted her to be alive. It's better this way," Norman Jones told him. "I could have saved her," Dow said. "Now we know she killed Helen Willington, but I could have saved her." Norman Jones repeated, "It's better this way. Where's Margot?" There was fury in Dow's voice. Margot must have encouraged her, perhaps told her if Tip married she wouldn't have enough money, even suggested she do away with the girl he planned to marry. Dottie wasn't an intelligent woman, and Margot encouraged her to do this. Dow told Anne, "That's why Margot tried to kill you. Dottie kept Tip from marrying, which was what Margot wanted, and Margot had to help her. Too, Dottie let her stay around where Tip was, but Margot will pay." The attorney spoke grimly. "I'm going to see that she pays dearly." Anne had to tell them about Margot, that she had already paid. At first she was afraid they wouldn't understand her previous silence, but from their remarks when she finished talking, it was obvious that she needn't have worried. When Mrs. Ames came into the room, Anne thought of the small golden-haired girls. If the smaller one could have kept her secret, her mother wouldn't have tried in desperation to kill again, and might now be alive. Dinah and Diana, tears came to Anne's eyes. "They'll be all right." Mrs. Ames' plump face was solemn. "I've been with them. I'm going back to them now." She wasn't a good mother. She did them nothing but harm. Anne thought of the forgotten birthday party. Mrs. Ames was right. The housekeeper was warm and kind. She looked tired at the moment. Anne was reminded of Tip's remark that he had seen a dead woman in the hall. He had probably seen Mrs. Ames going to the girls' room to comfort them in the storm. Anne hadn't heard thunder for some time. Perhaps the storm had passed. "Is Tip badly hurt?" Mrs. Ames asked. "A broken leg and collarbone," Norman told her. "He'd have had to go to a hospital anyway. He was a lucky guy to survive that fall." There had been another who fell, one who hadn't been fortunate. Anne found herself tensing, remembering. She could still hear Mrs. Van Durant scream. She'd never forget it. Anne felt an arm around her shoulder. It was Norman Jones. Dow spoke suddenly. "See here, Jones, how about going easy on this? There's no point in making it harder on the doctor and the girls, is there?" "I'll do what I can," Norman Jones told him. "I can play up Margot, but there'll have to be a story." "What were they talking about?" Dow nodded. "I suppose so. I'm going to call the authorities now." Mrs. Ames left to see about the girls. Norman's arm was still around her. She smiled at him. "I don't even know who you are." "Yes, you do," he said. "You stared at me long enough." "In your car? When I was crossing the street?" "Before that," he told her. But before that she'd been in the asylum. A memory teased at her mind as she looked at him. A scene was coming back to her. Lula coming in with magazines and sitting by her, and an aide calling Spitzy and Mrs. Brown from the room. Then Dr. Burns introducing the man to the nurse as Mr. Jones and saying he was writing an article. Norman Jones. Anne looked at him. He appeared nondescript, partly because of his coloring. Different clothing could make his conventional brown hair and eyes seem darker or lighter. And Johanna had been living in a confused and frightening world of insane women. So much had happened. No wonder Anne had forgotten. "You were writing an article," Anne told him. He nodded. "I was after a follow-up story on the Willington girl's murder, but somehow you didn't look like a killer to me. My imagination may work overtime, or maybe I've taken home too many stray kittens with big gray eyes. Oh, I'd forgotten all about it if I didn't work irregular hours and there's only 1 or 2 stations open all night where I can get gas. One night I was chatting with Bob, the filling station attendant, when I noticed something peculiar. I noticed it because I'm a reporter and it's my job." "I know," Anne said. "I went back and removed the white uniform and you saw me return without it." "That's right, but it didn't mean anything until the next day when news came in that Johanna Holmes had escaped. I remembered she had the same small build as the girl I'd seen pulling the quick change act. But you didn't notify the authorities." "No, I'm a reporter. If I'd called the cops, I'd have had a story, but nothing like the story it could develop into. Why tip off the police and then have them clam up on me? I had a hunch. I saw Dow, and during my conversation with him, I began to believe Johanna Holmes might be innocent. I never did think she looked like a killer. There was no risk as long as I could keep my eye on her. The fact that she didn't keep on running kept nagging me. I kept asking myself why. It looked like a whale of a story." Norman stopped talking to brush at the lock of hair on his forehead. "Bob is a romantic sort of fellow. I told him I was engaged to this girl, but she'd run out on me because her mother had been hanged for stealing horses or some such thing. Tears came to his eyes when I told him I loved her anyway. He watched the vine-covered house for me and phoned me the night you left in a cab. I found the cab driver, and he told me where he had taken you. Then I hung around the hotel. You know the rest." Norman Jones hesitated, then continued. "I not only made Bob believe in my girl, darned if I didn't begin believing it myself. I'd see you on the porch or through the window before the blinds were drawn, and one day I saw you crossing the street, and you looked right at me. You stared at me and said, I was afraid you knew me. When I was on the Willington story, I saw pictures of you taken before your accident, so I shouldn't have been surprised when I saw you. But when I saw you that day, with your nose back the way it was meant to be, wow! The corners of his mouth had turned up into a wide half-moon smile. His entire face was alertly alive, and she had once thought him ordinary-looking. Everything was as it should be. He had pulled her back through the window and held her in his arms, and she had known, and thought of something. You jumped, she told him. You jumped when the freckle-faced girl grabbed your arm. Good heavens, yes. I've heard stories, he stammered, about some of the women who, that is, Anne looked at a point under his chin. She'd have to tell him sometime that they locked those women up when a man came to the ward. He was looking at her in the same way he'd looked at her throughout dinner. He'd been looking at her that way all the time they'd been at Thornton Lodge, and she'd wondered what he was thinking. Anne became conscious of her dress torn away from her shoulder. It made her feel naked. His arm felt strong as it tightened around her, warm and a little demanding. Then, for no reason, they were both laughing. Anne threw back her head and laughed. It was a beautiful world. She was Anne, with a pretty face and a neat ankle, and Norman would never mind how much she winked at him. She was the same as other girls. She was Anne Holiday, and the Jones boy hadn't said he was crazy about her, but he would. End of chapter 17. End of Homicide Hussy.